Good morning, everybody. So, is everybody ready to see Spanish Maria? I'll give some shout outs. Let me scroll back as far as I can here. Sarah, good morning. Chronic pain, good morning. Shy, good morning. Hope you're feeling okay. Sybil, prayers sent to you, my dear. Just go with the flow, hon. And I wish you all the best. Be Charma. Hang on, let me just put them up. Sarah. Chronic pain. Shy. Sybil. We're praying for you, hon. Be Charma. Good morning. Chronic pain. Krista. Patty. Kate Bell. Lupe. Pierrette. Good morning. It's going to be a Maria day. It's going to be interesting. Butterfly Dana. Carol. Brenda. Sarah. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Like, is this doctor really that gullible? If she is, she's in the wrong profession. That's for sure. Yeah, I kind of feel sorry for her too, because I do feel, you guys, that she was railroaded by the defense. As we heard yesterday, she said that she sent Tellini her brief, and then Tellini typed it up. So Tellini could put anything he wanted in there. I think she was really railroaded. I went over when she finally started testifying about her report, when prosecutor Allen or Young was asking her questions about certain diagnoses, she seemed really lost. Like she didn't know what was being talked about. She didn't remember. She was thinking that Aguardo was the one that helped her clean up blood. Oh shoot, I said it. Anyway, clean up, or was he another personality? Like she seemed really lost. I think she was really railroaded by the defense. Also, she said, well, she was supposed to be there at 9 a.m., but the defense told her not to come until 1. So a lot came out. They lied to the judge. And then during the break, when they came back from the afternoon break, after like she started testifying and then they took a 15-minute break and she came back, it was a hot mic. And I heard her say, can't we just agree with them? I think she was scared. Like, so yeah, I do feel sorry for her a little bit, because I think she was railroaded. I still don't agree with what she does with trying to get these people off. Freakzilla, good morning. Chanel, Krista, Sherry, Get, Positive Vibes, Misty Me, Shannon's Copper, The Real Angel Girl, Bonnie Baker, Karen. Hopefully I'm not missing anybody here, you guys. Real Angel. K Mitch, good morning, my love. Yeah. Exactly, Carol. Dot, Leslie, Lynette, Tanya. Thank you, Carol. Sarah Jane. Shannon's Copper says, you find myself wondering, Dr. Lewis will even show up. Yeah, I said that yesterday, if she even shows up. Darlene, good morning. Kaylin, good morning. Yeah, she was really taken advantage of. I agree, Dot. Hello, Sarah Jane. Good morning. Yes, let's think of Kathy Ann today, too, and send some positive vibes and prayers. Alma, is this the Letecia support group? What? We don't support Letecia here, that's for sure. I don't know what you're talking about there, but... That's funny, Galen. Stay-at-home mom detective. Lauren, good morning, my love. I don't know if I think it was you, Lauren, that there was photos or whatever, so I did allow them. Usually I don't allow other posts on the Facebook page because it just clutters it up. But I know I did okay one of them. They should be able to, yep. Yeah, and it did seem like she was taking Leticia's word for her self-reporting and whatever Tellini told her. So she got railroaded. Stay-at-home LS defense team are garbage. Yeah, and then the one lawyer Cook cozying right up to her and laughing and joking, and it's sickening all around. And now they railroaded this lady too. Like I said, I don't agree with what she does, but I don't think she deserved that yesterday. The prosecution had to bring out that her diagnosis was wrong. That Letecia is not suffering from a brain injury. Where's all the um, with doctors and stuff like that for this brain injury? Where's the reports on his brain injury? There's none. And yes, the defense had to go hard, or the prosecution had to go hard. They need a conviction. They need no doubt. They have an extra burden, not to just prove she did it, but to prove that she was not insane when she did it, so she doesn't get off on this. So they did what they needed to do, and I'm proud of them. Yeah. And the defense didn't want her talking to the family, anything. Like, she asked for this stuff. And then she said about the EEG and the MRI. The defense got up and said, well, we couldn't do that. And they made it seem like the prosecution wasn't allowing it. No, the defense withdrew their request. And that was news to the doctor, too. So she made her diagnoses based on what Letecia told her and what the defense attorney told her, Tellini, because she had nothing else. They didn't want her interviewing family, and they got rid of the MRI and the EEG. They withdraw their request for it. They railroaded this doctor. Yeah, she told the judge she was told to be there for 2. So did the defense finally realize what they did and they messed up? That this could all come out, and they just didn't want her testifying, and they were hoping the judge would just say, okay, well, if she's not here, you lost your witness. So they weren't caught. I don't know. Yeah, she also said that they lied. The defense railroaded her, and I hope they're held accountable. Sandra Miller, none. Shelley, Lori, TK Sass, Shelley, Sonia, Karen. It was weird to hear her say they lied. Yeah, and it was also weird to hear her say, can we not just agree with them? Okay, I'm glad you're kidding, Alma. Exactly. I agree. I agree, Chanel. Good morning, Nana. Big hugs and kisses to Nana. CC, good morning. Mary Michael, good morning. What would happen if Dr. Lewis doesn't show? I thought she might need medical attention after what happened to her yesterday, as in go to the hospital and stay there. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Mama, there's my mom. Good morning, Mom. I was going to try and pop over and see you before my live started, but you didn't message me, so I thought you were still sleeping. I love you, Mom. Here's my mama. Good morning, Mama. Exactly, Chanel, but I think she had no other choice. I don't know where sister is. She's here, there, and everywhere. You never know where she is. I haven't really talked to her. She hasn't really contacted me lately. So I'm assuming she's really busy. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an excuse why she can't be here. Yeah, Letecia basically sits on her lawyer's lap. I don't see her as a 9 a.m. person either. Yeah, it's sad. And like I said, and I said this yesterday, she should be on the beach in Hawaii somewhere enjoying her retirement. That's what she should be doing. She shouldn't be in court, or she shouldn't be with patients. She should retire fully. Yeah, no proof, no problem. And there's no medical records that show that she had any kind of brain injury either. So, yeah, she knew nothing about it. Heidim, good morning. Stardust, good morning. Lady of the Wood, good morning. Good morning, Charissa. Good morning, Scottish Lass. Black Barbie, good morning. Probably about everything, Black Barbie. There was so much that the defense lied about and tried to fit angle into what they needed, and at the cost of this Dr. Lewis. Yes, they did. Yeah, we're gonna find out this morning too if Letitia's gonna take the stand. Good morning, Marie. My beautiful Marie. TK says. Yeah, the doctor said, I probably should not have testified. I laughed a little bit because of the face's defense. Yeah, the defense's face said it all. Yeah. And when she said, it's fun diagnosing and helping people, it's like, this is not fun. This is about the death of an 11-year-old boy. Like, some of her stuff that she said was like, she needs to completely retire. Hello, Boo Bear. I don't know what the judge is going to do regarding this. I don't. I don't think he's going to do anything really. He didn't do anything about the defense table when DA Allen was up and he said, "Your Honor," like all I can hear is laughing and giggling from the defense. The judge said nothing. Yeah, she couldn't pay $50 to be licensed in the state. She didn't even know what she needed to diagnosed in Colorado, or what the diagnosis for mental health illness or not guilty by reason of insanity is. She didn't even know what that meant in Colorado. It's different in every state. Good morning, Rosie. There she is. Somebody was just asking where you were, and I said you were here, there, and everywhere, and no one knows where you are. She's always on the road or doing something, but there she is, you guys. Yeah, Letecia too. It looked like she wanted to try and morph. I think that's going to happen today, but we'll have to wait and see. We're going to be seeing these videos today. It's going to be interesting. Piet, good morning, my dear. Jason Riddle. I did remove your first comment you put in this morning, Jason. We mask those words, the unalive word, the with a knife word, stuff like that. We mask all those words. The doctor actually said that she was guilty of that. And Chanel, you can't use those words. So I'm going to have to, I hope somebody, please remove that comment, Chanel. Oh, never mind. I got it here. Okay, you did remove it. Thank you. We have to mask those words, guys. Yeah, and it was bad. It was bad. Like, she was going off and talking about other people that we didn't have no idea who she was talking about, all these names, and going off in tangents from 1970 and 86 and all this stuff. And it's like, I was lost. I forgot what the question even was. So it's like a question, and she took 15 minutes to answer it, and she goes into her whole history and like, oh, it was just a circus. I don't think so. Good morning, Marie. Yeah, the definition of insanity in Colorado. Jason, I agree. No, I still say the jury's going to come back within an hour. Good morning, Lukulele. Lokule. I'm sorry for not pronouncing that right, my dear. Yes, I seen that, Chanel. Thank you, my dear. Exactly. Anybody around her would have known that there was something wrong, if there was something wrong. Hadim, thank you, my dear. Yes, please mask your words, or your comment will be removed. If it keeps happening, we have to stop you from being able to chat on the chat because I don't need any more strikes. Good morning, Patty. Sammy. First degree like this is always appealed anyway, so I'm expecting it, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, I was lost through the whole thing, so I'm assuming that the jury was too. And like I said, she went off on tangents about nothing about this case. No, they can't because the judge specifically said logistics about getting her to court and stuff they can talk about, but anything about this case they are not allowed to talk about. I can just see what this doctor said to Tellini, like, you arswipe, you SOB, you know what I mean? How dare you do this to? I can just see it. And now my rate is $500 an hour, and I know Tellini is peeved right off because they're paying her and she has to be there for all this. So, but then again, Letecia's indigent, so I guess it's the state paying it anyway, but it's not going to look good on their resume. They're paying all these probably in the $25,000 range, you guys, $20,000 range, maybe 15 to 20. I don't know. But you got to remember, they've had her on board now for how long? And all these tests and interviews and phone calls and bringing her here and her testimony. She's been on the stand all afternoon yesterday. She's going to be on the stand today. All that, it all adds up, believe me. Yeah, they knew nothing would be found. I agree. Quite possible, Jason. I'm saying at least an hour. Within an hour, they're going to come back with a verdict. That's ready for a nap. Yeah, you can't see insanity by an MRI, but she was going to use the MRI, Carol, to say that, look, there's a brain injury there, so this is what caused it. Thank you, my dear. I appreciate it. Sheila says, good morning, Sheila. My 3-year-old granddaughter asked if I was watching the Cuckoo Lady today. I said yes. Good morning. Exactly, Hadim. No, doctor didn't help the defense at all. She actually helped the prosecution. I don't know if they're going to come back with the death penalty. I don't know. I believe that they have to announce that they're going for the death penalty before the trial starts. Yeah, brain damage doesn't make you unaliver. If premeditation is proven, that is a harsher sentence, absolutely. And it was premeditated because you've seen her searches before Gannon was taken, and that's what they were leading towards. Yeah, that's interesting. And maybe the good old doctor will slip up and say, well, Mr. Tellini told me last night. It is cold and rainy here. I've got actually, while I'm doing this, I'm going to plug in my little heater here because I am cold. Oh, it is cold. It is damp. It is rainy. We're in for probably some flooding today. Oh, yeah, they're playing dirty, Brooke. I agree. And good morning, Brooke. Jackie, good morning. Willow, please say prayers for my dad. Mom found him passed out in the bathroom. His blood pressure was low. Oh, prayers going out for you, Marie. I hope your dad is okay. A cuckoo lady, yeah. Yeah, the defense team really does seem really dirty. After being, Piedette says, after being used and played, I demand a raise too. Me too. Shar, good morning, my love. And thank you for acknowledging the mods. They do an excellent job, so thank you very much, my dear. Crazy Graham, good morning. There she is, the woman of the hour. SJ, good morning. Good morning, positive vibes. Yeah, she's not going to be laughing very long. Yeah, she didn't take her notes up with her, Leslie, because all she did was write a brief on it, and usually that goes to the court. Well, it didn't go to the court. It went to Tellini, and then Tellini typed up a 7-page document from her brief. Okay, so it's not the death penalty. Yeah, that's what I said. I think they had to have put that in and asked for it long before the trial started. Angel Edwards, good morning. That's what we've been talking about, what the defense has done. The defense can take as long as they need to put on their case. If they need a month, they can take a month. But this is their only witness left. So unless Letecia gets up, we will find out today if Letecia is going to get on the stand. Yeah, there is no more death penalty in Colorado, but she was charged with this crime before the death penalty was abolished. So if they did go for the death penalty, she would have faced it. Time for a change. Good morning. Lee Pepper, no, they don't. It was abolished, but it was abolished after she was charged with first-degree taking of Gannon's life. So if they did go for the death penalty, she would have been eligible for it. But they did not present the death penalty for this case. So that the defense lied to her. The defense lied to her because the prosecution was asking her, you were supposed to be here at 9. You didn't show up, and then 1, and then you were late even for that. Like, what's going on? And she said, well, I was told to be here. And I don't know if she said 1 or 2. So she said, they lied. They lied to her. And on top of that, when she came back after that break that they had, she said, can we not just agree with them? She said that to Cook, because Cook is the one that's helping her get into the stand and everything. Her mic was on. And she said, can we not just agree with them? She said that to Cook. So she knew that she was going down. Her testimony was going to be zero. We don't know yet, Sonia. We will find out today. Good morning, Fruit Fly. Thank you, Butterfly Dana. I did read it out yesterday. During one of the breaks, I looked it up and I read it out, and there was nothing that she presented that said that. So Jason, we don't mention other channels in that. I know I do give Ryan Hall a shout out every now and then, but I ask that you don't post other creators, other channels, other news sources, other sites. We don't do that here. As well as masking words. Barry Morphew is now suing for $15 million. Okay, I've removed your comment. Mods, please watch for people mentioning other channels and stuff, and remove those comments and give them a warning and explain to them why their comment was removed, please. I have removed the comment. Absolutely. And DID is very rarely diagnosed because it's a very rare disease. Isabel, good morning. Kathy Ann, good morning. Sheila Knapp, good morning. Good morning, Leslie. Ms. Mosmo, good morning. Leslie says, I've heard nothing that says psychosis or DID. Exactly. Yep. This is the defense's last witness unless Letecia gets on the stand. Oh, they're going to be showing videos, so. Oh, they'll catch her in every lie, Jason. Do I think she'll take a stand? I don't know at this point. I think she enjoys being out of the jail, so she may do it just to keep herself out of the jail a little longer. Who knows? Because if they've got no more after this doctor, if Letecia doesn't testify, they're going to rest. They're going to have closing arguments and then jury instructions, and then they will be going to make a verdict. But the judge said, which is a little upsetting, because if they could have got everything done today, the jury could have had tonight, Thursday, and Friday before the weekend. But no, he's doing closing arguments on Friday. So closing arguments, jury instructions will be done on Friday. And I think they'll come back within an hour because they're not going to want to be there all weekend either. Because once they go into deliberations, they're sequestered. Yes, Spanish and Russian are two very different. Good morning, Kirsten. Yep, maybe, Kirsten. I don't know at this point. I'm not even getting a gut feeling. I feel like it's still up in the air. I think she's still deciding. I think she wants to, but I think her lawyers are trying to talk her out of it because she will be ripped apart. Liesel Guy, good morning. Right? Yeah, he's suing every cop, every law enforcement agency that was involved in his arrest. Barry Morphew. But the thing is, with that, I'm glad that he's doing it. Okay. Do you want to know why? Because he's going to be open to disposition now. Okay. Deposition. So they are going to be able to question him, and he may mess up where finally the charges will be brought back against him. When he's deposed, he may mess up bad. So this is their second shot at getting him when they start questioning him. And hang on a sec, you guys. Sorry, he's going to have to give depositions, and when he does, he could mess up bad and end up back in jail. I think that's going to be their last shot, actually. Hello, Kelly. Side miser. Hello. Side mister. She seemed very lost to me. Like she didn't know what was being asked of her or why she was being asked it. Alexander, good morning. Mary Michael. They are. Caroline Seeley, good morning. Yeah, can you imagine letting her go on and on and on and on? If she gets on that stand, the prosecution's going to rip her apart. If she starts going on and on, they are going to lose their crap on her. Answer the question. That's what I want. This is a yes or no. Answer it. Blah, blah, blah. Answer the question. Stop going. Oh, the prosecution will go, excuse me, you guys, the prosecution will go haywire on her. She was, Nana, and it backfired. Good morning, Christine. I think they do too. Absolutely, Hadim. I love it. I love it. This is the best thing that could have happened. Not that he's suing for 15 million, but when he has to give his depositions, that could be it for him. He could mess up so bad and the charges could be refiled. That's what I'm praying for. There is a God. Don't say that, Carol. Oh, that would be sad. Like, I do feel bad for her because I feel like the defense railroaded her. Thank you, Marie, for putting that up. Alexandra Terry says she loves to hear her voice. She needs to talk. It's driving her nuts. Yep. Well, we know she's already yelled out in court once. Now! And mouthing to her daughter, I love you. Happy birthday. I think so. I think she enjoys her time out of the jail. Thank you, Jennifer, and welcome. Yeah, Texas is rough. She was tried there. Ooh. Good morning, Rhonda. Kiki, good morning. I think everybody wants to see Letecia on the stand. Carol, I love some of these comments, you guys. You guys are on point today. I am proud. Yep, sue away. Let's get you in deposition and let's find out. Because you can F around and find out, Barry. And you're effing around. You just may be finding out. Yeah, she was waiting. She wanted to hear until after Dr. Lewis testified. So I don't know, man. It could go either way. Yeah, this poor doctor may, like, I ain't going. Nope. Can you imagine that little old lady pulling a temper tantrum? I'm not going. She did and she didn't, Kiki. She made a diagnosis based on which is wrong. She should never have done that. I agree. She made a diagnosis based on what Letecia and Tellini told her. She sent her brief. It's supposed to be sent to the court, but she sent it to Tellini. Tellini then typed up a 7-page report on her brief. He could have added whatever he wanted, and I think he did. So I don't know if she knew how deep she was being railroaded. Nonetheless, she should not have made a diagnosis, so she was wrong for that. Especially saying she has a brain injury. Chronic pain. You can't be mentioning other... If you rely on what that site says, look at how it blew up the Brian Kohlberger case. Please do not mention other sites, creators, news outlets, channels. Please don't do that. Chronic pain, you're usually pretty good with that, so please do not do that.
All right, court will call 20 CR
Okay,
1358.
they're in session.
Letecia
Here we
Stauch.
go.
Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Counsel, approach, please. All right, before we bring the jury in, there was one thing that we should have done yesterday that we didn't, and I told Mr. Tellini we could do it at a different time, and now is that time. Mr. Tellini, did you have motions that you wanted to make?
I do, Your Honor. I would make
Go ahead.
motions for judgment acquittal on all charges, specifically for first degree murder premeditation. There's been lack of evidence showing premeditation on behalf of the defendant.
Okay, prosecution.
Your Honor, there's been more than enough evidence presented on premeditation as it relates to count one, specifically and most glaringly in the form of those searches that were discovered on the defendant's phone, evidencing a desire to leave the state of Colorado to seek employment and housing out of state for a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment in Orlando, Florida. And then obviously all of the efforts that were put forth by the defendant to then cover up the crime, showing consciousness of guilt And so we would ask the court to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal.
All right. The standard that the court must apply at this point or at this stage in the proceedings is that the court must take the evidence in light most favorable to the prosecution and determine whether or not there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges that have been brought against her. With respect to defense counsel's argument regarding premeditation, there are messages or indications that the defendant was conducting searches regarding a life elsewhere, essentially, jobs, places to live, perhaps even connections with singles in another area. There's also indications that the defendant may have been unhappy in her marriage, that there was a discussion about that, but nothing was necessarily reached. There was a statement by the defendant at some point in time in which she said, "I should have just left last week." All of this occurred before the death of Gannon. It's not surprising, or this would not be the first case in which someone was in an unhappy marriage and some crime was committed as a result of that. I think there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude, if it were to believe that evidence credible and give weight to that evidence, a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was guilty. Again, the court has to take the evidence at this stage of the proceeding in the light most favorable to the prosecution and must not make any credibility determinations at this point either. As such, the court believes that it is a jury issue for jurors to determine whether or not the prosecution has in fact established beyond a reasonable doubt all of the charges which it has brought. Is there anything else that we need to address? Prosecution?
No, not anything that we can think of, Judge.
Defense?
Yes. Mr. Cook is retrieving Dr. Lewis.
Okay, so she's not in the building yet?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Do we know where she is? Or how far away?
They're in transit.
Okay, so probably about, like yesterday, about 5-10 minutes or so, something like that. Okay. All right. Court will be in recess then until we have Dr. Lewis.
All right.
So there we go. We got another 10 minutes. Like this has happened every time she's supposed to be at court. She was supposed to be yesterday at 9. She didn't make it. So they moved it. They gave her 3 hours to get there to 1 o'clock. She didn't make it on time. And now this morning again, she knew she was supposed to be there for 9 o'clock. They were starting. She should have been there at 8:30 this morning. She's not there again. No surprise. There we go. No surprise there. So during this 10-minute little recess that we have going on, if you have not smashed that like button, please go out and smash it. We got 265 people in here, 109 likes. Please show your appreciation for me sitting here for the last month, 10 hours a day, because it takes a long time to get this set up and get everything right for you guys. And it shows your appreciation for me doing this for you and taking every day for almost the last month out of my time to bring this to you. Please smash that like button. It is free to do. Thank you for those who are going out. When you come back into chat after smashing that like, please make sure you have live chat selected at the top of your chat box, so that way you don't miss any of the chat. Thank you, everybody that's going out and smashing that like. I appreciate it. And this does. I don't ask for much. Give me a like. I do this and I bring this to you guys every day that court's in session, whether I'm sick or anything. I've brought it to you. That's the least you can do for me is smash that like. It's free to do. It takes 1 second of your time. And I appreciate it so much. Thank you, you guys. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, everybody. I love you guys too. And that's why I bring this to you guys. I made a promise. I've kept my promise. Even though I was sick, really sick some days, other days, even at the hospital getting oxygen, I still made sure this was up for all you guys. So that's what I'm saying. The least you can do is give me a like there and show your appreciation. And I appreciate it. Thank you, you guys. You guys are all very welcome. Smashing that like button makes me happy, and it shows that you guys appreciate this. So thank you. Oh, Trudy, thank you, my dear. You didn't have to do that, but thank you. Smashing the like and showing me your appreciation is great, but thank you so much for your super sticker, super chat. I appreciate it beyond words. That's okay, Chronic Pain. I know that you don't usually mess up like that, so I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Thank you, everybody, for your likes. Thank you, Black Barbie. Thank you, everybody. Yes, my dad also passed away on Monday, but I was still here bringing you guys this. Like I said, even if I can't physically be here, I made sure I had somebody here to get it up and running for you guys. Because when I promise something, I keep my word. Regardless, the only thing that would stop me from getting this to you guys as I promised to do is if I was 6 feet under. I take promises very seriously. So there you go. Oh, Trudy, you guys are so good to me too. So I appreciate it. And I thank you guys so much. Also, this Sunday, you guys, we will be having the mini reads. I'm starting to feel a bit better. Willow does this rain, snow, weather, family tragedies, doesn't stop. No, I like I said, you guys, when I make a promise, I keep it. And I do everything in my power to do it. Thank you, Lori. I appreciate it. Again, thank you, Trudy. Thank you, Lori. I mean, he lived a good life. He was going on 88, so he lived a good life. And he's no longer in pain. The cancer had gone all through his body. They stopped doing chemo because his body couldn't handle it no more. And we knew it was just a matter of, we didn't even think he was going to last as long as he did once they stopped the radiation and everything. They just gave him pain meds to keep him comfortable. So they're $15 super chat, Misty. Let's hope she's not ill, Rosie. Let's hope. And they will be Sunday morning, 11:30 a.m. Eastern. And I'm usually on for at least a couple of hours to do them all. So you won't be disappointed. You can talk to a lot of people here that are in the chat that have got mini reads and everything done, how spot on they are. And I'm feeling almost 100%. I feel by Sunday I will be back to 100%. So I don't do them. If I'm not at 100%, I don't do them because it's not fair to you guys. And I'm not going to get the proper information when I'm not feeling good, or I'm not going to decipher it properly when I'm not feeling good. So that's why I don't do them when I'm sick. Doc was very upset yesterday evening on the stand. Yeah. I heard her say they lied to me. And I also heard her say, can we not just agree with them? And she was saying that to Cook. Can we not just agree to them? Because Cook is the one that helps her get on and off the stand. When she said they lied to me, she was talking to the district attorney, because the district attorney was grilling her about not being there for 9 o'clock in the morning and then being late at 1 and other things. So she called the defense out. Like, I do feel bad for her, because I do think that they railroaded her and she was their scapegoat. Oh, there you go. Thank you, you guys. Aw, thank you, Shar. You're a sweetheart. Yes, Kate Bell has had quite a few mini reads. Thank you, Robin. Thank you, TK Sass. I appreciate you guys. I really do. 5 lashes with a limp noodle. She's late again. Well, Cook wasn't in court, so maybe Cook has gone to get her. I don't know. But we're here waiting. Just give me a second, you guys. All right. Oh, yeah. We're not even going to go there, Des, with Desiree time. Having FaceTimes with my sister is, I'm ready to pull my hair out sometimes. 1 minute, sister. 1 minute. I'm looking at the ceiling because she's put the phone down. 1 minute, sis. 1 minute. I just got to do this. 1 minute. 20 minutes later, I'm still hearing 1 minute, sis. 1 minute, sis. That's Des's time. It's crazy, you guys. ADD at its finest. Oh, look, a squirrel. Hang on a second, sis. I got to go talk to the squirrel. Oh. Alexandra says, what type of reads are they? They are reads that are going to come from your loved ones who have passed and what they feel you need to know, things that you would not know otherwise, and gives you a lot of insight and direction. Yes, thank you. Okay, you said Cook was picking her up. Great. Well, we know Cook. They're probably laughing it up. Ha! Did you see when the prosecution asked you this? And you're very welcome, Hockey Mama. Oh, prayers for your brother-in-law, Princess Jasmina. I'm ready to hear this too, Kiki. Maybe Cook and Lewis are on the run together. Maybe Bonnie and Clyde. Thank you, you guys. You guys are awesome. Really, I know, right? No, she can testify however she wants to testify, as long as she's being truthful. Right? Huh? I wonder what her answer would be to that. She seemed, I rewatched her testimony when the defense, when the DA started asking her questions about her diagnoses and stuff like that. The doctor, the good doctor, she seemed kind of lost. She stuttered. She didn't really answer the question directly. She did a runabout about different mental illnesses. It was hard to watch. Sorry for the cough, you guys. I'm at the end of this cold, thank goodness. I hope she does too. I hope she just speaks the truth and starts saying all the downright nasty things that the defense did to her.
For 1358,
Oh, they're
People
back.
versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. We do have our witness on the stand, Dr. Lewis. I would just remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. Is there anything else that we need to take up at this point? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
They're not
Okay,
going to
let's go
show
ahead
the
and bring the
witness
jury
stand
in.
until the jury is in, because it shows the jury coming in. We've already got a couple looks at the jury
Tell me what's
when the
going on.
when the camera has panned.
Just keep an eye on it. I'll try and see if she.
He just told somebody to keep an eye on Letecia. Woo! Okay, here we go, you guys. They're going to be bringing in the jury. We're going to see crazy Letecia come out in these videos that they're going to be showing. Who's hot? Editing Art Studio says he's hot. Who's hot? Judge has a really nice voice. I love his voice, but I don't feel he's hot, if that's what you're... Just my opinion. Hello, Sensible Crime. Kristen Pino. Hello, everybody. Editing Art Studio. Everybody coming in. Hello. The judge looks like my stepfather. Maybe that's why I don't have... I don't know. Oh, Al is hot.
All rise for the jury,
Okay,
please.
here we go. I'm muting. I will be making this bigger once everything starts, you guys.
Be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break yesterday, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young?
Good morning. Morning, Dr. Lewis. How are you?
Good morning.
You okay?
In truth, I've had food poisoning since last night, but
Oh,
we'll carry on as best we can.
I'm sorry to hear that. If you need to take a break or anything, just
If I do, I'll let you know.
okay. All right. I kind of want to talk a little bit more about dissociative identity disorder. During direct examination yesterday, you mentioned that there was some controversy with regards to that diagnosis. Could you expand on that? What is the controversy surrounding that diagnosis?
Well, the essential controversy is whether people believe it exists or not. I could give you an example of that. When I inquired of the chair of our department many years ago, did he believe that this existed? He said, I don't know. I have never seen it. And this is the kind of resistance there is to it. It's becoming more recognized, and it's in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual now, so that it's gaining acceptance, understanding. Also, I think with the ability to photograph things and to show things, it's becoming a more well-recognized disorder. Dissociation has been long recognized. It was really described very well by Freud.
Got it. In your book, you mentioned that oftentimes people can act out multi-personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder. And there's been several movies that kind of portray that. Do you recall talking about that?
No, but I'm aware that there are movies such as, I think, Sybil and others like that where this has been done, and more recently in movies.
And the movie Sybil was based on a true life story, right?
That's correct. But I think Cornelia, a very, very well respected psychiatrist, wrote about it, and it has been also made into a movie.
And the actual person that Sybil is named for actually turned out that that person was faking multi-personality disorder. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar enough with the case so that I can't comment intelligently about it.
Okay. Have you worked with any actors and helping them in their roles in movies?
No, I don't. Wait one moment. In their roles in dissociation?
Yes. Cape Fear, Robert De Niro.
I have assisted Robert De Niro in, I don't think it had to do with DID. I think it had to do with a different movie that he was making that where I agreed to assist them, but I don't believe it had to do with DID.
Had to do with him being a psychopath.
It had to do with his being a very dangerous guy.
And that's the movie Cape Fear, where he's a murderer and he has an urge to kill and things like that. I don't know all the details of the movie, but
Right.
is that a fair summary of it?
I don't know. There is a better one earlier than his that is a far better Cape Fear.
The
But I
original.
did assist him in it, and he did. I did give him access to some tapes that we had of people with different kinds of disorders.
Did they include dissociative identity disorder?
Among them, there were some that did, some that didn't. Yes.
So how do you tell if someone's acting and they want you to believe
well-
that they have multi-personalities?
Well, I can tell you what I do.
Tell us, please.
Okay. What I like to do is be able to show that there were unmistakable signs of these kinds of switches, changes, different states, different abilities to function long before I was ever asked to be involved in any case. And so that is one of the best ways. I think that's the best way. It's that to my mind, if I'm teaching, I will say to students, this is as close as you get to an MRI in this field, where you have something that was done. And again, I repeat, you can't retrospectively malinger. You can't write your name in a funny way or pretend to be somebody when you're 18, because when you're 35, you're planning to kill someone and you think you need a good excuse. That makes no sense. So that it's important for me and for the people with whom I work to be able to, well, identify in any number of ways whether these signs, symptoms, behaviors antedated any difficulty with the law or any current issue.
Sure. Things like family members coming in and saying, God, she didn't remember my name for long periods of time, or she blacked out and couldn't remember where she was at.
What are you referring to now? Who?
For signs of dissociative identity disorder, retroactive.
No, that
Wouldn't mean anything to you?
well, that alone, no, that's a very little bit. However, if you let's say you're looking through somebody's work and you're looking through their high school notebooks, or you're looking through early pictures, early signatures, things of that nature, and that these things way antedated any problematic behaviors later on, that any legal issues, that is the kind of thing where, well, we found, for example, in in the workbooks of children at school, where we've gone through them and we have found a different name that was used, and that was used at different times. Just
And so if I could,
Yeah.
just, Dr. Lewis, you're saying that the writing would be more important than an individual saying, I blacked out for long periods of times. I have no recollection of what happened, and there's no explanation of.
I'm sorry.
Cell
Good.
phones off, please.
I think it may be.
I
That's your cell phone, Dr. Lewis?
I think it might be, I can
Okay.
assist.
All right.
Mozart.
It's very nice. Yeah, can you turn it silent?
I'm trying to find it.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. Well, okay, this should do it.
Okay.
Let's,
You want me to give it to Eric?
why don't you give it to Eric?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me know when you're ready, Dr. Lewis.
And I'm sorry, I don't recall your last.
I'll
question.
re-ask it. You ready?
Mhm.
So is it more important to you to look at someone's prior handwritings than evidence of someone saying they had blackout periods and couldn't remember where they were at, and they couldn't remember their loved ones' names and things like that?
Your second examples just don't ring true, because it just is not something that people tend to tell me. And you can't measure this versus that. Often there have to be several things and combinations of signs, symptoms, behaviors. What is particularly useful is whether acquaintances or family members or people who have known the person over time have said, gee, when this person was such and such an age, he or she insisted on being called this and acted differently and did different things, so that it's a piece of data. And but that in and of itself, there is no single thing that you look for. But at least in the cases where we have felt that we were dealing with the real thing, there have been multiple pieces of evidence that at earlier times, for example, I noticed in some of my notes about Letecia that someone had said when she was younger, and I forgot this yesterday, when she was younger, she asked to be called Maria. And I had forgotten that
Can you
yesterday.
point me out where you found that information?
I'd have to look through all of this, but I can later if you like. I'll find it for you. It's just a note that I took because I thought it was interesting.
But what, was it in an interview, or where did you get that note?
As I say, rather than take up the time of the court and look through all of this, I will find it for you. But I just noticed it in the past maybe several hours or so, and I can find it for you because.
Well, here's the deal. I only have a X
Yes.
amount of time to talk to you.
Right, yes,
And so I can't really let this linger around because it's
Yeah.
pretty significant.
I think so, yes. Oh dear. I'm sorry, I can tell you though that I came upon it in the past maybe 12 hours or so.
Well, do you know if it's something that the defendant told you?
No, it was not. That's what was interesting, that I had completely forgotten this, but I saw that someone who had been interviewed said when she was a child, at times she asked to be called Maria. That in and of itself is not a proof of anything, but it's a confirmation if you have a lot of other things that go along with it.
Well, it's certainly not in any police reports, correct?
As far as, no, it's not police reports.
It would be in a report that the defense gave you?
Um, Oh, here, again, I will be taking notes as I'm going through stuff and whatever. And here I have Letecia
Yes,
notes.
Dr. Lewis,
relatives.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes,
the way we have to do this is you need to read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your memory. And then once you've done that, I can ask you some questions, okay? Because I don't have that you have in front of you.
no. Again, these are simply what I took and labeled Letecia notes from relatives. Can't tell you exactly who, but here it says, Letecia called self Maria Sanchez as a young child. And I have a little explanation when saying retrospective malingering, because that, you don't do that. At 12, you don't call yourself Maria because later on you're expecting to do something where you're going to have to make some sort of excuse. So this is what one of her relatives had told us, that that she called herself Maria Sanchez as a young child. This came as a surprise to me. I had not recalled it, but I was skimming it, and there it was.
And Dr. Lewis, you've testified hundreds of times, and you know that you need to turn over your notes and everything you rely on as an expert to the prosecution, don't you?
Is that a question?
Yes, it is.
No, when
Your
I,
obligations as an expert to turn over all the information that you use in formulating your opinions, correct?
well, when I am sitting taking notes over different things, I do not necessarily even keep everything. I jot down something that I think may be important later, and I noticed that I jotted this down.
And it's so important that you found out about it last night. You came in and decided to tell the jury about it today. Is that correct?
I came upon it last night, I believe before this morning,
And
yes.
it's so important you made an effort to put it in your report that you knew that the prosecution was going to get. Is that correct?
No, it is not. I sat when I was going over notes, trying to pull together things ages ago, and jotted that down because I thought, gee, that's odd. She had just mentioned Maria to me very recently, and somebody had said this when I wrote down L called self Maria as a young child. If I thought I was going to have to prove this particular statement to someone, I would have written down who said it or whatever. I was pulling together my thoughts at the time and going through and seeing what kinds of things seem to matter. And it is a note taken while I was going through hundreds of pages of notes. And to my surprise, this appeared. And I had no memory of having seen it before until I looked at it, skimming through it, and found it in the past, I would say, 12 hours or so.
It was until you realized you had nothing to corroborate your diagnosis that she was Maria Sanchez and you needed to come up with something. Is that right?
No, it was
Why
written.
wasn't that in your report, doctor? If it was that significant, that's the only corroboration you have. Why is it not in your report?
It is not the only corroboration that we have, sir. This is an observation as you go through hundreds of pages of notes and you see something there that you hadn't expected. And so I'll jot it down and think, see, that's kind of interesting. But there are many other pieces of evidence that there were other times that that she apparently used other names and that she signed differently. But for example, there are notes where there are different names, but if you really study them, it turns out they were her names. They were before she was married, they were when she was married to one person, then to another. And I will write them down because what at first may look as if, gee, why is there this name? Did she use that? And then you're an idiot if you say, oh yeah, she was in an altered state, when no, she was in an unmarried state, or she was married to a different person. So that when I'm going through things, I'll jot something down. I happened to jot this down because I thought, how come that early? I don't think I became aware of the Maria character until I had interviewed her.
Yeah, that's when everyone became aware of it.
Well,
The
here,
significant view
yeah.
that family members, including her daughter, Hartley Hunt, her husband, Al Stauch, had never seen any signs or any evidence that she had different personalities.
I can't comment on that because people's ability to recognize things, the ways the ways things are asked make a difference. So I can't in general say, yes, this matters. No, it does not. This is interesting.
Well,
Somebody knows.
before you go off on another tangent, let me finish my question, okay? You consider that there was no evidence by family members that she had no patients that she had dissociative.
That specifically, I did not think about that specifically because different personas are either recognized differently because of the sensitivity of the observer, or they don't occur in that setting, and they occur in another setting.
And it doesn't help your diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder, correct? Is that why you don't consider it?
No, it's interesting that they did not notice this. It may even be one of them who said this, who said, no, I never noticed anything different. And yet, one of these people said
I think we got
she
what your
told
note
herself
says,
that.
doctor. Okay.
Well, that could well be one of the people who said, I never noticed she was different, but, oh, sometimes she called herself Maria. So that you're open to whatever comes your way. You try to jot down what seems important, and then you try to pull it together later. But there is no one thing that will say, oh, yes, this person suffers from DID or does not. There's a whole constellation of different things that you look at, that you consider, and no one thing that matters particularly.
Let's talk about something that matters to you that you put in your report, okay? You had Miss Stauch drew, I forget the name of the test, where they draw the clock and they have to put the hands of the clock. What's the name of that test?
I don't know, I call it clock.
We'll call it the clock test. Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
So you had her perform the clock test and she did horrible on it.
Well, she did something that I've seen before on with like older patients who have been actually demented. And I actually consulted Dr. Marikangas about it and others because it looks as though there is some kind of a defect in the ability to see certain areas. And so that everything was crowded into one area. And I have seen this in patients with dementia, and dementia can be caused by many different injuries. So that I was surprised. The other thing that is surprising is that I didn't know quite what to make of it. I knew there was something unusual. And I had asked her again, would you do this again? And she did a much better job of it. And then I remembered I jotted down L, because when she had done something with her right hand, and then I hadn't asked her to change hands at that point, but I wondered, why are these different? And one with the left hand had been done one way, and with the right hand another way, so that she functioned differently, and also she functioned differently at different times, which puzzles me. This is partly why I very much wanted to consult a neurologist, because I don't feel that I am familiar enough, skilled enough, trained enough to say this is the section of the optic area that I think is functioning differently at this time.
Did,
But
did the thought ever cross your mind that she could be faking it, just wanting to have you have the opinions you have? It'd be pretty easy, right, to mess up the hands on the clock,
she
knowing.
didn't mess up the hands on the clock. She created one section of it. I didn't know until relatively recently that this was typical of certain people with brain dysfunction in certain areas. No, it did not occur to me that that was faking something, because afterwards, when I said, would you repeat this? Would you do it again? That she did a better job on it. And this is still a puzzle to me. And if I had the proper consultation, I would have discussed it with neurologists and tried to figure out, because the optic pathway is a very complicated pathway in the brain. It turns upside down, it moves back and forth, and a neurologist is far better equipped to say, this is where things seem to be going wrong.
Did you
no.
know that she had performed that test before?
I did not know whether she had or had not.
Said you reviewed the state hospital reports, both the competency evaluation and the insanity evaluations, correct?
I'm not sure at which point, but I'm not aware of having seen that. That was kind of my last minute thought. Is there anything I can do that might show me any neurologic dysfunction of any sort? And so I said, oh, would you please draw a clock for me? I didn't tell her which hand. I tend to just put something down and then pick it up. And I was staggered at what I saw, because it's a specific dysfunction. It isn't like trying to mess something up. It was in part of it. And then when I asked her to do it again, she did it better.
And doctor, I understand that you want the jury to hear what you have to say, but if you can just focus on my question and just answer it, okay? Did you review any prior tests that Ms. Stout took with regards to this clock test that you've been talking about?
I don't recall seeing another clock test at that time prior to what I had done. No.
Okay, if I can just have a second. For the clock test that Dr. Torres did. Something else. Yeah, okay. You know, may I retrieve an exhibit? It's people 736.
You may. Recall it.
Where it's at.
Within a single sleeve, if I remember right.
About that, Dr. Lewis. We've got a couple of exhibits in this case.
I also have other clocks here that I had asked her to, here are some. And I think these were done the same day. So it is a puzzle to me, and I don't pretend to, I don't pretend to be an expert on interpreting this, but
Well, let me show you.
There,
what was
yeah.
exhibit,
Yeah.
736, okay? Do you see there in the top right-hand corner,
yes,
picture of a clock?
yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
familiar with that?
I'm not, I don't recognize this as having seen this actual page before,
Okay.
but it is a clock and, see what it said, draw a clock, 10 past, what is it, 10 past 11? No, it's,
She did pretty good on that one, didn't she?
well, yeah, it's not 10 past 11 really, but it's, I have others where she did better with me. And it puzzled me that, at the time I said, would do it again and do it again. And it did improve. I am puzzled by this phenomenon, and I can't explain it to you, except it is unusual that that particular way of drawing it has been found in individuals with severe brain damage, actually.
Well, and we were
and-
talking about insanity, doctor. We're talking about the time of the crime, correct?
We're talking about brain function at the time of the crime, and
So a
Okay.
test that was taken closer to the time of the crime would be more accurate as to what the brain function was happening at the time of the crime. Is that correct?
not necessarily.
So brain functions change over time,
Yes,
like change after you plead not guilty by reason of insanity?
and before and during. It changed there. I was with her, and when she produced this, that was kind of my last fling at seeing, is there any sign of organicity? And then afterwards, when I asked her to repeat it for me right then and there, she did a better job. And then I kind of looked and I marked that she had been using her left hand and then her right hand or vice versa. And sure, it varied right then and there. And I can't pretend to tell you exactly why. I think that with the assistance of a neurologist, we could at least have an idea of what was blocked off during part of this. And
Okay,
I
I'm going to
don't-
stop you again,
yeah.
doctor, because we're getting away from what the question was, okay? On direct examination, you indicated that a bookcase fell on her and she had to go to the hospital and she had a head injury as a result of that. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
I remember reading it, yes, and saying it. Yes.
And that happened close in time to the crime, before the crime.
I don't remember if it was close in time. It was a while back when she was teaching. I
Colorado, correct?
don't remember where or the date, but you would have to tell me.
Misrepresenting the evidence. She was questioned about bookcase that fell in 2011 as supported by the medical record.
It's up to the jury to make a determination regarding whether or not any question or representation by an attorney misrepresents the evidence. Objections overruled.
Let me ask you this. You know that she was examined 2 days after the crime for head injuries, correct?
I'm not aware of how she was examined or by whom then right after the crime. I would have to look at it if I saw it, to refresh my memory.
Would it be significant to you if you saw that?
I would have to see what it said. It depends on what it said and how it said it and what they had done. So it could be.
Well, she was examined by a sane nurse, and the sane nurse was feeling her head and examining her head for injuries. Would that be significant to you and your determination that she may have a head injury?
If it were there, it could be significant. However, you don't necessarily feel on the outside what happened. If you shake something head, there are little hemorrhages that occur in the brain. You would not feel that if you examine. Now, sure, if something hits you on the head, you like to feel, because there will be a bump, but you can get a far more severe head injury by just doing that. And you can actually kill an infant, not deliberately, but by shaking the infant. And the brain goes back and forth in the cranium, and you will get little hemorrhages. And depending on where they are, you will get certain kinds of disorders in functioning. And I can't tell you exactly what they are. That's much more in the field of a neurologist. But
Hey, doctor, let me stop you again. Is it significant to you that a nurse examined the defendant 2 days after the crime and found no injuries to her head?
is it significant in what way? Meaning that there were no injuries? No.
And that's because you could speculate and say she could have had a brain tumor, she could have had hemorrhages because someone was shaking her. Is that what your opinion is?
She had other injuries previously, so that it's good if the nurse actually did this. I'm not aware. I'm not aware of anybody's having felt her head. Maybe they did. I don't know. But it's that does not tell you enough. It tells you if there's a bump, you do know that something hit the skull, the outside.
I want to talk about psychosis for a while, okay?
Mhm.
In an insanity case, it's real common that psychosis is involved if that person is truly insane, correct?
Often, yeah.
Doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists look for evidence of psychosis at the time of the crime in making those decisions, correct?
They look at it over a spectrum, but they do certainly look at it then, and they look at a lot of other things besides psychosis. But yes, one of the things that people look at are the signs, symptoms, behaviors of psychosis. Psychosis is not one little phenomenon. There are many different kinds of psychoses and signs of it, so that you're talking about such a broad topic
I'm
that
talking about them all. Any signs of psychosis is important when you're doing a sanity evaluation, correct?
certainly.
And a classic example of someone who is truly legally insane would be a father who kills their daughter because they're hearing voices that their daughter is the devil. Feel like they have no choice but to kill their own daughter. And so they kill their daughter. Does that sound like something that might fit legal insanity?
It's your concept of one possible type of insanity.
Well, what's your concept? Does that seem?
There
fit
are
at all?
many different
Let's
concepts.
just stick to this hypothetical.
Yeah.
Does it, yes or no? Does it fit your concept of what you feel insanity?
As I've said, insanity is many, many different things, and it depends. And
Okay
insanity.
to agree with me, doctor.
Well, no, all that I'm saying to you is you've given one layperson's notion of what insanity is. And, you could have given another story and I would have agreed with it or whatever. Sure, it's a possibility.
Okay, I'll take the possibility.
Okay.
In that circumstances, they wouldn't know the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of their act because they had a psychosis that something was telling them that their daughter was the devil. Follow me?
If you believe that, yes.
How do you believe that?
In a hypothetical story, I believe that you are giving an example of something. No, I don't believe that happened, but I certainly believe it's one of your concepts of what what a psychotic episode can be like. And
Well-
I'll buy that that could be one, sure thing.
I'll take that.
I'll give it.
The other, to add that hypothetical, because the individual didn't appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions, he wouldn't do anything to hide the body. He would stand there and say, I did what had to be done. Correct?
According to your notion of it, not necessarily, but I will buy that this is what you believe it to be. Say, no, I'm not going to hide it because it was good. Right afterwards, a person can say, oh my God, what's happened here? I don't know what this is. I don't know what happened. There are so many permutations and combinations. I would have to say no. It's a story.
So you would find that person legally sane? Is that what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying it takes a whole lot more to assess sanity and its definition. But no, that's a story that you made up.
Actually, I didn't make it up, unfortunately. Let me ask you another question about sanity and what you assess. Do you look at a defendant's actions, how the crime was committed, what they did before, during the commission of the crime, and what they did after the crime, and render an opinion as to insanity?
I do that not simply in terms of rendering an opinion of insanity, but it's a very important part of rendering an opinion of neurologic impairment. For example, it's extremely common to ask, particularly if you think that there has been some brain dysfunction, how about before? Before any of this happened, what were you feeling? What were you thinking? How describe that? How about during? Do you remember everything that happened then? Were you told that you did something you don't remember? And how about afterwards? How did you feel? Did you have a headache? Did you throw up? Did you, did you feel unwell? So that before, during, and after is a very, very important sequence. And you would ask it not just in terms of quote sanity, but in terms of neurologic impairment and how that affects brain function.
Well, you consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological development issues, don't you?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological issues.
I don't recall ever saying that. Did I give you that impression?
That on the HBO documentary. We're saying it there.
What would you quote this? I'm not aware of.
Well, let me rephrase. Do you think anyone who commits murder has a brain injury?
No.
Do you think when you're evaluating someone for insanity and you're asking them these questions that you just talked about, what they thought before, during, and after the crime, that would be important to go back and look at the evidence to see if it's consistent with what they're saying?
Any data that you can get that elaborates on what happened is valuable. I can't say how or what, but of course, anything. Even something where weeks before something could have happened. So that, sure, anything that you can learn about the act before, during, after, and at any time before, during, after is important.
The night before this crime, this murder, on January 26, 2020, the defendant had a video recording of her and Gannon talking about the fire. You recall seeing that?
No.
Think that would be important to look at, what she's saying the night before the murder?
I would have to see it, sir. I can't, I need to look at it and then I'll say, yes, I think it is important or whatever, but
Yeah, we'll play
I
it.
don't recall it.
Not a problem. We don't have, we can't play it. Did you not remember looking at that as part of your evaluation?
I'm sorry, I do not recall exactly that. Also, some of what I saw was unclear and the sound was not good, so that I can't be certain of that.
Well, let me describe it to you and see what your thoughts are, okay? So she's, first of all, video recording a conversation she's having with her stepson, who's 11 years old. Saying things like, it's okay, we can sell the couch, not a problem. We can sell the couch and fix it. And Gannon says, I'm just worried about my burns, and he's crying. Then she says, it's okay tomorrow, and then she shuts the video off. Okay? Remember seeing anything like that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall it, but again, much of what I saw was not clear, the sound was not good, and I am not aware of having seen that exactly. I am aware of having read that that Gannon, that she said he had little bubbles on his arm. That so that's the part of that I'm assuming it's the same issue. That is the part that stayed with me.
Well, what about the part of her having the ability to stop the video after Gannon says, I had burns?
I'm not sure what that would mean. What would you have me agree to?
Well, do you think that would be evidence that she didn't want anyone to know that Gannon had burns?
I can't say. I'm not aware of that because she did say that he had little bubbles on his arm. If she didn't want anyone to know that, I don't know why she would have said that.
Okay. 4:36 in the morning, on the morning of January 27th, 2020, she sends a text to her employer saying, I can't come in. My stepfather was just killed in an auto accident. You remember that? We talked about it on
Yeah.
a little bit. Pretty significant to you and your opinions.
Yes.
We'll get there in a second. Do you remember the rest of the text string?
The rest of the text, if you remind me, I can tell you if I remember it. I don't know what you're referring to.
Paraphrase, how's
Yeah.
that? So the boss returns, later in the morning because she's not up at 4:30. She says, just let us know what we can do for you. Let me know when you can come in, words to that effect.
Yeah.
And then the defendant texts back and says, I can't believe you can be so inconsiderate. I had a family member just die.
Objection, misstating the text.
I'm paraphrasing.
Overruled.
Remember seeing anything like that?
I remember reading about what to me seemed wacky, if you want, you can call it psychotic, but that made no sense. This man was dead, I think, for 8 years. And to call in and say, she clearly was not thinking clearly or cogently or accurately. And it was one of these ridiculous kinds of excuses that a person of her intellect would not be expected to volunteer. There's you'd almost say a stupidity about it, but she isn't stupid. There's something
let me
wrong
stop you, doctor.
with how she's describing this.
Couldn't it be that she just didn't want to go to work that day? Could that just be out of the realm of possibility?
Unlikely, but possible.
And she had other things to do that day? She didn't want to go to work?
I think it's unlikely.
And you also know that her stepfather actually died in 2004, correct?
I know he died for 8 years, I believe, prior to this.
Well, let's do the math.
I'll go by your math. Okay.
Okay. She was also able to call in to Gannon's school and say Gannon's not going to be coming into school that day either. You've seen that?
Absolutely.
Nothing psychotic about that.
At the time that I read that, became aware of it, I was puzzled because I thought, gee, then he must have been dead then. Why is she calling in? And it really did not make a lot of sense to me to be calling in. One person who died 8 years ago was having a funeral that day, and Gannon couldn't go to school, but I learned subsequently that he is reportedly dead a lot later than that. So that it's a puzzle why she called in to say he couldn't come in.
It had nothing to do with maybe planning and what she's gonna be
I
doing that
don't
day?
know, it could have had to do with planning.
Okay. And then you know that she also sent a text to her husband, Al Stauch, saying, hey, well, let school know that Gannon's not coming in today. Said he had some stomach issues the day before. For that one?
No,
The stepfather, you said that was psychotic or evidence of psychosis.
I don't know what what you're referring to, sir. Could
The fact
you?
that she calls into school and saying my stepfather just died.
I think it's peculiar, it's bizarre. I'm not sure what that was all about, what she was thinking, why she did that. It doesn't make sense. It's a bit of a leap to call it psychosis right now, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make logical sense.
Does it make sense that she may circle back to that at a time where she wants people to feel that she's mentally ill? Blame it on her stepfather because it's on record that she's already talked about her stepfather dying. Does that make sense at all to you?
Doesn't make sense to me, no.
And then the morning of the 27th at approximately 8:14 a.m. and then again at 8:16 a.m., she takes pictures of Gannon in bed and sends them to her husband, Al Stauch. Do you remember seeing that?
I don't recall seeing. No,
Not unusual behavior.
I beg your pardon.
Is that unusual behavior? Taking a picture of a child sleeping in his bed?
It's behavior. I don't know what kind of behavior.
Do you think she might have been taking pictures to show that Gannon was still alive that morning?
She might have been.
And then you talk about it with her in the interview, and you know from reading the police reports that her and Gannon leave the house about 10:20 in the morning. They go to Petco. Remember that part?
Yeah, in parts. Yeah.
And they take Al Stauch's red Nissan truck. Remember that?
I don't recall it was a red Nissan truck, but I recall it was a truck that actually I thought it was her truck. Could have been his.
And you can actually see Gannon walking to the back left passenger side, rear left door of the truck and get in. Remember seeing that video?
I don't recall seeing it, but I may have read other people saw it. I just don't have a clear memory of that particular film.
Now, in the video, you can see the clothing that Gannon's wearing. See sweats with a white stripe going down them. You remember seeing that?
As I told you, I don't remember seeing that particular thing, but again, the equipment I had was not clear, and there was no one there with me to say, this is what we're seeing now. So that, but I don't question this, that there was that there's, it's peculiar that here he is walking around, and if I understand correctly, she had already called the school and said that he could not come in. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's
Yeah.
homesick. She's home because she's telling people that her stepfather died, and they decide to go shopping. Playing hooky.
Oh, was that
Maybe.
buying cat toys? I forget, something like that.
Needless to say, Gannon's wearing the same clothes that he was found in under a bridge on March 17th, 2020. They leave that morning.
I believe you.
Now, at the time that she drives that truck around and goes to Petco, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know. That's a leap where, if you can't talk to the person and you don't see more, I don't know.
You talked to her. Did you ask her that?
I don't recall asking specifically, did you know right from wrong at this point? I don't know, and I don't know the answer to that.
Would it be a stretch to say she did know right from wrong? The fact that she was able to go to Petco, run errands, and come back later that afternoon with no tickets, no accidents.
That she knew right from wrong then?
Sure.
I don't know. I would think, having called into school and having said that this child can't come in, and then taking him on a field trip to Petco, that she really did not have a good idea of what she was doing or why she was doing it. And I'm not sure that the idea of right from wrong is applicable to this just particular episode. It's wacky, but it's,
Is she legally insane at the time she's driving to Petco again?
I don't know. I think you would have to, I would have to know a whole lot more.
If you don't know a lot more, can you come in here and say that she was legally insane based on her driving to Petco again?
I can't say because I don't know enough about it.
They get back about 2:20 p.m. and there's video of them coming back. Do you remember seeing that?
Again, I remember knowing about it. What I saw and what I remember reading, I can't distinguish the two, but I do recall that I believe it was at 2 that there was a return.
And we see a leg drop on the right rear passenger door right about the time that the driver's door opened. Do you remember seeing that?
No,
Well, she tells you that they both come home together, right? When she's talking to you.
I'll buy that. Sure.
Do you not remember that?
Again, I don't remember word for word when she told me these things. And also, since I read other people's accounts of them, I can't tell you exactly where a piece of information came from.
Anything about the video about them coming back at 2:20 p.m. that would lead you to believe that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong?
It's a tough one to say right from wrong versus that she didn't know what on earth she was doing. And why
I'm just
she was
asking
doing
if she had the capacity, if she was able to know right from wrong.
I don't know that.
You know from the video that they sit in the truck for approximately 30 seconds as the truck is there before the doors open?
No,
Is it unconceivable that they might have been talking to each other
no, or not,
or arguing with each other?
or not.
The autopsy report. You've read that, right?
Right.
The autopsy report tells you a lot about how the killing took place, does it not?
I think so.
And the autopsy report tells you that there was at least 18 cut wounds and stab wounds.
Right.
And a lot of those were defensive wounds on Gannon.
Some, yeah. Some on his hands.
He was fighting back, right?
As far as we know, yes.
Is there indication that whoever did that had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
I don't know. I would think so. I would think so.
Just based on the stab wounds alone, right?
Well, it certainly had that quality of, as I thought about it, whether there was an automatic quality to it, which is partly why I wanted certain neurologic tests done, because there was a repetition, as I recall. But there were signs on his hands of cut marks. So
And-
there
Fighting back, right?
looks that way to me.
And the location of the stab wounds, three in the chest, one in the head, several in the back and arms that we already talked about. Does that indicate to you that whoever did this had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
That's a stretch for me because when individuals keep doing this kind of act over and over and over again, it can be an attempt to kill, but it can also be a repetitious kind of automatic act. And not having been there, and I don't know what the state of mind was, whether there was a kind of an automatic going about this, or whether there was a real, gee, I haven't killed him now, I'd like to kill him.
Well,
That
let
I
me-
don't know.
Let me have you take off your psychiatrist hat for just a second and just use good old common sense. Based on the stab wounds alone, whoever commit this crime have the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I cannot answer that for the reason that I've just told you, that I don't know whether the person was automatically doing something which, with certain types of complex partial seizures, occur, where a person just keeps, they may do something not at all violent. They may button and unbutton their coat. They may turn a light on and off and just keep doing it. And they may just keep doing that. Or they may say, not dead yet, I want to kill them. So that I don't know for sure what was going on in the head of the person doing this. I
Okay,
can
well,
only
let's,
say there are there are at least two possibilities.
let's move on from the stab wound.
Yeah.
Fact that there was blunt force trauma, i.e. some sort of object was used, caused 4 head injuries, one of which crushing Gannon's skull, causing skull fractures.
Right.
The fact that another instrument was retrieved and used lead to the opinion that whoever did this had the capacity to form judgment and reflection, and also had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I think you could interpret it that way, or you could say the person felt threatened, felt endangered. By the way, I did not understand where that came from, or how, with all of those stab wounds, where this item came from. Perhaps I missed something in the report.
Oh,
But,
well, let me stop you right there, because in your report, you said you thought it may have been a baseball. Am I writing that in your report?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that. But it could have been a fear that the person himself or herself was being threatened, and that the wish was to get rid of this threatening, murderous object. I don't know what was going through her head.
What about the blunt force injuries to her Gannon's head, the 4 themselves?
I'm sorry, I don't have a good understanding of the object or of that particular aspect of the injury. So
Why does the object
Puzzled.
matter?
I don't know. I would have to know.
The point is, they decided to move from a knife and go to another object, continue on with the killing, correct?
I'm not correct. I don't know what came first or what came second. And I'm not sure how when you're stabbing someone, you get around to hit them on the back of the head. It puzzled me, and I still don't know what was going on at the time or in the person's head. For all you know, the person could have felt threatened and felt that something was of danger to her. I don't know what was going through her head at the time.
Well, there's an 11-year-old boy who has 18 stab wounds lying in his bed.
Right.
And then she takes an object and crushes his skull. Does that indicate that he's fighting back at that point?
I'm sorry, I don't know enough about the.
Did you look at the crime scene pictures?
I looked particularly at the autopsy. I remember I'm not as clear of the crime scene pictures, except for the spatters of blood and this sort of thing. But I don't know what was going through her mind when this was happening. Was she defending herself? Was she attempting to kill him? The puzzle is all other data say that she loved him and that apparently he loved her. And
Loved him quite a bit, didn't she? The next thing she does is she gets another object, gun. The fact that she gets a gun, does that tell you she has the capacity to use it and reflection? That's the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I don't know, sir. When I spoke with her, her memory was, I could see a gun in my hand. And I do not know what was going through her head or why there was a gun or why she shot this. It would be a leap for me to speculate on this. It is not clear that she simply wanted to kill this. This is a child she loved. As if we believe what other people said, she loved Gannon, so that it's.
And so I just want to make sure I'm
I don't know
understanding.
that she wished to kill him. I don't know that it was even he that she wished to kill. Clearly, she did kill him, but we don't know whether at the time she saw Gannon and she was trying to kill Gannon. We don't know.
So her actions mean nothing to you with regards
I think
to,
that's a leap. Her actions mean nothing to me. No.
well, everything's a leap to you. I just want to know what that means to you. The fact that she used 3 separate instruments to kill Gannon. Did she have the ability to make decisions when she did that?
And what I'm saying is I can't be certain what was going on in her head because I pondered it and I thought, what on earth? How did she get this, whatever the blunt instrument was? When did it happen? And then when I think more than one person said that she loved this child, so that it certainly made me wonder whether she was misperceiving something there. And
Well, then let's go forward then, because what does she do after she does all that? She drags his body to the storage room and stuffs it in a large green suitcase. She had the capacity to know right from wrong when she did that.
It would certainly seem she knew that this was something that should not have happened.
And does that corroborate the actual killing, that she had the capacity to form an intent to kill, the capacity to use judgment and reflection, the fact that she immediately stuffs his body in a suitcase after?
I don't know for sure.
What about cleaning up the crime scene? After she stuffs his body in a suitcase, she goes back to the room and cleans all the blood off the wall. Not all of it. Does she have the capacity to know right from wrong when she's cleaning Gannon's bedroom?
She certainly believes that other people will believe that she had done something horrendous or something terrible had happened. That's, I guess, as far as I can go right now.
Now, she then goes back to the storage room and throws a bunch of boxes on a green suitcase in the storage room. Ever seen pictures of that?
Again, I've seen a lot, so that I don't recall those particular pictures.
And then the police come about 10:09 that evening, January 27th, and they search the entire house. And her demeanor is calm, cool, and collected. Gannon went to some friend's house, didn't come home. Makes those statements with her demeanor like that. Is that evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't think that's evidence that she knew right from wrong. We don't even know whether she knew what she had done. We think that that's evidence she knew right from wrong.
What about, is it evidence of psychosis?
It certainly
When someone's
sounds
a
out of
psychotic-
touch with reality.
If someone's in a psychotic state, it's pretty obvious, right?
No,
Looking around.
wrong. No, sorry. That's television. No.
Okay. So someone in a psychotic state can act normal and have a normal conversation with a police officer when their stepson is in the storage room underneath a bunch of boxes in a suitcase?
Particularly if the person does not know that she has done that or that this is what the status is. That, you know, we don't know what, but there's something really odd about being in that a very calm sort of state. Here she has reportedly murdered a child she loved. This makes no sense. This is psychotic.
What, and just
Did
this,
she kill that boy? Did she think she'd killed him? Was it that boy? Did she remember what had happened?
well, let's talk about the next day then, if she remembers. Because the next day at 6:20 in the morning, she drives her Tiguan out of the garage and is gone for 10 minutes and it comes back. Remember that?
I don't remember that specifically here.
And then later that morning at 8:30, she goes to pick up Al, her husband, at the airport. Remember that?
Yes.
For Young, could you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so?
Sure, I can. When she leaves at 6:22 a.m., I think she might be looking to see if anybody's watching.
That's a speculation. I don't know.
Because when she leaves at 8:30, do you know who's in the car with her?
I'm assuming that that the body is in the car. Is that what you're referring to?
Absolutely. Body that you just said that she may have forgot about. She didn't remember killing him, putting him in the suitcase, hiding him in the storage room. That body.
Yes.
Gets the body out of the storage room, takes it upstairs, puts it in the back of the Tiguan, drives to the airport. Sound familiar?
Is that a question?
Yeah. At the time she does that, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know, because it is approximately then when she thinks that, at least what she says to some people is, she thinks that she can bring this body back to life. And she says that she brings him or tries to get him a hamburger. That ought to do it. And then I believe she even tries to get him ice cream. This is psychotic thinking. This is,
Oh, that's what she's saying. What actually happened is she drove directly to the airport, parked the Tiguan, left Gannon's body in the back of the Tiguan, rented another car, and now her went home. That's what happened. What she's saying is psychotic because she wants you to think it's psychotic, correct?
I can't say that's correct. I can say you believe that's correct.
Okay. Yeah, this is a good time to stop.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we will see you back at 10:40. All rise for the jury, please. Yeah. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 10:40.
All rise.
Oh my gosh. Like right now, you guys, I am flabbergasted. This doctor knows nothing. She didn't read any of the reports. She didn't look at the crime scene. She didn't look at crime photos. She didn't do nothing. She based her diagnosis on what Letecia said and what Letecia's lawyer said. I don't know was said so many times, I lost track. And this doctor is supposed to be an expert. This is crazy, 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 crazy. I think this doctor herself needs an evaluation before she ever does any other work again in this field. I think that she needs to have her license pulled, and I think she needs to retire. Like, this is, Willie, did you see the smoke behind the doctor? Her pants are on fire. Oh, I thought for a minute you were, oh. She can't answer anything. She just goes back to, this is what I think. Could have been, assumed, speculating. Doctor, you have nothing to prove even a head injury that Letecia had because there is no doctor's reports. So you're believing what she said. I have a brain injury. You're believing it with no evidence of that. You were told, she said she smashed her head twice and was knocked out cold. So that had to have been a hard enough bang on her head to knock her out if it happened, which it didn't. There's going to be at least a bump. Yet there was no bump, nothing on her head. You have made a diagnosis with a zero evidence of anything that you are saying to back it up. Zero. This doctor, if she still holds a license, even though she's retired, she needs it pulled. I'm sorry, I've tried to be understanding of her age and everything else, but this right here is the most scariest thing that you can imagine. A doctor supposed to be of this caliber basing diagnosis on what she's basing it on is the most scariest thing ever. She says, yes, Charissa, thank you for bringing that up. I'm just about to speak on that now. Yesterday, she said that she never got a chance to speak with family members, blah, 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 blah. But today, she's referencing what family members said. That's hearsay because you yourself yesterday, and I'm surprised the DA didn't say anything about that. Yesterday, you said you never spoke with any family members. So whatever this is that these papers, that's probably why they were late this morning. This pile of papers that you were told to put with your other papers so it doesn't look like you were just given these papers or these papers weren't just pointed out to you today. Because she did say, I came across these papers in the last few hours. And then she says, I came across these papers within the last 12 hours. So there you are. You just lied again. Like she should be charged with perjury. I'm sorry, but this case is too important and too high profile. And this is just wrong. You can't comment on what family members said and base any kind of diagnosis on what family members said because you did not interview them yourself. You didn't see other tests. You didn't even know the name of certain tests. And you're an expert? I don't know the name of that test. We'll just call it the clock test. Seriously? You don't even know the name of psychiatric tests. And then when it's presented to you, you say, oh, well, that's more neurological. You would need a neurologist to go over that because that's brain functioning. And I don't deal with that. I don't know enough about it. But then you continue to comment saying that because of that clock test, you found this. She's suffering from this. What the hell are you talking about, lady? Get off the stand. Like she has a serious issue. And I'm not saying this now because of everything I've read on her and everything. I'm basing my judgment on by what I'm seeing from this lady. And I think she needs to be evaluated herself. I think she needs her license taken away. And I think she needs to never look at another patient again and not step into a courtroom ever again, let alone a clinic, hospital, or anything of the likes. My opinion. Yeah. And I seen that again when I went over her testimony from yesterday. She doesn't have a clue what she's even talking about. And she's trying to distract by going on and on and on and on about what could be or what assuming what could have happened, speculating. That's not what you make a diagnosis off of. Stop it. This doctor needs to have everything, every license she's ever held taken. This is a circus. Oh, I can tell you, yeah, Charissa right here. Whoops. Oh, I can tell you about a test that was done many, many years ago. I don't know the name of the test and I don't know who it was done on, but I can tell you what the results were. But this clock test, you say can only be interpreted by a neurologist, and you're not a neurologist, so you wouldn't be able to interpret it, but you did. And you use that interpretation in your so-called diagnosis. Like, what the heck? It is. Shar, I agree. Yes, I do. And I'm not trying to be mean, you guys. This doctor needs to be evaluated herself. She would never pass and become a doctor at this point in time in her life if they ever retested her. No, far from credible. And this is their expert witness. Just look at what she based her opinion on. What Letecia told her and what Tellini told her. She's admitted she didn't go over the reports. She's admitted she didn't look at all the photos. She's admitted that she didn't interview family, friends, etc. She's admitting she didn't even read the police reports. She's admitting she doesn't even know what the name of tests are. Done. It's like you're not an expert anymore. What you have said, this full, whatever they're paying you for the last 2 days, I don't know, but goodbye. Clock test is part of the Montreal Cognitive Assessment. Montreal is only about 40 minutes from me, so. You hid somebody? Oh my gosh. Hang on. Carol, if you are still here, I've got to. Okay, this is going to take a minute, you guys. I'll be right back. Please be careful with what you guys are doing. Now I got to go through this whole list of like 300 people I've got blocked from this channel and try and find her in here. Just give me a minute, you guys. I can't find her on this. Okay, she's not blocked. Okay, because I could not find her on the list.
Hello?
Okay, sorry about that, you guys. Oh, I'm way behind in chat. Hang on. Well, you can only blame the defense attorney so far. With what she's doing right now, she made a diagnosis based on things that should never have been just used to diagnose. That's on her. Yeah, she thought her credentials were going to scare the defense, the DA away, and it's not how it happened. Yes, I'm sure they do, and I hope they do. Thank you, Shy. I just went through all 300 that I got blocked. Please, mods, be very careful and double check before hitting that button to make sure you're on the right person and doing the right action, please. You guys love that little hello. I remember the first time that ever happened when I was doing a reading, and somebody said, I had a whole bunch in my comments going, there was a hello in the back. There was a hello in the back. It was funny. That's my ringtone for Messenger. You're very welcome, positive vibes. But yeah, this doctor needs to be getting off the stand. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes, you guys. I'm just going to run and make a coffee while they are on break.
Okay, before we start back into the case, there's two things that I need to address that have come to my attention. One is I've issued general orders regarding usage of cell phones, video cameras, all of that stuff. What we have provided for the general public is that they can capture what is being broadcast as a webinar. They can rebroadcast that, and that's fine. Everyone here needs to understand, everyone in this courtroom is prohibited at any point in time from audio or video recording any part of this proceeding in the courtroom. Don't have your phones out. There's not a reason for it. There are press that are here that may be part of pool press. They may be part of some other commercial entity for press, and that's fine. But even they are not recording any part of this proceeding. If that happens, it could be, number one, your phone gets confiscated. It could be, number two, you face direct contempt proceedings with me. Don't do it. Second issue is, I know that we have some people from out of town. I know that we have some people from out of state. And I know that perhaps they're not familiar with the laws in the state of Colorado or the etiquette and procedures for this courtroom and this building. This entire building, the El Paso County Combined Courts, in its entirety, is a non-smoking facility. Also understand, we have cameras everywhere in the building. So when you leave this courtroom and you go down a hallway, and then you go into a stairwell, and you're smoking, we know who it is. Especially if you've been warned about it before and you go down to another stairwell and smoke. I want to be very clear. There is no smoking of either tobacco or marijuana products anywhere in the courthouse at any point in time. Anybody who is here that I learn continues to do that, I may bar from the courthouse pending the outcome of this trial. So, two things: no phones, no smoking. Let me ask, anybody in the gallery have any questions about that? Raise your hand. No response. All right. I'll take that as everybody that's in the courtroom understands my message clearly, and I don't have to take any further action regarding it. Is there anything else that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury?
No,
Prosecution?
no.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back in. All rise for the jury, please. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of cross-examination. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young.
Thanks, Judge. Dr. Lewis, we left off with the Tiguan being at the airport. You recall that this morning? Now, the fact that she moves the body from the storage room to the Tiguan and then to the airport, is that an indication that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't feel qualified to say, to conclude that she certainly had the capacity to move it from one place to another for one reason or another. And certainly it would seem to be for keeping it a secret of some sort. Whether or not she thought this was right or wrong, I just can't speculate.
Well, she knew that Al was coming home because she was picking him up. Correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And she knew that she had to move the body before Al got home, correct?
Perhaps. The body was hidden, so it could have been hidden somewhere else. Yeah.
And she knew she had to rent another vehicle because Gannon's body was in her Tiguan, correct?
I know she rented another one and it was in the T1. Yes.
She thought this out, right?
Yes.
Rational thinking?
That's a leap. Thinking, yes.
Okay. Is she psychotic when she's making these decisions to rent a car and leave the body in the T1 at the airport?
Again, speculation. I don't know.
We're now into January 28th, 2020. Al and her go home in the rental car, the Kia. You remember reading about that?
Yes.
And then about 4 p.m. that day, she leaves in the rental car and goes back to the airport. Do you remember seeing that?
Reading about it, perhaps, yeah.
Is it inconceivable that she's going back to check on the Tiguan to make sure no one's disturbed it?
Any speculation is possible.
Is that rational thinking under the circumstances?
Don't know.
If the body's in your car, you want to make sure no one's messed with it?
Body's in your car, you might want to avoid going anywhere near that car so that you're not involved with it. So that I think it would be speculating to say this is why or that's why. I don't, we don't know why.
That's fair. But we do know that she goes back to the airport once again on the 28th at 7 p.m. Correct? You remember that?
I believe you. I'm sorry, I don't remember the numbers or the times, but certainly seems likely.
She leaves the white rental car, the Kia, in short-term parking, keeps the keys to that car, and leaves the airport in the Tiguan. Is that rational thought processes under the circumstances?
I have no idea why she's doing that. I can't say it's rational, irrational. She did it. It would be speculation without finding out more.
Well, is it evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong, collecting Gannon's body that way?
No.
She takes the Tiguan and leaves, puts her phone on airplane mode, and drives for several hours. And we're mapping her on her Life 360 app. Do you remember seeing that?
No, I recall becoming aware of it in one way or another, seeing or reading about it. Go ahead.
And as she's doing this, she's texting her daughter, Harley, don't open the door. don't talk to the police, that kind of thing. That evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong.
Again, it suggests that she has the capacity to know that that she could be in great trouble if this were not hidden. You know, knowing right from wrong is such an abstract. It's hard to comment on that.
Certainly, if she would have stayed with Gannon's body in his bedroom, that might be some good evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong. Didn't think it was wrong to kill him, right?
Again, that's one interpretation.
And of course, that didn't happen here, correct?
That she stayed with him.
Right.
She did not stay with him.
Because what she does is she eventually drives her Tiguan up to Palmer Lake, which is a small town north of Colorado Springs. If you're not familiar with it. She finds an isolated spot, drop the suitcase off on the side of the road. That evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong and trying to hide the body again.
Again, she had the capacity to know that she needed to hide the body. I don't know. I can't move on to yes, she knew right from wrong. That again, it's an abstraction, and I can't comment on knowing right from wrong simply from that.
Is that evidence that she's suffering some kind of psychosis? The fact that she goes to an isolated spot to hide the body?
Maybe, don't know.
Is it also evidence that she may not be suffering from psychosis? The fact that she knows to go to an isolated spot and hide the body?
Maybe.
During this whole time, she's texting with Harley and still controlling what Harley's actions are. Do you remember seeing that?
You would have to remind me.
She's multitasking. She's kind of controlling what's happening at her house as well as getting rid of the body.
I'm sorry, I have not juxtaposed that, but if you clarify what she was saying to Harley, perhaps I can say something.
Don't talk to the cops. Don't talk to the police, that kind of stuff. Don't let them in the house. You consider that to be a form of manipulation?
Certainly a form of trying to control what happens.
Around midnight, between the 28th and the 29th of January 2020, she meets Harley close to Harley's place of employment. Ever reading about that?
Not specifically, but
And she leaves her Tiguan there. Harley then takes her back home in her car. The fact that she's thinking about leaving the Tiguan somewhere other than her own home, is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
again, it shows the capacity to know what will be regarded as incriminating or not in her best interest. Again, right from wrong is abstract, and I hesitate to comment on that specifically.
Well, I'll ask you this then. Did she know the fact that if there was blood in that Tiguan, it might be incriminating?
I would think so, yes.
The next morning, her daughter Harley gives her a ride back to the airport where she takes the keys that she still has for the rental car, the Kia, that she left in the short-term parking the day before. And she tosses the keys to an Avis representative out on the sidewalk at the airport. That evidence that she has the capacity to hide the fact that she is no longer in that rental car and was in the Tiguan the night.
I don't know.
Her daughter Harley then gives her a ride back to where her Tiguan is, where it was at all night by her place of employment. Massage Envy, you didn't know. Okay. And she then is talking to detectives at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office saying, I'm on my way. I want to come down and interview you. Remember that evidence?
Again, I've probably read it, but I don't specifically remember that, but I'll certainly believe you.
And she drives the Tiguan to the sheriff's office, which is right across the street from the courthouse. And on her way, she stops and washes the Tiguan. Remember reading about that?
Not specifically, but again, certainly I could have it. I just don't remember specific.
At that point, does she have the capacity to destroy incriminating evidence by washing the Tiguan?
Yes,
When she gets to the sheriff's office, she's interviewed. And this is what the story that you alluded to yesterday about Eduardo and the rape happening. You remember that story?
that I remember.
Jury probably remembers it too. We're not going to get into the whole interview, but I do want to talk about a couple things that she says in that interview, okay? In that interview, she alludes to the fact that Eduardo took a suitcase. Remember that portion of the interview?
You'd have to continue on.
Kind of weird, isn't it? You're describing being raped, your stepson's kidnapped, and by the way, the kidnapper took a suitcase.
It's wacky. It is,
Crazy, isn't it?
yeah, it's crazy.
Do you think it might be an indication that she knew that Gannon's body was in a suitcase out in Palmer Lake at that time? And if someone was to find the body, she had an explanation as to how the body got.
Could be.
Pretty rational thinking, isn't it, under the circumstances?
I don't think much of what she was thinking was rational, sir. So that, again, that's
What about
belief.
smart? Was that smart to tell the officers that?
Again, that's a judgment call. The whole thing is so convoluted and wacky that to call it smart doesn't quite hit the mark.
The other crazy thing that she says is, after he raped me and kidnapped Gannon, he just leaves the gun at the house and then leaves.
Yeah, that's great. That is crazy.
Yeah. But is it really crazy? Because she knows the gun is still in the house, and that's the gun that she used, and she has to have an explanation on why that gun was used.
I don't know if it was really crazy. It sounds crazy to me.
Or really smart, right?
Not to me, but
Setting up the story.
again, you're thinking more logically, I think, than we can give her credit for through much of this. But I find crazy what you find logical.
It's crazy when people kill their kids.
It's
that-
crazy when you say Eduardo comes and rapes her and takes off Gannon. It's the whole concept is crazy. It if a little bit of it is seems logical that a gun was here or there, the whole story of Eduardo is crazy.
Yeah, that's why she changed it later on and came up with Quincy Brown and some other stories, right?
I don't know why. Because she realized it was crazy and then changed it.
Yeah.
Less crazy.
People who are pathological liars, when they lie, they tend to have small crumbles of the truth in it, and they have no problem changing that lie to something else. Isn't that true?
This is what your understanding is of a pathological liar. I can't, I can't ascribe to that or not. This is what you believe.
What do you believe? You've interviewed hundreds of people on death row. Have you ever come across any of those individuals who may have not been honest with you?
Oh, yes, from time to time, sure.
That may have been, have antisocial personality disorder,
Who may have.
where they're manipulators, they're pathological liars, they have no sympathy.
This is a bit of a fantasy, and
I don't know what's a fantasy about. I'm just asking you, have you ever come across anybody like that?
exactly like that, I would say no.
Never come across anyone with antisocial personality disorders?
Certainly, I've come across many people who have been so diagnosed.
And those are some of the criteria of antisocial personality disorder, are they not?
There are some of them.
Jump forward to January 31st, 2020, okay? Her family now has come to Colorado. Her aunt has rented a Nissan Altima from Denver and drove it down to Colorado Springs. Remember reading about that?
No,
Nothing crazy about that, right?
don't know the ultimate, but
That
Okay.
Altima, at some point on January 31st, a tracking device is placed on it, a GPS tracking device. You remember reading about that?
yes, I think so. Yeah.
And then her family, including her daughter, her brother, indicate that Ms. Stauch disappears for 2 hours that afternoon, January 31st, 2020, in the Nissan Altima. Remember where she goes?
You'd have to remind me. No,
She goes right back to that same spot in Palmer Lake where the body is. Is that evidence that she has a capacity to know right from wrong when she goes back to collect Gannon's body?
in my opinion, that's evidence of stupidity. If you want to cover up something that you've done, you don't drive back to the body. You just don't do that.
But she did.
Yeah, it's not too smart and not too well thought out, but she did it.
Is it not conceivable that I didn't hide the body good enough to go get it? I'm driving to Florida, be better off in the Gulf of Mexico than where it was at. Is that inconceivable?
You've just conceived it so that clearly you've thought about it. I don't think it's the smartest thing to do or the best way to hide your implication in a death, to drive back to where the body has been placed. Not smart.
Probably a panicky thing to do, right? Criminals aren't the smartest
Not
people.
necessarily panicky, not smart.
And we know what happens after that, right? She rents a van and her and Harley take Gannon's body in the back of that van and drive to Pensacola, Florida. Surely you know about that.
This is when she drives with her
Right.
daughter.
That's something you remember from reading in the police reports?
From perhaps numerous sources.
Along the way, Ms. Stauch is able to rent hotel rooms. She's able to deceive the people at the hotel. So she works for the Ford Motor Company. We only need one room, one person, no pets. What else? Remember reading about that?
Not specifically.
The whole trip to Florida, do you see any evidence of psychosis or any evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong during that trip?
I have to say, I see neither the capacity nor a lack of capacity there. It's to my mind, it's incredibly peculiar behavior to drive that distance with a body, and the body of a child that you allegedly loved, in the back of your car. There is
I'm glad you used the word allegedly there, because you're familiar with a search that she did on her phone that was later deleted by her that says, "I don't like my stepson." Remember that search?
I'm aware of the statement, "I don't like my stepson."
Kind of contradicts what you've
I
been
think only
saying the whole.
once. I think I only became aware of that once, but it could have happened again. I don't know.
So she takes Gannon's body and dumps it over a bridge in Pensacola. That evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong when she once again is hiding Gannon's body.
Again, I don't know if that shows she knows right from wrong.
And then his body was discovered on March 17, 2020 by a Macon ponder. Do you remember reading about that?
I remember reading that it was found.
Bridge inspector who inspects that bridge every 2 years just happened to be there on March 17, 2020, and he finds the suitcase.
Okay.
If that suitcase is never found, do you think we'd be here today on an insanity case?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
I want to talk about the interview that you had with her, the forensic interview that took place over a period of 3 days in November. Okay, I'm going to play some clips of those interviews with you. But before I do that, going into this interview, do you have any concerns that Ms. Stauch may not be truthful with you during the interview?
Of course,
Skepticism, right? That we talked about yesterday.
of course.
And so with that, Your Honor, and some of these clips are shorter than others. I know you may be more comfortable sitting there, but if you want to get in your wheelchair and go somewhere else, we can do that.
Wherever I could see it more clearly, because I have not seen it as clearly or heard it as clearly as I would like. If there's a better spot, that would be
There's a
good.
TV right behind you, and then the other TV's here, so you can work out whatever you want to do, Doctor. I mean,
Let me figure it out.
you tell me, and then
Yeah.
we'll start when you're ready. We're gonna go.
I wonder, can we move this back a little and can we see, can I hear this clearly?
You're gonna be able to, you're gonna be able to hear it clearly. We could also get you in a wheelchair and put you.
I-
Right here, so that would be easier.
Well, why don't we try it? If it isn't clear, we can pause and go. and-
Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal, Doctor. I'm going to ask you some questions after the clips, okay? And so this one's, I think, only about 5 minutes long. I'm going to try from sitting there and see how it works out, and then we can go to plan B if we have to.
Well, yeah, we certainly could. What I would like to do is grab a pad or something so that if something strikes me that I see, I can jot it down and recall it.
No problem.
And I can
Do
do
we
it
have
for
a
you,
pad or
Mr.
something?
Delaney,
Yeah.
While you're, when you come back. It's okay. When you come back, if you hit both of the green buttons so the perimeter lights are out, it may help her see a little bit better.
Okay.
That, yeah, and the other one. Yep. There you go.
And so for the record, we're going to start with People's Exhibit 729, which is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the morning time. And before we hit play, Doctor, we have a freeze frame here of the video. Obviously,
Of the what?
it's just the video's paused so we
Yeah.
can see the image. Do you see Ms. Stauch there in the center of the video?
Yes,
Who are the other two people behind her?
I see Caitlin and I see the foot. I assume it is of Josh. Is that, I'm not sure. Is it?
Mr. Tolini?
Yes.
Now, are you seated where Ms. Stauch is looking right now?
I think that you can see, I'm not positive. I think those are probably my papers. And so I would have been seated across from her, looking at her and where they could have been in my peripheral vision.
So we're going to start the video at 11 minutes and 5 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 15 minutes and 41 seconds.
Can I try to fix this seat so that I can see what's going on?
It doesn't move. You'd have to adjust your,
I'm just trying to turn it.
oh, okay. It will turn all the way around. There you go.
Okay, we're going to hit play then.
What you call your name?
Well, I'm not necessarily calling names, but like, I'll have his name.
When you talk to him, like, what do you call him? So I can call him the same.
No, I mean, for example,
Mr. Lee or Chuck.
I don't know, Josh.
You go, yeah. Do all of you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, like Maria called me. No, like Maria sometimes calls them Band-Aid. She is called B-A-N-D-E-J. Like if that would be like, it's like Spanish for asshole, but that's all she gets mad at.
But they always asshole.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, he's not really an asshole, but yeah, that's part of it. No, no, it's,
But,
I don't know Spanish, but she does. Well, only, yeah, basic, but if you talk to her, she knows Spanish.
who knows?
Maria does.
Maria is the
Yeah.
that's in any other language.
No, I know that my friend said she's taught Russian to her.
But, Brandon is sitting for.
I don't,
And you're not aware of any Russian kind of aspect of you.
I know I've been to like a lot of countries and ended up there and I've had to adapt to them and I know that I'm able to talk to people there.
I sort of live by what you're telling me. I'm very John, yeah.
I've been to all the islands, all the Caribbean islands.
Yeah.
And yeah, I've been to Dubai.
So I need to sit back further and just, it's too hard to see her from here. Can we move perhaps I can just move the wheelchair over there and look
Sure.
up here.
I can help
Okay.
you out. We paused it at 1311.
Let's see what,
See what we can do here.
yeah. And if we just move that around there, maybe,
Yeah, that's what we can do.
yeah, okay.
You want to sit back?
Let me see if I can see and hear, this looks a whole lot better.
That looks better.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay. How's that?
It's better. You-
Yes.
I think, however, I think this is better.
Okay, that's fine. You'll just need to, if you're going to be asking any questions or give any answers from there, you'll just need to speak up so everybody can hear you because the microphone's not there and there are jurors behind you.
And it may be easier, like when there's a question, then I'll just
Okay,
turn her that
We
way.
can do
That's
that.
okay with Mr. Young.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Hey, we'll go ahead and resume the video at 1311.
What the date of this, just so I have.
Sure, it's November 15th, 2022 in the morning. Okay, here we go.
She's a princess, she went to Dubai, she's a princess, she went to Dubai.
She's not a part of you, or
She is,
and so Jazz, what part of you is that?
she's risky, like, she doesn't look as, like, she's very risky,
What do you call
like, risky,
Uh,
yeah, like. I'm gonna say it, like, get me in trouble.
it? Yeah.
So that, can't go out, party alone,
Yeah.
I'm not a partner.
You're not a part of it. So how was Jess?
So like what happened is something really happens where they're like really stressed out. I can be at like work and be okay and something stressful will happen and then I'll just end up meet somewhere.
End up on the plane. Do you know how you got?
It's like my body goes through the motions, like obviously I gotta get a passport, buy a ticket, but I don't really remember doing all of it.
You don't remember?
I know it sounds crazy, but
No, it doesn't.
but like, okay, so like. If you see my credit cards like me, and you're like, oh, okay. obviously she did it, because obviously it's under my name, Letecia, and my body's gotta know that's who's credit card comes to be able to pay for it, but then at the same time, like, I won't know I've done it, so I'm on the plane, and I'm like, oh, okay. I'm going to this place, or I'm going to that place, find yourself where. Not really. I did a lot, it's in the past. We just drinking wine, like, oh, I didn't remember this wine bottle. Simple things like that, all the way up until being in another country. I did that a lot where my daughter's even texting me, and I'm like, Mom, it says you're in the middle of the ocean. I'm like, oh, I am. Because, and where one time I was in Jamaica. You were there, fine. Oh, I got a plane to go to Jamaica, but I was also at work that party and let me in with my. Well, so maybe Josh could look it up.
Okay, we stopped it at 15:44. Okay. I was gonna say I'm more than happy to help out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I did not get all of her words there, so.
If the question I ask you, if you want to have us replay something, we can do that, okay?
Or perhaps if someone could reread it and,
I'll do my best to paraphrase. How's that?
right.
Okay? In the beginning, you asked the question about how she refers to her attorney, Josh. You remember asking that? The question you ask is, do all of you call him Josh? Do you remember asking that question? Why did you ask it that way?
I think it's something that where she had talked about other. And that was, I did not make that up myself, that it came from other entities of some sort. I don't recall the earlier part, but knowing myself, I know I wouldn't introduce it, it would have been something.
And I guess, yeah, can the jury hear okay, Your Honor? I just want to make sure.
Looks like it.
Okay, great.
We're getting thumbs up. It's all good.
She talked about Maria having a jail call and speaking Russian. Remember that?
There was something there about the Russian, yeah.
Did you ever see a jail call where the defendant was speaking Russian?
I don't recall a jail call, so I didn't.
That would be something important to you, would it not? If she's saying that, and then lo and behold, there is a jail call where she's speaking Russian, that could corroborate what she's saying, right?
Well, it could. I have to see it kind of in a bigger picture because I remember different things. It had, in retrospect, but it has special meaning because much later, I believe, in my interview, she starts to speak in what sounds like a Russian accent.
And Dr. Lewis, we're going to play that.
Well,
We're gonna-
this is the first time I'm aware that I did not recall that she had mentioned the Russian. It's some kind of entity that sounds like.
And we'll talk about that more when we get that portion of the video. We're gonna play that portion where she's speaking in an accent. Okay?
And one other issue here was, and that puzzled me, but I didn't pause there, was when she said part of her, I thought it might have been Maria, spoke Spanish. And so I kind of caught my ear from my. I too did anybody speak Spanish. I don't know whether any speak it or whether this is part of something it is that sounds.
And there's nothing in the record whatsoever, including the records that were given to you by defense, that indicates the defendant has ever spoken to anyone in Spanish.
As far as I could determine, but I sure wanted to know.
Yeah, sure.
It's possible.
Yep. She tells you that she's been to Dubai as Jasmine, and Jasmine's a princess. Remember that?
Well, there's a lot of stuff there.
if she had in fact been to Dubois, that'd be something pretty easy to corroborate, right?
I suppose. I don't think I took it that.
You mean you don't think that she went to Dubois?
Are you saying Dubai, really?
Yeah.
Likely to be at that point.
Okay, so she's making that up?
Well, say she's making it up, or that is a fantasy. Like when we have dreams, and they're very real, and we think we've been there, that they at that time believed that she had been to Dubai. She has a whole history of going to all sorts of different, but she has gone to several which. Here,
Well, the history would be documented because there'd be plane tickets, there'd be family members knowing that she was gone for a period of time. Things like that you can corroborate, right?
if at the moment I thought that was an easier thing to corroborate, yeah. I think that it was. Has to be.
What about Alaska? Remember her talking to you about Alaska later in the interview? How
Oh, yeah, I had trouble with Alaska because.
you know what?
husband Went there, and I think she had gone
I meant to say Australia. I'm sorry. I think
there. You had the same thing I did.
we're having the same problem. She never said she went to Alaska. She said Australia, right?
You did say Alaska.
Oh, she did?
Sir.
Okay.
Not only that, your head is spinning when you. Some of the stuff. But later on, I'm pretty sure that she had a husband who was stationed in Alaska, so I was in Real Sutton. And Alaska, and I was it. I think in my notes I had down that. I think there's really Alaska.
Alaska happened. They lived in Alaska. Okay. That was my fault. I meant to talk about the Australian trip where she says her and Harley went over there and she blacked out and was on a beach and doing crazy things, she said, and then realized Harley was by herself. Do you remember that?
It's something like that, and I'm relieved that you were as confused.
And we know there's nothing in the record to indicate that she's ever been to Australia. She also tells you in this clip that she changes personas when she's stressed out. Remember that?
Yeah.
Is that consistent with dissociative identity disorder?
Yes,
A triggering event?
yes.
We're going to play the next clip now, okay? We're going to go to, just have a second. We're now going to jump to People's Exhibit 731, which is your interview. What's the date of this? Would be on November 16th, 2022 in the morning. We're going to start this clip at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 50 seconds. And we're going to stop it at 1 hour, 47 and 22 seconds. Just so the record indicates what we're playing. Okay. Go ahead and play.
They're being projected as some monster and like you don't know, and you're like looking around and like, this is not me. I don't do these things. And I don't, you know what I'm saying? The snake is slow out.
Is it possible that you did mistake?
Yeah. If I did, I didn't know I did or did not intentionally do it. You know, I said there was no intention to harm anyone. That would be a loved one of mine. You see what I'm saying?
You know.
Yep.
Yeah. I did not see him. What? See him? Where did he see it?
Yeah.
As said, I did not do that. I did this, not to put that, whatever. But this is one thing that she keeps saying. She didn't do, or else it gets, you know, you do get some pretty wacky stories. You say that. There is a possibility. She doesn't know clear that. What? Do you think that's a possibility?
Oh, I said that from the beginning, but I all over the place, because I really, same job.
Is it possible you did that when you were on state?
I was in a what state?
Stay in one of these states where you were involved.
Oh, yeah, I've said that definitely. I know that, but was not an intention to hurt Gannon. Like, it was never like, no, absolutely not. I love Gannon. I took care of these kids since they were 5 and 2. I had these kids who were coast to coast, country to country.
Yeah.
Like, that's not what do I gain out of hurting a child? Absolutely nothing. Like, I lose everything in my entire life. And not only is it about me being hurt, but other people around me. And if I'm sitting there telling you that I care about all these people, there are other people hurting this. If I was going to hurt somebody, why would it not be these people that are hurting people? Right? No, it would not be to hurt a child. You see what I'm saying? Like, absolutely not. Would not be an intention to be like, okay, that's it, you're done for the day. No, like, that's not how it works. I don't feel like I was doing things right, you know, to do that. I don't work my whole life to do things right, to just be like, today's the day, I'm just gonna blame my entire life and everybody else's. That's not how it works. These people in here do this stuff, I don't. You know, really not. It doesn't matter what that's. I mean, you don't take somebody out and go shopping, do this, do that. You don't go buy somebody Valentine's candy to knock them off the planet.
Is that day you were pointing out?
Yes. So I don't like, I don't even understand this. That's just not how it works. You don't buy somebody out clothes for this amount of time. You don't go do this, you don't go do this. Like, I don't get it. I've had this kid in Mexico, Alaska, all these places, not a scratch on their body.
Tell me what's more.
When you were in Australia. Yes.
When?
I think it was 2017 or maybe 18.
How did you?
I went with people. Get my records to see where I'm at. But I went with there's, I think it was Sam. Oh, Christina, Sam. Other people.
And took care of that.
I don't think they live with us then.
So, time to time, they want to get away from this place.
Yeah. Yeah. And especially like they're gone for the summer. I just be on. Just kids were going. Because why I bored. Yeah, like that was my life. I would rather packing up all the stuff, just taking everybody back home to South Carolina, and taking care of everybody. Her life was much easier like that. Cause I could help there. No, their grandma. No, Landon's mom.
Landon.
Which was Gannon's mom's.
Yeah. Yeah, this is Gannon's
Grandma.
help with.
She helped me when we lived there and I had the kids. She helped me. She's the only person to help me. But I also had other people there that could help. Support system, yes. Everything, if I could call, I could help, I had other people. Programs that I could be like, great, I need to go do this, I could drop them off here for the day. I had support.
My first call with Josh.
I asked him what time. And, you know, he's, well, by the way, what you would say, was there, right? And he said that he left a list, gave him a list of 12 explanations that he gave for what happened. Because then I'll have a flashback or something, but I don't know if that flashback is a real flashback or not. Yeah. And I'll have a nightmare about something, so I'll know the nightmare was a nightmare, but the nightmare was real. So then I wake up and think that's really going on for hours and hours and hours and hours. Then sometimes I'll have something and I'll try to put together something and it's like, it's really happening. Because I told you earlier that I didn't know if something's really going on, or if this was real or not, and I said, I thought this was just one big nightmare. But so, any of it, it's all running together, because sometimes I don't know what's going on, and what's really not going on, you know what I mean? Then 1 minute, something can happen, and I'll switch personality, and someone will say, and the other personality, no, this is what really happened. You know what I mean? Then I'll hear like another voice, don't, not schizophrenic voice, no, not easy. And it'd be like my brother voice, yeah, tell me this. So it's like going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, that I drive myself absolutely nuts. So when you ask me why people tell you 100% that I remember, sitting on the couch, you know, somebody knock, being in the garage, you know, I'm gonna remember I being in the garage, I'm gonna go look at the windows, look at something outside. Seeing someone downstairs, that was the things I 100% remember, but running around frantic, not knowing what's going on. So that's what I guess was like this dream or fantasy or you know that you have that influences what you think you have. But I know everything was that you told. But I don't know. I don't know. It could be. I don't know. There's people or something, I don't know. But I'm saying though, but you don't know because, well, one person's telling me this, how do I know? Because this person could be trying to go with that person. You see what I'm saying? Because who knows what that person was really doing? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. Totally. No, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about what this person was doing. How do you know? Because 1 minute I was doing this, next minute I was doing this, but another person was doing this because I was doing disappearance. So how do we know? You know, whether we're in some computer state, and it's not possible to remember what happened. It's not gonna work for me because I'm not like that. I have to know answers. Dude, I wouldn't care if it was just a random person on the street who was a bad person. Yeah, I wouldn't care. Because they would just be a bad person. Yeah. Who care? But I see the news every day, bad people, bad things happen to bad people. But when bad things happen to good people, it's hard, especially when I'm sitting there lost. You know, you're there lost. Because there are probably little things that you should remember what happened to get rid of. And where he's tossed and this or that, it might have to do. But the good sense, it's a good memory for.
Yeah.
And there's probably, there's probably a good reason for why you don't. And, you know, you've got some sense. It's a lot of preference. But let's try to find out why. I simply believe that it's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. With this crime. Because I wish I would have just lived, when he asked me just to get that. I don't know, face, I don't know about face kingdom charges. But it was, you know, he didn't want me to leave at night until our, God, should have just did it.
Isn't that a really good idea?
I know, but at least we've been saved, at least we've been on the East Coast saved, everybody saved. He wanted to go with me, he knew I was leaving, he wanted to go with me, he did. He said, "When that, mommy and mom, I could stay with you and stay with mommy and
Who's flying?
his mommy, his nana, his poppy, he would never. The East Coast, yeah, to the East Coast.
Is that when you're home?
No, his mommy, but. No.
His family,
Yeah, his family lived there, so we had to.
yeah, his mom. They were away.
Yeah, he knew I was leaving to go back home to the East Coast. He was like, just take me with you. And I said, son, it cannot. It's kidnapping. Your dad would have me hand over kidnapping because even though I'm your primary caregiver, I can't just take you. And if I would have just did that, everybody would just be fine.
So, said,
What?
so what? How did you?
No, you gotta add that to the mix, add that added on to me, trying to figure out, I was trying to leave. But yeah, I have to make sure that they were safe, because I didn't wanna leave them safe. You don't realize that the kids, Lena and Gannon, if I would have left them, they would not have been taken care of. Yes, money's not everything. They would have had what they needed financially. They would not have anybody to take care of their academics. They would not have anybody to take care of their school stuff like, oh, it's just a day at school. Oh, it's this. They wouldn't have had that. Without me, they had none of that. So they would have lost all those things. They would have just been thrown in babysitters. Who would have babysitted them?
Did you ever post your mind that maybe he had it instead of?
No, absolutely not. This was my plan. I could not just take them to South Carolina and drop them off with my mother. She's a drug addict. And if I did that, they were in just as worse hands of regard I'm taking care of them. Right? So the plan had to be add more to my plate to figure out how am I going to get them safely to their mom so she could get custody back. But at the same time, she needs a house. And in order to get custody back, well, the woman can get custody back if I help her, because I'm the one that. Reason we got custody was because of me. So I can help her get custody back to her. How am I gonna do this? Do it correctly, make sure she has a home.
Killing again.
Gannon doesn't need to die. What are you talking about? Gannon dying has nothing to do with that. I didn't come up with any idea of Gannon die. My point is getting him safely to his mother. Would have been the plan. I could not get him that day. I told him Wednesday I would have worked out a plan with her, but talking to her, getting her a home, I can't just go buy her a home. That's not simple. You see what I'm saying? She's a drug addict. Drug addicts don't listen. They repeat the same cycle over and over and over. So I didn't lose the battle. Should have just took them with me, started the school cross country, and then just been like, oh, well, one of y'all need to figure it out. I'm better. That's what I should do. Love that day. That's what I should do.
Okay, we started at 1:47:17. Thanks, Mr. Toomey. That's right. So I'm going to ask you a few questions about this clip we just saw. And I want to kind of start where we left off, where she's talking about kidnapping and Gannon wanting to go to South Carolina. You remember that?
I found the entire thing incredibly confusing. She had to take care of Gannon and she had to forget. At that point, I was kind of, what in hell is going on here?
Okay, and Dr. Lewis, Mr. Tolini is going to ask you some questions when I'm done. If we can just focus on my question, and then if there's other things you want to add, I'm sure Mr. Tolini can ask you about that, okay? Is that
So
fair?
I thought I was responding to what.
No, I want to talk about, well, is it that unusual that an 11-year-old boy wants to be with his mother? And you think that might have an impact on his stepmother, Miss Stauch, the fact that Gannon wanted to be with his real mom?
I don't think that it's demonstrated that. Say that there was something incredibly puzzling about who wanted to be with whom she loved, whom she was taking. I found it utterly confusing.
Do you think that might be a stressor that Miss Stout talks about? The fact that an 11-year-old boy says, I want my mother, not you.
I don't think that this is what heard there.
Okay. Well,
I don't think we heard that. It's a possibility in another story, in another world.
let me just ask you, do you think that's a stressor? The fact that an 11-year-old boy tells his stepmother that I want to be with my mother, not you.
It may or may not, depending on a relationship, depending on other, depending on so many factors. It's just speculation.
And do you remember in the clip her saying that I couldn't leave them by themselves. I was the only one taking care of them, or worse to that effect.
Yeah.
And you know that she had been searching on her phone about moving to Florida by herself, looking for one bed apartments and looking for another man, that kind of stuff. That was well before Gannon was killed, right?
I don't.
Several times during the interview, you look to your right and appear to be talking to Mr. Cellini about this is evidence that she may not remember anything, things like that.
I was trying to figure out from what do you make of this? Is it possible she doesn't remember this? I'm trying to see if he understood better what was going on there.
Well, and Miss Stout could hear everything you're saying, right?
I beg your
Miss Stout could hear everything you're saying, just like we could.
Absolutely. It was,
And she had already been evaluated by the state hospital and found to be legally sane, right?
they had said that she was.
And she already went through this process where she talked to two psychologists explaining what happened and things like that. And now she's talking to you after that. And you think it's okay to say she may not have memory recall of what happened in front of her.
Yes, it was kind of an open question to Mr. T. And also, really, it was open to her also. You remember what was going on. In my mind, it was incredibly wasn't clear that she was making sense.
And a couple times in this clip, you asked her what we refer to as a leading question. In other words, you said, do you think it's possible that you were in a peculiar state at the time of this? Remember asking those questions?
Yes.
I think it's dangerous to plant those types of words into a defendant's mind when you're doing a forensic interview.
Well, I think that if this has not come up previously and it has not been part of the common knowledge that she did go into these kind of, it was sort of broken. What do you think was happening when you were thinking these things? She not make sense. And what was making things so confusing?
Okay.
And was evidence, questions, other data that she did seem to. Or to this was the rush. Knew already, it wasn't adding, oh gee, you go into these states. We already knew from that this happened. Thing is, it's really possible this really did.
Well, but she's never heard it from a doctor who's doing an evaluation for her insanity, that the doctor thinks that she was in a peculiar state. That has an impact on someone, doesn't it?
I believe that I was reflecting what we already knew from previous.
Okay.
Discussions, and that I was not introducing a new idea, but that this was an established occurrence, and that, you know, possible that this, or you are in a fun. I didn't know.
Okay. Your Honor, the next clip is about 7 minutes long. We can play that or whatever the court wants to do as far as lunch goes.
I assume you're gonna have some follow-up. with
Probably.
that clip. It's probably better to play the clip nearer in time to when the follow-up is as opposed to,
I would appreciate that.
okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch break. I have everyone back in the jury room at 1:20. We should be able to start on time at that point. And don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, I'll rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So, Dr. Lewis, what can we do to make sure that you're here and ready to go at 1:20? What do you need? Right. Okay. Well, the reason I asked that question is because you were supposed to be here yesterday at 9, weren't. We're supposed to be here yesterday at 1 o'clock, weren't. We're supposed to be here this morning at 9 o'clock and weren't. So we need to start. We need to have everybody, whatever it is that needs to be done in such a fashion so that we're here ready to start at 1:20. Is there anything that I can do to help make sure that that happens?
I will make that effort to.
Okay.
The attorneys, Your Honor, I do call last night at 4.
I understand that.
Think it
Okay.
was why there was a difficulty, because I thought maybe I didn't want to be late for you.
Right.
Make it in the afternoon or tomorrow, because I was quite ill.
Feeling better now? Are you feeling better now? Right now? Good. Okay. All right. All right. Well, we will hope that that will continue. Do whatever it is that you need to do. Communicate with Mr. Tellini and Mr. Cook in whatever fashion that you need to communicate so that we will have everybody here in place, ready to go at 1:20. Because the jury's waiting, everybody's waiting on that. In addition, counsel approach, please. We'll be in recess until 1:20 then.
All rise.
Okay, so there we got it, you guys. Court is in recess until 1:20. I do have a bunch of stuff to do. I have put it up on the screen for the different time zones, what time it is going to start back up. So if you want to refer to that, it will tell you what time this is going to start. So it's 12:20 Pacific, 1:20 Mountain, 2:20 Central, at 3:20 Eastern. So I will see you guys all back here in a little bit. I've got a little bit of other work I have to get done here during this break. I will see you guys back here probably around 3 Eastern. So which will be 1 o'clock Mountain, 2 o'clock Central, noon Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern. I will be back here. Please be respectful in chat. Please listen to what the mods are saying, and please respect the mods. Please mask your words, and let's keep it classy. I'll see you guys back here. I will be popping in and out of chat to check on it. But please, let's just keep it classy, and we'll see you back here in an hour. Well, hello, everybody. I am back. Sorry, I ran a little bit later than what I intended, but I had a bunch of stuff I had to do, so got a lot of that done, which is a good thing, because by the time this finishes tonight, I'm going to have another migraine. Positive Vibe says, I hope she gets finished tonight. Can't do another full day of her. No, it's crazy. It's like by the time they get back, if the good doctor shows up on time, we should be getting going at 3:30. And that leaves us 3.5 hours to get through the rest of these videos and recross by the defense if that happens. And the judge is saying he wants closing arguments for Friday. So hopefully this is wrapped up today and we can look forward to Friday for closing arguments and jury instructions. So let's hope. Cross your fingers, everybody, because if not, this is back on Friday morning, and I just can't. I don't know. I can't. Not with this woman on this. I can't. They both have issues. They both need vacations. Both Dr. Lewis and Letecia. One needs a vacation where she's never going to see the light of day again, and the other one needs a vacation away from patients and any court system from now on. This Dr. Lewis really seems to think that this is what entitlement looks like, you guys. Entitlement. Yesterday, 9:00, not on time. 1:00, not on time. This morning, not on time. Let's see if she can go 4 for 4. Anybody else? When have you ever heard the court? Oh, well, somebody's okay. Well, we'll just give them 3 hours to get here. What? But it was done, and she still couldn't get to court on time. So it's like, feed her in the court, order her something, feed her in the court, so she ain't got to leave. Maybe she goes for a nice little nappy. I don't know what she does, but there's no excuse for that at all, especially when it's the defense that is supposed to be making sure that she is on time, picking her up, bringing her to court and everything, making sure she is on time. It's your witness. And I found it really odd that all of a sudden she came across all this paperwork and, oh, yes, well, I don't even remember yesterday. I don't remember any of that. So you don't remember it, but all of a sudden between last night and this morning, you found all your paperwork on it and you remembered that you took some kind of notes. It's not in what you submitted to the court in your paperwork that you had to submit to the court, but you found it. This all of a sudden there's this paperwork. I really believe that the defense is being really dirty on this, and I believe that it is the defense that gave her that paperwork. We know that when you do your report for something like this, your report is submitted to the court. The court sends it to the lawyers, right? Not in this case. She gave her report to Tolini. Tolini, in turn, typed up a 6 to 9 page report on her brief. Lord knows what he put in there. That's probably why she doesn't have a clue as to why she's being asked these questions, because things have probably been added to this brief or whatever the hell it is they're talking about. It's just like, oh my God. Did we talk about the defense vaping? I didn't see the defense vaping at all. The defense wasn't vaping. I don't know who told you that, but there was no defense vaping. Oh yeah, I bet you they are talking it up during this break. Amanda, Alexandra, yes, the judge did talk about people smoking in the stairwell. And I would assume it was the young people that were in the back of the courtroom. Because when the judge started talking about it, they kind of like hid themselves behind other people. So to say that the defense was vaping, I think that's not right. So I'm going to remove that. Give me a second, you guys. I got a big mush that's in the house and I got to get it. A big mush. I thought at this time of the year that they were pretty dumb still. Willow, Nana. A mush is a fly, and this thing is huge. And I've been trying to get it. If you guys could see me on camera chasing this thing around the house, my eyesight isn't as good as it used to be because I used to be able to hit these guys in midair. And I cannot stand any kind of bug, especially flies, mosquitoes, ants, any bug, no bugs. And I mean, you can hear him go by, and it's like he's like taunting me as he's flying by in front of my monitors. So I get up and I chase him around the house, and it's like, can't catch the little, you know what. I'll get it because it's driving me crazy. Oh. Yeah, they were smoking in the stairwell. Okay, that's why we don't talk about what's being said in other groups. Alexandra. So please stop mentioning what you're hearing in other groups and what they're saying, and because that's why we don't mention other creators, other channels, other groups, we don't do that here. Yeah, the flies are usually pretty stunned still. Hello, Angel. Are we ready for the bull again? I'm so done with her. Like, she needs to get off the stand. Let's wrap this up so we can do closing arguments. I think they have more than proved that this doctor is a wacko. I don't know why we got to continue seeing the rest of this, but apparently we do. So I removed that one too, Alexandra. Like I said, this is why we don't mention other groups or anything here, because things get blown up, things get changed around, and that's where rumors and everything else starts. Now we've got, did everybody see the defense vaping? The defense wasn't vaping, so let's stop that, please. We haven't heard yet if Letecia says she is going to testify or not. We haven't heard that. We may hear that as soon as court comes back into session, which is right now. So here we are. I'll make it bigger, you guys.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't think we put this on the record at the time, but I could be wrong. But if the court recalls, I was asking for notes and documents that were used during a portion of the interview that we're watching now this afternoon that the doctor had. Namely, there was a so-called confession that was written in Latin. Mr. Cellini informed me that those documents were lost, that they don't know where they're at, and that the Latin confession was gibberish. I just want to, as a precaution, I don't want something to come out of Dr. Lewis's box regarding these notes for the first time while she's on the stand, because I'm under the impression they're gone. I'm going to ask her about it, but I can foresee her pulling notes out and saying they're right here, or words to that effect. And so I like I said, I have no reason to disbelieve what Mr. Cellini is telling me.
Well, wait a minute. So you do intend to ask about it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then what I can do is confirm that, yes, the notes were lost, that she does not have them, which would alleviate the issue of her pulling them out during trial, I suppose. I thought it was more of, if you didn't get it, you were going to ask that she not be allowed to testify about it. But your issue is you don't want to start questioning her and then say, oh yeah, by the way, here they are. Do I have that right?
I don't want her to pull out a Latin confession that somehow is
Okay.
relevant in this case, because I've been told differently by.
Well, it seems to me that the easiest way to deal with that is once Dr. Lewis gets here and is on the stand, I'll ask her if she has those. We can she can tell us what happened, or if she had it and where it went, or if she doesn't have it. If she does have it, I think you're entitled to it.
Absolutely.
And then it's a different issue about how to proceed forward then. But if she doesn't have it, then I think we can proceed in the fashion that you want. So,
Sounds good.
okay.
I hope I understand why I brought it up.
Yeah, no, I do. All right, and I know Dr. Lewis is down the hallway, and I think we're just waiting on her. And once that may be her.
And for you, for the video, it's probably easier just to have her share it with them.
As opposed to transferring. Yeah, that makes sense. Is that,
Yep,
that's what we're gonna do, right? Yep. Yeah, okay. And yeah, Mr. Cook, go ahead, bring her on in. And we were thinking, Mr. Cellini had suggested, I think it's probably accurate, to place her where she was when we ended, because we're still not done with the videos yet. So yeah, that's fine. It's her.
I just need it from my bag and pen.
Okay, bag. And your notes are just the
Yeah.
bag?
Everything.
What else, doctor? We're late. We saved a jumping spider at lunch.
Just waiting you to get back.
Audio's working fine, Judge.
Audio's working fine. Okay. Dr. Lewis, I just wanted to double check. My understanding is that at some point during one of your interviews with the defendant, you obtained from the defendant as I understand it, I think it was a confession that was written in Latin. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, I have been looking for something written in Latin. I didn't receive it, but in my notes it says, get hold of letter written in Latin.
Okay,
So somebody has it.
let's, well, I want to focus on that for just a moment. You understand that there is that document, or it was created at some point in time, and you may or may not have had it at some point in time. You never had it. Okay.
I became aware of it very recently.
So it's fair to say then that it is not in your possession now. It's not in the stack of notes and things that you have now. All right. We good?
There's also some documents that she used, that she exchanged back and forth with the defendant with signatures and things like that, that we didn't get. I don't know if she has any of those documents either, Your Honor.
Do you have any of the signatures, the other signatures that the defendant made?
For me, what did have it available to anybody. Draw a clock and you
Mhm.
find that.
We have that.
We got that.
Very important. And also, I have here, and I made this available to others, something called raised complex figure. It is
We have that.
thing, and it takes a bit of explaining in terms of what it is, the best I could do.
Okay.
But I do have it, and if you wish, you could copy it, perhaps you give it back to me or give me a copy.
We actually have the raised complex figure, if I recall correctly.
You should infer copy of it and from memory, she did. And I have.
Right. I think we have that. I think what Mr. Young was asking about was the signatures and the confession in Latin, right? And you do not have either one of those. Okay. Okay. All right.
Thanks, Judge.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Anything else?
Nope.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
Reference, would you rather be, you want to look that way or do you want to look at this?
Well, so far, this was.
Okay. All right.
And
Audio.
the audio is the same. It is. It comes out of the speakers in the ceiling.
If we had to have the ring lights off, Judge, I don't know.
Yeah, and that'd be a good idea.
The greens, right?
Yeah, just the green ones.
Your Honor, I was given materials from the sense of documents that had been signed by Letecia in the past. of
Okay.
different kinds
But you don't have any in your possession now
that they gave me.
that anybody gave you.
Well, I may have them.
You don't have them with you now.
But they have.
And I can clear, but I think there's a little bit of confusion. There were some signatures done by Ms. Stauch that were found like in and so forth
Okay,
that we provided to,
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, and those have been provided. Ones we provided to Dr. Lewis have been provided to the district. It's the ones that were at the jail that we can't locate.
okay,
And it'll become obvious when we play that portion of the
That's
video,
fine.
what we're talking about.
okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we'll play People's Exhibit 732, which is the interview that took place on November 16th, 2022 with Dr. Lewis. We're going to start it at 55:30 and end it at 102:37.
About 30 minutes.
And it's about 7 minutes. 55:30.
Oh,
So we're
I'm
starting
sorry.
at-
I misheard you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Not me, but someone else could take over and hurt someone, and then that's not where I want to be. Yeah, because I don't want to do that. Like, that's not. So why be that much? It would be so intense. Yeah. What your I gotta say it's for good intentions, so, it's not like it's just like just some random person who don't cause problems, it's for good. No? Maybe it doesn't look good for some people, but it's for good, it's for someone, it's for me, really that natural, bad fight or workers taking over. It's really bad, but carrying away. What's that? What's going on here? I am not violent. I am not violent. I am not. I am not a violent person. I am not violent at all. But I am not gonna let people be taken to bed. So I'm not gonna let people be hurt because I don't do this to me. Okay. If someone is trying to hurt people, I'm going to make sure they're okay. Because that is what I do each and every time. I'm going to always make sure that people are going to be okay. So I know what. Could you just let me understand why I'm always being asked what is going on in here? Because this is my job to do things for people and to protect them. Because it's what I have to do. That is who are the protectors. I'm going to always do that because if people are molesting kids and people are hurting kids, this is what I do for them. And if people are hurting elderly people and people are always doing this to people, this is what I'm going to do. And if people are inside your home or inside my home, I'm going to protect them. Do you understand that? They should let you know what they about everything. To protect. Where do you start when you protect? Yeah. Where? Do you know where you are? Yeah. And what I talked to? Taylor. Taylor. And I'm frustrated. Taylor, do you know what just happened? Yes, ma'am. What? Yes, ma'am. What just happened? You asked me about my girlfriend. I asked you to do that. We were talking about Fred. It's Fred here. Prison ago. Yeah, he did work at prison. I think it was in Overton, North Carolina. Where? Overton, North Carolina. Yeah. But do you know what just happened with you? No. Somebody really sketchy. Then I spoke with you, with someone who said, I protect them, I always protect them, I don't do anything. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Oh, I don't know. I just think who was the judge? Oh, sorry.
I don't get it.
I was saying sorry. I don't know what we were talking about. We were talking about credits, I remember.
You know, you told me that it was kind of stays, still things. Who would be the protector?
Oh, my protector is Maria.
Maria, I don't like very much to talk with you.
If you want to talk to Maria, I don't know. Sometimes she'll talk, sometimes she won't.
What I would like is, I'd love it for you, Taylor.
Yeah.
Taylor, you will listen to that. Taylor, where is your special place? You go when, say, Maria's in
I like to go hang out and drink some wine and be by the beach and hang out with Tyler.
um, well, I would like to go there and let me know with Maria. And we'll do it. Yeah. But now I'd like you to go to a special place and Maria, I need to talk to you. Because Maria, you have a lot of control. Is that correct?
I think she does, for sure, but
I need to talk with you.
yeah.
I know you can hear me. And you know I am. And
Okay, we paused it at 1 hour and 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Do you mind if I turned you around, Dr. Lewis? Okay, here we go. Is this the magic you were talking about yesterday?
well, that was a joke. Technique in which we learned how to get to talk. So, with themselves by elder. He did get to was told me or used hypnosis much, whether it's known that dissociative individuals very so you're always that's this so if you're talking with a kid or with somebody with a problem, let's say, what do you see that we trust or that we're find out more? You know, we try not to say separate aspect of your world. And we learned, and this is not only from recitations, but from a part of that is that by and large, they have a special place because it is known that say there are 3 or 4 individual entities. Sometimes they can hear what's going on if you're sometimes. And what we learn from our patients is to simply, what happens to you when you go? Where do you go? When I'm talking to so-and-so, Maria, where do you go? What about a special place? Do you have a special?
And let me stop. I get that. That's why you're asking at the end, tell me about your special place so that the persona that you think is Maria comes out.
If, well, if you, like, someone can say, there is no special, I don't have a special place, but when it is very common.
But when we started the video, Maria came out, right? The protector. That's the first time in the entirety of your interviews with Miss Stauch that you think Maria comes out.
I don't recall if that is. You've watched it more than I don't know. That was the first time, but
Well, and
I
let me,
know that she existed, and I did want the opportunity to learn more because I suspected that if indeed that perhaps it was in the guise of, or in the wanted to talk to the.
but you didn't do anything to have Maria come out. She just came out and started talking to you, right?
Sometimes
Well, that's what happened in the video, right?
I watched kind of carefully, and I think I said, you know, I really would like to talk to Maria. Very commonly, when at the beginning,
And was that the Russian accent that we heard on there that you were talking about?
I don't know, that appeared, and I'm not sure whether that is typically real or it's an entity or it's a combination. These are not well-defined, well-distinct.
Well, she said she's the protector and you followed up and said, hey, we just talked to the protector. And then
Well, she said.
she said, can I finish my question, please? And then she says, well, yeah, Maria's my protector. And then I'm Taylor. That's what she just said, right?
That's right,
And there was no accent when the protector was on there, right?
right.
She was speaking just like she speaks all the time.
No,
Um,
I'm not sure what the point is.
the point is she didn't have an accent when she came out as Maria. That's the point, right?
You're not dealing with logic. Doesn't have, does, this is not a total different human. It's not a consistent person who remembers it or who you would always be a certain way. Don't have-
How do you know she's not fooling you? How do you know that?
Well, watch, listen, see what is consistent, see what isn't. Is there any benefit? This, so far, speaking with a Russian kind of accent, not really Russian words. Advantage, disadvantage, something.
Well, here's the benefit. Let me explain it to you, okay? You want consistency in your persona. If you want to say Maria comes out and speaks in a Russian accent, she should come out and speak in a Russian accent.
You should have.
Is that logical?
Your logic. It is not logical.
Okay.
They are as logical as dreams.
So you handed her a piece of paper and asked her to sign her name.
Yeah.
What happened to that piece of paper?
Thought that I had anything that. I will certainly find it for you.
Well, wait a minute here. You just told the court
But
that you don't have these documents, that you lost them. That's what you
there are-
just,
There's probably, this is probably.
Your Honor,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step out in the hallway, back to the jury room, please. Guys, for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I hate to say I predicted this, but this is exactly what I predicted was going to happen. That somehow she pulls these documents out when confronted on them. And that's why I wanted to get on the record that she lost them. And the record should reflect that the witness is now giving Mr. Tellini a series of documents that she has on her lap.
And if
Let's finish it out. What's the record? What is it that you're being handed?
these are documents that were already provided,
Okay, so show them to Mr. Young. And let's see if
at least.
they are what he understands them to be.
Yeah, I've seen those. I haven't seen that.
I've never seen that.
I don't know what this is.
Mr. Young?
3 of the 4 documents that were shown to me by Mr. Tellini, we have in discovery, which talked about the test that the doctor had told the court about over the break. One of the documents, it looks like a series of highlighted colors and different colors. On the top of it, it says Letecia, and then below it, it says red. I have no idea what that is. I don't know if that's the document that she has up there on the video or not, because I've never seen those documents.
So what are you requesting as a remedy?
If she's got these documents, I'd like to have them. And I don't want to be surprised by them when I'm asking her, when she's already
That's
told
fair.
the court she didn't have them.
All right, well, here's the easy solution to this. We'll take about a 15-minute recess. In the state of Colorado, Dr. Lewis, in case, because I know you testify in other places, in the state of Colorado, anything that you relied on, any piece of information, document, anything that was given to you by the defense counsel, anything that was given to you by the defendant, anything that was given to you by CMHIP, anything and everything in your file, without exception, must be provided to the prosecution. In addition, in the state of Colorado, anytime somebody takes the witness stand and is starting to testify and all of a sudden is looking at some documents in their hands or something like that, counsel is entitled to see what they are. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about 15 minutes. You look through everything she has in her lap, then we'll see where we are. And we can go from there. There's a number of remedies from there. And we can deal with all of those remedies once I have a better idea of what it is that you think she has that has not been provided. I know that certain things were taken out. I want those taken back out. And we're going to put them in the court file to be sealed so that we have something for the appellate record, as opposed to he showed me 4 documents and I had 3 of them, but not the 4th one or whatever. I want it. I want in the court record what it is that we're referring to when we talk about that. I also will have the documents if you find any documents that you've not previously been given, take those out because A, you're entitled to see them, and B, I want those in the record as well for appellate purposes in the event that that becomes necessary. Obviously, you would also be entitled to have either Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray look at those and render opinions about that in rebuttal if you choose to do so. So let's start there so that we have at least a starting point. So court will be
I
at
would just ask
recess.
that Mr. Tellini join me in that. So
Yep,
we're looking at the same
That's fine.
things.
So court will take a recess until 2 o'clock.
All rise.
So there you go. Like she should be impeached and get her off the stand. Anything that she has talked about, everything and anything she has talked about should be stricken from the record, and this witness should be thrown out, as far as I'm concerned. I have never seen this, and I worked 30 years in the legal field. I worked in criminal cases. I have never seen such a dirty defense team in my life. The judge had just asked her if she had these documents, and she said no. She's lying. She's perjuring herself. Impeach her. Get her the hell out of here. Sorry, peeves me off when I see, and this is how lawyers get bad raps. I think what should be done is enough of this. Not only is she wasting court's time by not showing up, lying about her diagnosis and how she diagnosed. She doesn't even know what she's talking about half the time. Now she's lied about having paperwork that she actually had, but she just told the judge she didn't. There's so many things she could be impeached on right now. That's it. Game over. Get rid of the witness. Strike everything that she has said from the record. Tell the jury they're not to give any thought to her testimony in full. Get rid of her. Let's end this game. Being old is no excuse. If she can't answer simple yes and no questions honestly, then she should not be on the stand. The judge asked her, "Do you have these records?" No. She lied. There's so many things that she's done that she could be impeached for right now. It's ridiculous. And I think the judge is being way too lenient. Like, as you see, and I know he's trying to think about appeals down the road and whatnot, but this is out of hand now. The courtroom's turned into a circus. And this crazy, quacky doctor that should not even be seeing anybody anymore or being in a courtroom is making a mockery of the system and making a mockery of Gannon. The laughing at stuff and everything. I'm disgusted, you guys. And I am. I get so uptight about this stuff because of what I did for work. And it's like, it's just crazy. I can't even think straight right now. I'm not angry. And people in the chat, there's nothing I can do. Closed captioning is on. This entitled witness is sitting in a wheelchair in front of the witness stand. There's no reason why she couldn't sit where she was and see that TV. It's all entitlement. She's used to being bowed to and everything else because she's an expert and she's the greatest. And I don't see it. But anyway, she's used to being respected in her way. I would hate to have to live with this woman. But the entitlement has gone way too far. But she is sitting in a wheelchair in front of the witness stand. That's why we can't hear her. There is nothing I can do. So complaining about it in the chat and keeping on saying, I can't hear, turn it up. I can't. There's nothing I can do. And turn on CC. Closed captioning is on. Closed captioning can only give you the captions for what it can pick up. And it's not picking her up either. Oh, yeah. She's a country girl life. Yes. Where is that? Whoops. Where'd that go? There it is. She's used to being pampered and she's used to having things her way. I am important here. Like, she's reminding me now of Letecia. Yeah, she needs to control everything. Editing art studio. It was just on. And the doctor, good old doctor, because of her again, we are on another break. I'm just getting annoyed really quick. I have no patience for stupid people. You know what I mean? I got no patience for liars. People who make stories up. I got no patience for it. Zero tolerance. Absolutely. Florida MJ. I feel terrible for Al and Landon having to see this on top of losing their child. And them laughing about it. Like, this doctor's on the stand laughing. And the lying and the making stuff up. It's like, you both need to be examined by a real doctor. You and Letecia. No, she was 5 minutes late again, and now we're on break, Flyer B, because of her yet again. Yeah, I didn't hear any accent either, so. Yeah, she's used to just everybody taking her at her word. And the DA Young and Allen are doing awesome. Yeah, she's sitting without a mic, so closed captioning won't pick her up. We can't barely hear her. If you put in earbuds or headphones, you hear it a little bit better, but there is absolutely zero I can do about it. Yeah, she may be, yeah. She's respected by all the crazy people. All the sane people see right through her. Her son in the yellow. I'll have to look for that, Chanel. Is he in the gallery? Yeah, she's no Vicky. Absolutely. She's no expert. Maybe she was 80 years ago. Yeah. She's having her own little talk show. It's like, stop. I haven't been watching him. I can't see it when I've got the video pushed over for you guys to be able to see. I can't see it. I don't see the same things as you guys see. Exactly. Thank you, Des. Patty Ward. Love it. Love it. I'm annoyed. Very annoyed at the defense, at this witness, and what's being allowed to go on this circus. Yes, I'm annoyed. Prosecution has no patience today, and neither do I. Like I said, I'm dealing with enough of my own life. So to see somebody as entitled as this woman thinks she is, and the lies and everything that's come out of her mouth, she should be impeached. Yeah, the judge has given her way too much leniency. Shy's taken off. Kiki, love it. Like, they both need to be diagnosed. Absolutely. The prosecution could say, okay, look at, she was put on as an expert witness, and it's clearly showing she's not. Thank you, Fruit Fly. Thank you, Sherry. Yeah. CC Schrader. Yes. And she's getting paid $300 an hour for this garbage. Country girl. Yes. No tolerance whatsoever. Constantly evasive, distracting, deflecting. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Did you read any of the documents? I don't know. Do you remember the crime scene photos? Oh, maybe. I don't know. Like, and you're an expert? Get her out of here. That's what I was just saying, Wiley Doodle. Her whole testimony should be thrown out at this point. Vicky, we were back from lunch, hon, and wackadoodle doctor there just put us in another 15-minute timeout. Yeah, she's like, her and Letecia are almost like one and the same at this point. She needs, $3.75 an hour. Oh. Yeah, it's like she put black stuff around her eyes or something, and she has her hair down in front of her face like that. What's that movie, you guys? You guys told me what it was before, but I forget. Thank God I'm not an expert witness. That movie with that chick in white, all dirty and full of BLOOD, the red stuff, and creepy. I forget. Behind Cook? Okay, I'll have to check that out. I bet you she did too, Flyer B. I have no doubt about it. I agree, Vicky H. Charissa says, maybe we're all being punked. It kind of seems that way. Okay, Chanel says he's in the second row behind the defense. I'll have to check them out. Oh, The Ring. Thank you, sis. I don't know how they're letting this go on, but I hope he does. But The Ring. That's. We'll be here next month. Shh, stop it. You're gonna jinx us. Yeah. Alexandra Terry. I forgot about that. Thank you. Alexandra Terry says, I can't get over her saying that she helped actors get into character. This is concerning. What is she teaching or helping LS? That's what I think she did on Sunday. Coached her. When I do this, you got to do this. When I say this, you got to act out. When I do that, that's exactly what I think happened. Yeah, if you're an expert witness, you're an expert witness no matter what your age. And if you can't even put sentences together and answer simple questions, there's something wrong with you and you need to go. You should not be on the stand. Yeah, it goes on and on trying to make sense of something that you forget the question. And then she doesn't answer the question anyway. I can get that he's trying to avoid a mistrial, but oh, yeah. Smooth sailing for 3 weeks of state witnesses, second defense witness, and it's a circus. Mockery of the court and of Gannon. Right? Let's just try and confuse everybody. Woman, I think you were confused long before you even took this case. Exactly, Brandy. Brandy Evans says maybe she has been an expert back in the day, but those days are clearly behind her. And this is going to end her career. Like, she's got to fully retire after this. I know she's partially retired. She's going to have to fully retire after this. Like, she is a joke. I don't know how anyone is going to be able to ever take her seriously again. No, I don't know what's going to happen there, Carol. It's up in the air, right? Ogule, yes. I hope so. Yes, you guys are all coming out with the name of the movie now, The Ring. How could I forget that? Yeah, I wonder that too, Love Liberty. And welcome. First time I see you here, so welcome to the channel. Love Liberty says, I'm wondering if she actually made some of her patients crazy. She's certainly enabling. I agree. Okay, Des, you got to take off your caps. She doesn't seem to know anything. Yep. Please take off your caps. T. Neely says, I mean, I wonder if there was some shady pay to have her testify this way. Really? Who knows at this point? Anything's possible. Yep, Vicky. Vicky says, holy hell, $3.75 an hour for this dribble? Vera May, Moy, yes, they came back and this quack doctor put us into timeout again for 15 minutes. Because she said that she couldn't find certain papers. The judge asked her. She said, nope, I don't have them. And 5 minutes into starting back up again, she's producing papers that she said she didn't have. So she got caught lying on the stand again. Peter, I just said it. I'm way behind in chat, so let me just get caught up here. Because I'm way behind in chat. Yeah, the defense is dirty. Wiley Doodle. The defense is dirty, but their own witnesses come back to bite them in the you-know-what. Sarah doesn't think that Letecia will testify. She says, I bet LT will not testify. Narcs don't want to look bad when they know they will not win a battle. Absolutely, Chanel. The amount of delay this witness has caused is
5B,
insane. Okay,
People versus
they're
Letecia
back.
Stauch record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. How are we with the review of notes?
Mr. Tellini and I had an opportunity to go through them very quickly.
Okay.
Obviously, I would need more time to go through them thoroughly. The remedy that I suggest on behalf of the people is that she's not allowed to have notes during the remainder of my cross and during Mr. Tellini's redirect. We'll keep the notes over on the table. Someone can make copies for the court file and the appellate record later. I don't want to keep the jury waiting any longer. I want to keep going.
Okay.
And I think that's a reasonable remedy under the circumstances.
Mr. Tellini?
I don't-
Okay. All right. So, Dr. Lewis, you can have your reports. I don't know that she has her reports. Okay.
I have copy of the reports and I can.
Okay. Mr. Tellini is going to provide you with copies of your reports, but you cannot have copies of your notes or use them during your the remainder of your testimony here. So we'll leave it at that. And prosecution, as this may or may not have something to do with rebuttal, I'm going to impose the burden on the prosecution to take those. You can just release those in discovery to Mr. Tellini and also upload them. Let us know when you're going to do that, and we will need to do that as a sealed file.
You want
And
me to take those and have one of our people start copying it now?
yeah, that would be fine.
He's got a lot more pull than I do, Judge.
Okay. And I also want to, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but please, everybody, be patient with me. I know that this matter is being broadcast simultaneously with what's going on in the courtroom, and I know that I have a lot of people in the courtroom. Regardless of how you view this case, remember what it is about. There is a child who lost his life and a woman who may be facing a life sentence. Okay? So remember what this case is about and remember the decorum. My order is that there are no cell phones to be used in the courtroom unless you are with the press. And we know who those people are because they're sitting in the front row. Remember what this case is about. None of these people in here are actors. They are all associated with this case in some fashion. It's not television. If your phone is, if something's going on with your phone and it's really important, I get that. Go in the hallway. You will not be allowed to have your phone out unless you are press. If you have your phone out and someone sees you with it, you will be asked to leave. You will not be permitted back into the courtroom. Also, please understand, and I know that sometimes people say that I can be really direct, but I try to be that way so that there's not a lot of confusion. This is not a guideline. This is not a suggestion. This is the process that we're going to follow in the courtroom, and it applies to everyone. So unless you're press or you're associated with that team or this team, put your phones away. Don't get them out. So I understand we're ready for the jury.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Okay.
just real quickly, Judge, gave that entire pile of documents to our investigator, Cecil Weir. He's making 3 copies. One that
Perfect.
will get to us, we'll get one to the court, and then it'll be released in discovery to the fence.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor.
Ma'am?
Copy, then it's essential that they be copied in color, because to be interpreted, the colors must be copied. It's absolutely, it's inaccurate.
I
Black and white.
I'm leaving it up to the prosecution for that, and it may be an issue on another day, but it's not one that we're taking up today, and it's not one that we're taking up now. Let's bring the jury back in. See if we got any response on getting another security guy up here to stand right there looking back. Okay. All rise for the jury, please.
Does check your messages.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lewis, we just took a break and Mr. Tamini and I just went through all your notes that you had here in the courtroom. Is that right? Having gone through those notes, we see no documents that you were using during the course of this interview with Ms. Stauch, correct?
Not yet. You know, because I don't know what there is. There, in terms of that interview, if you have the whole thing, you will see those documents in the.
Let me just ask you a simple question. Do you have those documents that you used in the interview with Ms. Stauch? Yes or no?
I gave them to you, yeah. They
Okay.
are there, but they haven't.
You know, at this time, I'm going to ask that the court take judicial notice that Mr. Tellini and I went through those stacks of notes, and none of the notes that she's referring to are in the stack of notes that she has in the court.
Mr. Tellini? It's not a judicial notice thing. It sounds like it's a stipulation.
There is the complex figure drawing that has not been referenced, that were notes that was a document that was turned over to this attorney, and that was in there, and I think that's a little bit of is having, as far as the signatures or the alleged.
Okay. All right.
I would accept that stipulation. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Lewis. You know the importance of turning over notes that you use in a forensic interview, especially in a homicide case. What did you do with those notes that we just talked about, where you had Ms. Stauch sign something?
Whatever he signed there, what I had was turned over to Tellini to be copied and shared with you.
May I approach the witness?
Oh, yes, you may go ahead.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 735. Have you take a moment to look at that document?
This is not. This is a different patient with. What do you have a question about it?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you some questions about it, sure.
Because
You recognize that People's Exhibit 735?
I recognize that it was a communication line to this,
An email between you and Mr. Tellini, correct?
to the best of my knowledge.
And does that document accurately reflect that email that you have with regards to the EEG that we talked about yesterday, and whether or not you had knowledge that you were withdrawing your request to have an EEG done?
To my mind, it was not simply dropping it, it was saying, this is not right.
Dr. Lewis, just answer my question.
I-
Does the document accurately depict the email exchange between you and Mr. Cellini with regards to your knowledge of whether an EEG was withdrawn? Yes or no?
Whether it was, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the.
Withdrawn, your request for an EEG.
It was not a permanently withdrawn thing, it was saying right now.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask you to direct her to answer
Dr.
my
Lewis,
question.
the question is simple. Is this an email that you sent to Mr. Tellini? Yes or no?
Yes, it is
Okay.
sent to him.
Mr. Young?
We move to admit People's Exhibit 735.
Objection. Exhibit 735 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And did you say in that email, go ahead and withdraw the EEG? We'll address it at a later time.
I said, and now, if we could address it later, this did not mean it's not important, it was just organizing in my head was supposed to put. That became less important than something else.
Well, the email speaks for itself, doesn't it? You're dictating in the email why you didn't think it was important at that time.
Well, I was saying that there are other things have arisen that we should also address.
So why did you yesterday blame the attorneys that you didn't know anything about the EEG being withdrawn?
I did not consider this withdrawing it permanently, but simply, I did not wish to fight with the court over, are you getting this, are you not? The court refused to get it, and I was saying it can be addressed again. But I did not think of it as a withdrawal.
Listen to my question carefully.
Yes.
Why did you yesterday tell this jury that you never requested to withdraw the EEG, that the attorneys did it, never told you anything about it?
Because I did not request to withdraw it. I said you could kind of wait and do it, and I did not think that they had.
Can I retrieve the document from you, please? This is what you said in your email, and you can explain what it means after I read it, okay? I have been reading more on Letecia, and I think we should drop the EEG request. What does that mean to you?
Rest of it, know the timing of it, and know what I was thinking about at that point that was most important. But this was not something that I was supposed to, I can't possibly assist you if you don't have this. I think it's, I think we should have it, but we can wait. Get it later. In fact, it may be, I could be mistaken, but I believe that, Mr. Sweeney had said to me, there will be appeals on this.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that be,
Your Honor.
Dr. Lewis,
It gets-
I would like, Dr. Lewis, please
Wait,
stop.
wait. One at a time. One at a time. Dr. Lewis, please confine your answer to the question being asked. Mr. Tellini will have an opportunity to ask you questions on redirect. And if there's anything that he thinks you need to bring up, he can bring it up then. But just confine your answer to the question being asked. And Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I would ask that what she just said be stricken, that the jury be instructed to disregard it.
Mr. Tellini? All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're instructed to disregard Dr. Lewis's response to Mr. Young's most recent question. Mr. Young?
We're going to play the next video, okay? Would you like me to turn you around towards the TV? Okay. And so for the record, we're going to play People's Exhibit 732. And we're going to start at 1 hour and 7 minutes and 8 seconds and end it at 1 hour and 40 minutes and 8 seconds. So this is roughly 33 minutes. And so we're going to play it continuously through, Dr. Lewis. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll ask you some questions when it's over, okay?
Date of this again, please.
It's November 16th in the afternoon, 2022.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
my initials there. And who said that? She said that she didn't know who you are. Who was it? Okay. Because you know,
I can write that.
you did not. Let's sit by him together, but I can let her know. Okay, maybe just some tea there, baby TA, leaders, it's also a dialect, right? And here is subject, this, with a lefty, Letecia, who is Letecia, that is Letecia. And so, Taylor, that's why you said, when you,
What was Letecia?
this, she's a lefty.
Okay, you said you need to talk to her, Letecia, to tell.
Yeah, but, Letecia wrote that.
Yeah.
Okay, and Letecia, I just want to say the left hand, because, you, Taylor, are. Just. Give me the number. And he said, Taylor, okay, I am. Two. Oh. I don't need to play favorites. You're important. And each of you seeing to the vision. Yes. So, yes, she does not know. Is that true? Wait a minute. Maria said she will come on her terms, but don't think that she has to any. Who said that? Was that Doesn't. Starting to research conference, but don't think that she answers to anyone. Letecia can only talk to her.
Not me.
Not you'll only talk to.
Yeah.
her.
Yeah, but that's what I can't tell what to do. If she can, because I don't curse and do bad things. You see what I mean? I don't curse and do bad things. I don't live through that world. So, yeah, so that's why. You see,
But I need to talk with Maria. I think that Maria. There's a lot more what happens than Letecia.
right, see, so like, because I'm a good person. Sometimes I kind of like get arguments, you know what I mean? She gets like. Because I'm like the good, not the bad, but he's the bad, you see what I'm saying? They get along with my better. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm talking to Maria.
yeah, because I do a lot more good, you see what I'm saying?
You do a lot more.
Yeah, she don't always agree with the good.
Or what you say is.
Right, okay, well, normally, I just need to get good. Let's, you know, do good to people, do right by me. You know. You think
Sometimes I feel bad.
no, I'm saying, I think some things are good, you know what I mean, and so she,
You think something's so good that maybe they don't.
right, and so that's why sometimes she doesn't like talking to me.
Well. Yes, so seems to me that sometimes you think it's good. See. To be the strong and do good. Fight for things under your control. And then they don't. See, it's right.
I try to like be the mediator, or try to be calm. Everybody else get along, communicate. Do good to people.
What happens when you, what happens when you. Temper is the best. What happens to them?
Take over. And then, takes away from like the good part of Taylor, you know, the good part of Taylor is being like. A good communicator, effective, you know, like not a bad temper. I can communicate effectively with them.
You get up and see.
Like if they come to visit me and I'm as myself as Taylor, then I can sit down and talk to them and be like, able to like be nice and be like, oh, okay, how you guys doing?
They don't even know it's.
Oh, if they come and they see I'm not like whatever, I'm not Taylor. Because then I'm just like, take me along. But then I'm not trying to be me, but then really I can take it if they're like that.
I'm not scared of it. Plus, that's very, very good thing. How honest for you.
I'm honest with you.
And you will ask them, right? To have it. Well, you can change your mind. Maybe. What happens?
Taylor.
No, still to Maria Taylor, someone signed Taylor and Maria but it's not there. I did agree with sometimes Taylor, you see it's laying for stuff. You kind of go. Where? And it's with you. Taylor, where do we start?
So what happened was, did you want to tell you what happened? Or-
Sure.
Okay, so, the night of January 27th, 2020, I had, reported Gannon missing because he was.
You had none of these.
I had,
So it was January 7th, 2000. So you reported that it was this.
because I was calm at first, because I didn't think anything was wrong. I thought that he was just playing like a hiding challenge and that he would be okay. And I thought that he would eventually come out of his hiding spot and he would eventually, everything would be fine. He wanted to have a bunch of followers on YouTube. So I thought that the whole practice circular, so I wasn't in a panic mode. I wasn't in any kind of like anxiety or
Oh, so
like yet. Not yet.
it was not there. Something had already happened to.
No, nothing had happened to him.
Okay, you saw that.
After what?
And you were there. Always.
Right, he was missing. He was already, yeah, he was missing, but nothing had happened to him. He was missing.
He was. Well, I would.
Guess he was the house or he was hiding it, I'm not sure. That's why.
I moved to go to Peru. I think all of you, right now, talk to every. Come to every. I think all of you have been covering for each other. And, you know, I think that you all want to. You're going to do right by the TC. Actually, you're really preventing them from getting out. Not always. But I think you're afraid of telling what happened to them.
Should I tell you? Do you want me to keep going? Do you want me to keep going or?
What much told you? Really? Really?
Yes. Well, as we heard, I'm just keep going, like, I'm just gonna keep going. So. He was. Missing and then I called out. And I really started to panic. After a couple of minutes, that's when I started to get worried. Cause I realized that. It started to rain, it get cold outside.
And then after. When. Was the first one, maybe he was born. When he was dead. And I do something.
I did try to bring him back and started praying over him and trying to bring him back to life.
And when
He didn't come back to life.
he didn't. Where was he lying?
Well, in my house.
Where had you found her?
I don't remember where I found it. Just I don't know.
So do you know he was in the
If you don't understand why it was like that. It's like that, because he wasn't supposed to die.
He was not supposed to.
No.
I didn't.
No.
What was supposed to? He was not supposed to die, no. So someone had made one person that she found something else.
No.
What was?
Uh-uh.
What was the idea?
What? It was not supposed to be him.
It wasn't supposed to be.
Hmm. It wasn't supposed to be.
Was it supposed to be?
And our, it was.
Using.
You know,
What did you think it was?
I'm not a monster, okay? I'm not a monster.
It's going to be any.
I'm not a lesbian and I heard people thinking that I'm just a mass murderer that just killed someone and a lot of them was Gannon.
Okay.
Under no circumstances, I think you just can't have this.
Were you doing something? It's a hard. Did you say that we thought was your? Did it was something? It should look like something.
Oh.
You know,
You don't know what it's like in my life. I have to see when I realized that it was Gannon. I never knew it was him.
what did you?
Someone was in the home, you don't understand. Someone was in the home, right? Yes, they're in the home. Yeah. We see them big, okay. They're going to hurt everyone. They're going to hurt everyone. Everyone that was in the home, someone was going to hurt someone.
Everyone was going to hurt someone.
There was someone in the home. They were going to hurt everyone that was in the home. What I did was grab the gun.
What did you do?
All I did was grab the gun and fire the gun because it like someone was in the cave, okay? So all I did.
All you do is grab the gun. And what happened?
I saw someone who looked like they were in the cave and I fired them. That's what I did. Okay.
All you do is
You
grab.
don't understand. I had to protect the people that were in the house. Okay. Because if someone was in the home, they were gonna rape someone, they were gonna molest them, they were gonna kill them. I had to protect them. All I did. Okay. And I fired the gun. I did not know it didn't have a safety. I didn't know any of that, but that's what I do. I'm trained to do that. Okay. Trained to kill. Okay. I'm trained to kill. That's what I do. But trained to kill. I'm trained to kill. That's what I do. Trained to kill. Okay. That's what I do. I kill for a living. Okay. Anyone that tries to hurt me, I'm trained to kill. Okay, that hurts anyone or that hurts the people that are here about. Okay, so yes, yeah, that hurts. Yes, and that's what I did. I took the gun, I fired the gun at someone. They had a cape on, they looked like a dangerous man. We fired at someone, it's a dangerous man. Man, yeah. I am a dangerous man, okay? That's what I do. This is how I go. This is for you old, yes. And then. That's what I did. Killed the man, okay? Yeah. Who? They come to the home, that's what I do. I will protect the people that I love. I always do that, okay? I don't understand the problem. When did you realize? It was not the person. I don't realize anything. I left immediately. I left immediately after I did my job. You realized yourself. I left immediately after I did my job. So what did you think you done? Did what I was supposed to do, which is I killed a threat. I killed a threat. The threat was there for Letecia and her family and for deserves. So short. Because Letecia, her family, they were missing and I had to protect them. Who was this? Letecia's family. Really? Letecia's son was missing. To protect him, that's what I do. She was upset, everyone was upset. Little baby girl was upset, everyone was crying. That's what I did. And then I. What happened? I left. I don't know what happened at Reddit. Who did this? If I deserve it to the police, what? If I deserve it to the police, I have to the police. No. I just think to double up. What do you want to try? What do you want me to try? Just try. Maria. 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 You know what I think? Right, I think you say with your normality, you want to become invisible. No. No, I have jobs to do, I do job that are. Usually. Only. What? What does he see? Communication. I always have, I always have perfect. Privilege. Who do you turn this information to? Us. Did you see people? I don't answer to that. No, you don't answer. I'm just trying to, I want something. I think you can tell, I don't think you would have. I know too. I'm working my ass off to help with this. It's a very tough, yeah.
Because if you're letting the strong arm thing. So. Right. This is very much. I don't know. Okay, I can say that not for you. Even my cat is when I try to. I read, I don't count them. You don't do that, or you don't like them, kind of. You don't cats. This. Why don't you? Just tell me, you just know. The favorite. A favorite, times a favorite. You're strong and. You see that. I think we all have a fantasy. But I'm strong. Yeah. I'm going to help my defend. Do you need any comes for me? You don't need anything. Do you need any comes for me? Do you need anything comes for me? No. Absolutely. You helped. And you got rid of what looked to you like something as nice as Letecia. You shot from the day. And the person who was went down and you didn't let it. And the job done, correct, job. Well, the job wasn't really done, because as I understand it, but I'm seeing. And then I had to go up and. How do you feel sort of not, never that you'll. Do it every time. But in general, multiple times. Like. To go.
Yeah, so.
What did you do? So. Well, you had to bring it in, so, and. I certainly not. I don't have any contacts, so that's the. So you don't just work for the DVC, okay, but I had to protect her before Mexico. You did I did protect her before Mexico. You did, I did, you protected her before Mexico. Wow, how old was she when you first? My dad is different than yours. Your what? My years are different than yours. How old are you? 28. You're healthy. 28. So she was without you. So 11 years. I'm always 28. I always felt this way. Yeah, she's 39. So my years are really different than yours. You cannot even comprehend my years. They're different. Don't even try. Imagine the mysticals. Yeah. Yeah. Very different. So you have been teaching protector from the time you arrived for what was happening to her protection? Who's going to do this information? I don't see anyone else. What? I don't see anyone else. I did not without her permission. Her permission means. And we'll talk about, would you, are you guys game to talk about stuff and how you want to use the information that Maria is? Sure. Yeah. So they will do that. And I think I know these people. Don't agree. I think none of us here would ever do anything like, if we use this, these would only be in Letecia's favor to get Letecia's help and some. So, maybe some educated people, but I don't use them. Wouldn't they be good?
No, absolutely.
Take a look over there. a group there. Yeah, I see that. You always see that. Yeah. Me too. Yes. Seriously, I don't get nothing told me. So, you know, just one of the things. Very great yourself, Maria. Do you surprise yourself with the spray? No, I didn't. You are, this is what I do. Well, you do it, I know you're very great to trust. But we will only slowly talk about it. And if it does not help, Letecia, I'm.
Just stays here.
I think, my goodness, we were pretty hard today. We should take a rest for maybe an hour or so. Let's go back into it. And let's move. Is it her? Sure. Thanks for seeing. I do need the promise.
They don't promise to say,
Okay, so I have a request. And I would like you not to hurt anyone. And to remain safe and strong, but not hurt anyone. If you think this reveals whatever, tell me. You only have me to tell today and tomorrow. But you have, do you remember the name? You should talk to those people. Well, maybe later on, maybe you would come forward a little bit and let Maria meet you. Yeah. And she doesn't just talk to him. I noticed only when I went with them, right when I talked with her, that she got a feeling. I hope it's really, was, I don't know, they asked, and that, I don't know. But I would have been like, and I would be responsible. Yeah. I would take that and some. Maria, I have something that I'm very much to do. To the lost in a room. I don't. Where is that? Yes.
Okay, the camera or the video stops at 1:40 and 08 seconds. Who was that other person that was leaving the room there, Dr. Lewis? Well, Mr. Cellini went out the door and then some gentleman with a mask on followed him out. Who was that person?
I don't recall, and
Can we just play that portion back? We're going to play the portion back. You can just look at this TV right here. Okay, we're not talking about him, Dr. Lewis. Please keep watching. Freeze it. Who's that person right there?
I don't recognize him.
That's not your son? You don't recognize your own son?
Because he was running the camera, but I don't recognize him.
Well, running the camera, Dr. Lewis, he's going out the door when the camera shuts off. What is your son doing in the interview room?
Particular interview, we had asked, when we put it her, and, I had asked her. Could have been.
Is that recognized within the field of psychiatry to do forensic interviews with people who are charged with first degree murder and bring your son along?
Understand it. Here. Cameras be on us and that they become. I had said I'd like to have them on. I believe it was Josh who told me have to be.
Well, this investigator seated in the back courtroom was in there, right? Mr. Cellini was in there. Why was your son in there?
One was asked to run, if he knew how, could he run the cameras?
Why did you stop the interview?
Tired. Seemed to try. Probably. Not at all.
Well,
You don't go on endlessly.
you spent a day and a half, hours of talking to her, trying to get Maria to come out. According to you, I'm assuming you're saying this is Maria who comes out that we see?
Here, I'm asking myself, who is this? If you look at the character they're talking, there are times that apparently she goes by Maria. Her expressions change, she looks different, she sounds different, she does different things, she protects. I think that there was a back and forth over how she perceived herself, what's going on in her head. But I think that there were times when we saw that I don't think it was always Maria. I think that there were changes there as I watched as a clinician. There was not a consistent.
Okay, so you're saying that Letecia could have came back and faked the Spanish accent while she was faking to be Maria? Is that what you're saying?
That is not, I didn't.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying, I don't think it's fake. I think that she switches back and forth and her identity and who she is good.
What'd you talk about after the camera was turned off, doctor?
I beg your pardon?
What did you talk about with Maria after the camera turned off?
I have no recollection of talking with her after the camera was turned off. No idea. I don't know for sure on papers, but I can tell you sometimes if things seem that they're down or that patient would be improved, sometimes I will write back and forth. Those were preserved, but I don't know who she was. I didn't.
You didn't preserve those documents. We've already gone through. You did not preserve those documents that you see her writing on, did you?
I do not know. I'd have to look, but I don't have a recollection of having preserved them. They were kind of a communication device there, and I made it, they may be there, like, and they may have been handed over. I don't have perfect memory of what happened to those papers.
Other serial killers that you've interviewed that you've diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, for instance, the ones that are on your HBO documentary, when you ask them to change personalities, they do. Some of them do the same neck roll thing.
What?
Do you remember that? And when they change personalities, they confess and they tell you how they did the killing, correct?
Some, when there is a real definitive kind of different. This is a fluid kind of, as I told you, on again, off again, perfect, logical.
But what Maria says to you is mistaken identity. I didn't know it was Gannon. I shot the gun one time, correct?
Someone says this, at another time, someone there with this very odd demeanor says, I'm there to protect them. I protect them. There is a fluid kind of.
Did she, doctor, just listen to my question carefully and just answer yes and no if you could, okay? Did she tell you that she mistaken identity, didn't know it was Gannon, fired her gun one time, did what she had to do? Or words to that effect?
Early on,
In this portion we just saw.
at the beginning, I believe at the beginning of the, then she's talking about other things, says it about defending and
And you know that's not how Gannon died. He didn't die from one gunshot wound, did he?
No.
Why didn't you confront her on that?
but it does not make logical sense. And on how you psychiatric interviews. In fact, it's amateurish to say, oh, but you said this at that point, how come you're saying it now? This is amateurish work, if anyone does that. Have to then follow what is going on, and you saw in front of your eyes without asking anything. Oh, her expression change. You saw what this person said. Change. I take care of them. I hurt the people who are out to hurt them, and I have down here as I'm looking at that thing. Is this tissue?
And Dr. Lewis, I just want you to respond to my questions, please.
I'm
Okay?
trying to do that. I'm
Can
saying.
can you listen to my next question, please? Robert De Niro did a pretty good job at that in the movie Cape Fear as well, didn't he?
No,
He didn't?
No.
Okay.
no, Robert De Niro.
Actors do a good job of acting, don't they?
No, Robert De Niro was not an outstanding, in fact, he was not dictating of multiple necessarily in his year. No, he did not do.
Did he?
Again,
All right, I'm gonna,
it's a good program, but no, it was not a wonderful.
can we agree to disagree on that? Please?
See the first game.
All right, we're gonna go to the last clip, Doctor. Okay, and this is longer. This is going to be, I want to say about an hour and 30 minutes or so, okay? So are you comfortable there, or do you want to go somewhere else? This is going to be a longer clip.
5 minutes has water and.
We can get you a drink of water, and we're probably gonna take a break in about 20 minutes, so find a
Okay, so
good
there
place.
will be a bit of break.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not gonna have the jury sitting there for all of this, so, find a good place in about 20 minutes, and then we'll take our break there.
Sounds good, Judge. Thanks. And this is People's Exhibit 734. It's the afternoon of November 17th, 2022. It starts at 8 minutes and 23 seconds, and we're going to go to the end.
Find a reasonable breaking point.
Sure.
We just leave the TV on.
Oh, sorry.
And this is the confession. This is unfit balance. I, Maria, confess.
It's not English.
Confesso pro para magna we say Alente. Acte Rodriguez Letecia say Gannon Maria say Vida Sana in Conversano Vetera Desut. What does it mean?
I don't know.
Well, what made you say it's a confession?
Because I saw this,
Does it now like a confessor? I, Maria, confesso, we don't know what she's confessing to.
I know I just told you it says foundation on that.
But hold on, did you ever take Latin in school?
No, I just figured it was that, just to be different in Spanish because of the way you did it.
It's not Spanish.
Yeah, I knew it was a Spanish, but
I don't know Spanish.
yeah.
We would be wise. They did.
Some Portuguese.
So I said, maybe like something. Maria, then Sana, Maria is in, that's the same mind. It's not. Then Sana in for son. That's what it is, son. Well, maybe kind of these and photocopy them. Because here it does look as if she's saying, and I'm Maria, and in the same state of mind. Requiescat in pace, rest in peace. Yeah. Lydia, AKA. Where is Lydia? I don't know. I don't. We say defending, something about defending. And for us to do this is updated, I think it would be kind of a free. You think a lot of languages, like saying French, so okay. And we also sang the Requiem Mass and Requiem Mass, and that's not. I get by. So I anybody here? No.
Yes.
I don't know. So let's see. That's the lead, yeah, it's been her for a while, she keeps going back to her husband, she gone. And why she do that here, she gets the domestic violence. Yeah. And I keep talking to her guys, she's like a young lady. The young, like, the man who sleep in her house. Yeah. I know, old, she keeps getting in trouble when she. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, listen to. Yeah. Well, could have been a player. Oh, I always looking it up. But, yeah. That's good, right? It's fun. Watchers, I think from the mass, resting, right? That's better. But you believe that is a confession from Maria? Well, I was the one where I thought it was the O. Yeah, the confession. That's the other West. Says that. Well, because that's why I say the red, be, that's why I thought that would be different in Spanish because it wasn't. So, other than that, that's why it was Spanish. Yeah, what's the romance? Right, it's something that it's wrong. So, I think it's Spanish, I figured out something. Do you think that Maria did it? Well, I didn't. See, I remember it. And just have little flashbacks or whatever. What are the flashbacks? Just remember blood. Yeah. And take appointment out to the cave. Oh, okay. Tell me about the cave. Just remember seeing someone in the cave. I remember seeing someone in the cave. You remember seeing, I heard a baby crying. Have you baby crying with them? Yeah, that's a lot. Really? See this, I just remember baby crying and seeing someone in the cave.
Okay, this is second interview. So tell me about the person in the game.
So the person was in like a red and black cape.
Yeah,
How big it was? I recall.
yeah.
Yeah, 6 foot.
Man,
Was it man?
a man. Tall. 6 feet. And sleep. Well,
I just remember being like in a road in a corner or something. I hate it.
was he in the corner or woman?
No, man was in the cave in the corner.
The man was in the cave.
And the cave was red and black.
I thought yesterday, I think Maria said that Gannon got up and was in the cave. Is that,
I don't remember.
people?
No. No.
Josh, do you recall? Yesterday, I mean, I had thought that the picture was of Gannon in the cave.
I realized even. I never wanted to begin.
Yeah, it was a man.
Yeah,
It was a man in a
Yeah.
cave who rose up. And where was Gannon?
I don't know.
And you know, it would help, if I talked directly with Maria, because she remembers. And he could probably control this. She said, I thought. So that, yeah, it's been worse if we talk even.
She would have never found. She
You were there? Or did you make it? Well, that's. I mean, would you want to just kind of fade into the background of the launch? And I'm going to. If it's someone putting on, sure they don't, it's like, put it in. That's a really terrible. Really good.
No, they just always be.
Oh my God. Yes. What the-
It's a good spot to pause it. We pause it at 17:30.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the blue room at 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And we will see you back at 3:30. All rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 3:30.
All rise.
Oh my God, did you guys see that? Cook gave her a big, thick book. She went to put her head down on it. I guess it wasn't high enough. So she pointed at another one. He gave her another one so she could put her head down on the desk and go nappies. Like, rewind it. You'll see it. Like, what the hell? It's unreal. Yeah, and half the time, well, she's been doing that a couple times this morning, not standing up when she's told to stand up, when everybody's told to stand up. She just doesn't stand up. Like, she knows her goose is cooked. Unreal. Like, I can't believe what she is getting away with, what the defense is getting away with. It's unreal. Yeah, I didn't see her son, so I was looking for him. But I didn't see him. Chanel says her son was sitting in the way back this time. Yeah, I just turned my sound. Well, I put my sound on now so I can hear when the court comes back, but I turned off my sound. I just couldn't listen to the garbage anymore. And this is an hour video. Like, we have 45 minutes left. That's going to bring us to, okay, they're going to come back at 5:30. So that's going to bring us to 6:15. He's going to have all kinds of questions for her. And if there's another video, yeah, this is going to go till Friday because the defense also gets to re-examine after this. So this is going to go into Friday. And just remember, you guys, there's no court tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday. There is no court on Thursdays. So much for our closing arguments on Friday. Like, this is crazy. They should just end this. I think they've already discredited this doctor. They've already shown that Letecia was perfectly sane. I think that they've proved their case already. I don't know why they keep going with this. They should just end it, like right now. We're done. I get it. He has a reason for all this, but I think they've already proved. They've already showed that the doctor has not only perjured herself, she should be impeached. She shouldn't be testifying. She has no clue what's going on. She's made her diagnosis on what Letecia told her and what the lawyer told her. Now we brought her son into it, so I'm sure she discussed everything with her son. So maybe her son and her got together and said, "Oh yeah, she crazy. She crazy, Lulu. She pew pew, she eat. And then she bang, 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 bang. You know, like, oh God. But it wasn't her. It was Maria. This Maria with she's Spanish, but she's trying to have a Russian accent, which she did horribly on. Oh, Carol, I hear you. I've been making my doctor's appointments and everything for Thursdays too. Honestly, you guys, I need a break. Once this trial is done, I do this 6 to 7 days a week, 10 to 12 hours a day, sitting in this chair, getting all this set up, getting all the thumbnails and information, everything. It's a lot of work. People don't realize how much work it is. I need a break. I need a vacay after this. Maybe T-Peg and her son can be together, right? Yeah, this video here is an hour long. We've heard 15 minutes of it. So we got 45 minutes more, which is going to bring us to 6:15 Eastern. And they quit at 7 p.m. Eastern. So it's going to take another 45 minutes for Tellini or for DA Young to get maybe 3-4 questions answered, because this doctor just goes on her wild tangents and decides to talk about everything under the sun instead of just answering the damn questions. It's her fault that this is dragged out as long as it has. It's crazy. She should have been done. Aw, Hadim, thank you. I do. I have the best mods anywhere. They're great. I would love it. Locale says prosecution should really just stare at her for a solid minute and then rest the case. She's a quack and they've already proved it. Yep. I've had enough Letecia now to last me the rest of my life and my afterlife. I get to the other side, I'm going to run and grab Gannon and give him the biggest hug, I'm telling you, for having to live his short little life with that. Wiley Doodle says, I'm going to try not to destroy this. Maria will love Friday. It's Sino de Mayo, whatever that means. Party time. Whoop doo 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 doo. Let's get on our Mexican hats and speak Spanish with a Russian accent. Yeah. Oh, Sybil, if you could hear me, I'm telling you. Thank God I'm muted. Letecia, well, I'm 60 this year, so I don't think Letecia will be there when I get there, unless somebody offs her in jail. You're young enough, Pierrette, that she'll probably go before you, but I'm going to go and give him the biggest hug ever. Then I'm going to go see my Billy and my dad and everybody else, all my loved ones that have crossed over. I'm going on a tour. Yeah. Letecia isn't going upstairs. She's going downstairs. And I'm sure right now the devil is writing a restraining order. So they can put her in purgatory. That's where she can stay. In purgatory. That's the worst place to be, is in purgatory. They can send her there because the devil's going to have a restraining order on her by the time this is over. Oh, so Sino de Mayo is a Hispanic St. Patrick's Day. Okay. Oh, I'm glad you think like that, Marie. We love you. The real angel says he needs to say yes or no to her. No, she doesn't listen to that. She has her own agenda. He's told her, please just answer the question, yes or no. Please just answer. She doesn't listen. I'm serious. Right now, the devil's writing a restraining order. She ain't welcome here either. Leave her in purgatory. Leave her there for the rest of time when she passes. They don't want her upstairs. They don't want her downstairs. That says a lot. Leave her in purgatory. He's doing. That devil is writing the restraining order as we speak. The judge has to let it play through. So there's no mistrial. Aww. Locule says Gannon and I share a birthday. I buy blue cupcakes to share with my kids and hope G feels a place at our table. Aww. It made me cry. Stop it. But what a tribute. That is awesome. Give the doctor yes or no cards to hold up. Yes. Yes. Carol. Yes. That would solve all our problems. Should have done that yesterday. And we'd already be hearing closing arguments. Put her in Lucifer's cage. Even Lucifer's got a restraining order against her. They all got they're all writing restraining orders. I'm telling you guys. I'm not joking. They are all writing restraining orders against her. That's what I'm saying too, but I don't know. If I was a prosecution right now, I'd be saying, okay, enough's enough. We can't with this. I think we proved our point. The jury understands. We're done. We can't. Enough of this shit show. Oh, thank you, Marie. And yes, everybody here, I love you guys. All of you. Each and every one of you. I know, so sweet, eh? Everybody loves that. That's what I think I'm going to do too this year, is I'm going to put all blue flowers. Blue and white. Blue, white, and yellow for Sonic. And for Gannon. Blue hearts for Gannon, yes. I'm even going to get some of those wooden things that you can put in your garden. They got like a little stake on them. And you can put them in your garden. I want to get blue hearts. Oh, I love you guys too. You're shy. I love you. I love that. I seen that for the first time yesterday. I love that. Aw, Angel. I love that, none of us knew Gannon in life, but we know him in death. And the honors that you guys all here and around the world are doing for him, I hope he feels it. I just got full body shivers from top to bottom. Yes, Jamie, you got to go pew pew and eat, and kaboom, bang. The devil's in negotiations with God. Please don't send her here. No, I'm telling you, Lucifer, all those evil ones, they're all writing restraining orders. And like God forgives for a lot of things, but this, and especially the way she's carried this on and the hell that she still continues to put his family through, you're not welcome upstairs either. Stay in purgatory. Look it up, you guys. If you don't know what purgatory is, look it up. And that is probably one of the worst places a soul could be, is in purgatory. You said what I have, Angel. Look at my comment. When Gannon went missing, we made a tribute. Yes, I seen it, my dear. I just commented on it. Maybe I'm behind in chat. Yep. Entitled. Yes, and we will all keep his memory alive. Exactly, Sarah. Yep. I hope I never hear her name again. Butterfly Dana. Letecia can't go downstairs. Devil's got a restraining order. It's the ink is drying right now. She's staying in purgatory. Devil got a restraining order. Right? He had the cutest smile. No, don't send her back here. Leave her in purgatory. If you know anything about purgatory, it's one of the worst places a spirit could be. See there? ALF. Devil said eject. God said grounds. Aw, yes, and we can't forget about little Summer Wells. I still say, you guys, her remains are buried just down the road. I showed it on a map and everything. If you haven't seen my reads on that, go under the video tab, I believe. I believe it's under the video tab. You can find all the reads I did on her. And there could even be some under the live tab, but I think they're older reads, so I believe that they're under the video tab. Check both tabs, because all my newer stuff is under the live tab, and all my older stuff is under the video tab on my YouTube. Okay, give me a second, you guys, before this starts.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present. Is the plan just to continue with the video?
That is, Your Honor. We'll just hit play and then I'll have some questions when the video.
Okay, and how much longer is the video?
Looks like it's about an hour and 11 minutes.
Oh my God, an hour and 11 minutes more.
An hour and 20 minutes or so.
An hour and 20 minutes? Come on.
Okay,
Your Honor, the parties have talked about maybe going a little bit later today, if we think it'll get done with Dr. Lewis, that would be acceptable.
if we can, I would have to check with the jury because I
Sure,
told them
absolutely.
they'd be done at 5, but, and we have one juror who,
I know with the accident.
right,
Yes.
so.
She said good.
Okay, so, but if we can check with them, it's okay with me. So, all right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
So I can put this down.
We can move you a little bit closer.
Yeah.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is present in the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Yeah, we'll start the video at 17:31.
Yeah, the home where this city really bad. Maybe let the sideburns on it, or you let the sideburns on it. Yeah, that's it. But. So. Marie? Marie? What is called attention? What do you see? Did they go?
Maria, I think it's not Maria. In which Maria's letter? Yeah.
Right there. Yeah.
Maria. Tell me that. Can you read to me? And what the language it's in? And what is it? How many? What does it mean? Mhm. Kind of important. It's really. It's. Which is. And you normally. They get when you want. You should read that. No, just the. Four, four up here. You see my hand? What do you want? I want you to tell me what it says. Can you translate? Of course I can. Okay. Can you translate? Would you translate it? This. Those. Words like I'm to and both of them. And when that was here, it was too fast for the universe. I'm going to yeah, what is here? I voluntarily took the best of defense, yeah. I can bet when it's self-defense, what did you do? You know me. I have the impression that we got a lot of reasons here to be blamed for what happened to them. That you feel you are more powerful and more in control than David was fun. You told me for who is her name or what is her? Do you think, harmony sometimes means people not sounding out of key with each other? Whether or not is in part of the residence home, by harmony was arrested, harmony was left. And I will lose her. And who will listen? And who's it? In that, pardon? Leticia's dad. Leticia's dad or Leticia's dad is first of all. You said, well, let's do harmony. As if we Leticia. And who's harmony something? I bet it's just yeah. just for the noise of the mother. Then you said already is a baby. She's 10 years old and she was molested by her step. Gannon was not. And Gannon was by step. By who? Which who like molested Gannon and Harmony. I beg I understand molested Gannon and Harmony. And Harmony was 10 years old. When was Gannon? He was 10 years old. And what's like that? I don't know. How do you know about this? You know, Letecia Stauch. How did you know? And she wasn't going to hell. She was going to handle it herself. Letecia, yes. She's demanding, so. Oh, she like killing the person. It's all about, well, like just kind of putting two and two together. Michael. She's been had with herself. I'm confused. What is like that? I don't know. You don't know his name, but you know his first name is like this. And who bothered me? How did you? Did I bother her? I thought you said that you left her. No. Harmony's better than the thing. I thought mine was the same one. No. Who was the Harmony's standard? James. Oh, my James. And one molested. Letecia. Tell me about the trip to Florida. I did not go to Florida. Pardon me? I did not go to Florida. You didn't go to Florida. I thought that you, after Janet died, you said you were the one shot. I did not go to Florida. Why? Because Florida, I go to Florida. To Florida? Because Letecia went with Gannon after he died. I had to go to. What work did you do while they were in Florida? I was doing jobs. Like what? Taking care of other people. Really getting rid of them. You know, what? You got out of money. I think I'm out of money. I really do. I'm money out. How do you walk away? Through what? I can tell you, you've seen us. Have you ever killed anyone? In Mexico? Ever? That's not enough matter. Who? Someone who was going to Letecia. Who is someone who was going to Letecia. Hold him. Heard of him. Who? What is it? Job was done around, the job was done. So you've really been her defender for a long time. Yeah. Nothing, of course, not too many. Just a dog. Do you have family? I don't need them. You do? They all are. Really? You should know this. What? You think I would go around looking to people voting in without having a backstory? What's that story? You don't say. So why did Letecia take Gannon Stauch? She did not. How much she did? No, she did not. Well, it's because I know. I mean, you did not. I mean, you did not know. As I understand it, was down there. I mean, you're wrong. I think apparently you're wrong. Well, that to me, you're not wrong. Perfect. You do not know. No. Do you know? I know people. Yeah. Why did she get rid of Gannon's body? She didn't do that. Who did? Did you? No, not people, like I said. Or I know not people, like I said. So did you get something? So you got something to. Like I said, I know. Tell me. After Gannon was shot, how did consider getting into when is that a kid? How did you manage to? She tried to get to the hospital. But him, she was not strong. Lena tried to help her. Lena tried to help her. Lena tried to help her. Was he in the bed? Yeah, of course Lena was there. And what is Lena? She helped carry him to the farm. What are they called? No, she was. She was what? She was a child. They grew up. No, not a picture. When she see blood. She wondered why there was blood everywhere. Yeah. So she wasn't there when you were shot. No, I'm saying. She stayed asleep. It's my understanding. It's you. That you shot the man with the cave. Is that correct? Correct. Did it turn out to be again? Not really. How did it happen there? How did it turn out again? Later on, it was found. But it was supposed to be. I don't get it. I have to figure out what to do with it later. Once it was Gannon. Figure out how to do it. To call some friends, the puppies and some moms. Figure it out, you know. So there were two people. No, I have to call some friends to help me out, you know. Good. To call some friends to help me out to do what? To get it for the body. Where's the man in the cave? Well, it's not a man in the cave. I thought it was the man in the cave. It's not. It was again. But after do you have any idea why? Yeah, in your recollection, you were at the time, seemed to be a man in the cave. I don't know. That's wonderful. Just like you figure out the news. Here, I think Letecia sure, Gannon was on that blanket. Do you see? So you can remember the blanket. Do you think that he could have stood up and put the blanket around him so that he looked like the man?
There could be a possibility, but to me it was a fee. But to me it was a fee.
Yeah, but I was trying, I was wondering if that it turned out to be Gannon. And you meant to only shoot a man with a gate. What did you think he was doing? What to shoot?
He's going too far, but he's here, I think that purpose.
And then I was thinking,
While the man be in the house with me,
no. Do you
to allow any normal interview.
think I've ever had a man with a gate
Or she prove her man as normal.
that I didn't know? Probably well, like, no.
When did you try to different things? I need them.
Even he was shooting.
Correct. There's special training
Yeah.
in my house.
Who were you in your past life?
Hard to tell, but I can't tell you about my family.
And that would tell me if you told me about your past life. Can you put me in touch with somebody who could tell me about why they took Gannon to Florida? Tell me some of the reasoning behind it.
Because I haven't read Letecia first.
You have to,
From type Letecia.
Yeah.
That's not a long job.
so if somebody were to tell me that Letecia was someone else perhaps, put her in a car and went to Florida, would not be protected from that. Getting rid of them.
I cannot be very trouble. The protectors,
Yeah.
associate that. I do not have a motion to evidence. I think we take it motion. Doesn't matter who it is in the end. We're not gonna cry for. So what happened?
What is going to do?
But then they did the.
How do you feel about talking with me?
Are you,
Am I what?
are you a director?
Oh, what?
A director?
Dirt? So,
Correct.
a threat,
You're a director.
it's. Yeah, I do my best to help reduce.
So, and then we,
But,
if I had emotions,
yeah,
I can cry.
you can't,
If I cry,
you lose your power.
so it's bad in myself to you. Get rid of the body, it's easy. That's all.
Can Letecia, well,
Sometimes. She tried to come home and she cannot.
when did you first come to Letecia?
A very long,
How old was she?
maybe 16.
15, 16, it's not that long.
He's pretty old.
What was going on with her when you came?
She doesn't have to listen.
Pardon me?
She doesn't have to listen.
That doesn't quite explain why you came.
She gets herself on all of her.
When thing came on, she brought herself into my
She lives in bad, I don't.
Yeah, and what she did,
They're not to communicate effectively.
yeah.
Gets herself involved in problems she should be involved in. She's stubborn.
What was going on with her thing was you say that you help her. So there must have been something she needed help with. What was that? You saw me up.
You don't really know.
I don't know what,
You don't really know what's going on.
no, I can kind of wonder if she has a lot of mistreatment by men. So it certainly makes me wonder if someone was mistreating her. Is that
Do you really know why she does the drugs?
why she,
You do really know why she does the drugs?
why she does?
Why she does the drugs?
Oh, why she doesn't like drugs? Why doesn't she have to?
Because I'm stepdad from start selling them drugs.
Yeah. Selling her.
Selling her form drugs.
Oh, she,
Which is
no, it's Jane's suggests selling her.
they tried to, but it did not succeed. That's not.
What was that? Andrew?
He was making her drive around the car and give drugs. Or him. But to try to get her to spam her drugs. His dad used.
Did she not do? Did she?
No, she did not.
How did she?
She didn't know how to have the board.
She hit him with a board. Who?
James.
When you saw that boy, when the man was with the cake, he had a hole at the top of his head. What I was wondering is if you were anything kind of mistaken or see, hit him on the head with a board or with something.
He hit his dad in the road.
He hit his head on what?
In the road.
On the floor? I don't think you've seen the
Picture of that day. He hit his son in the road. There was a baseball in the floor in the wood.
you have to jump up something.
It was on the floor. There was baseball sticking out of the road. That's where he hit his head. Just trying to tell you this happened. That's what happened. He hit his head on the baseball in the road.
Doesn't fit.
Okay, this is what happened.
Look at the picture
He hit his head.
on top of this guy.
And then that's all that is.
You love who you don't.
That's all it means.
So James is trying to sell what he said. Pardon? When she was a teen. What would you do?
You know, you're on cocaine.
Yeah.
And she was driving around with the cocaine.
He didn't go out here.
There's kids in the back.
Who did it? Yeah.
There's babies in the back.
Why baby? Well, that's,
She has siblings.
so,
And Cici has siblings.
didn't understand.
Then Cici has siblings in the back.
She was siblings and she didn't know her.
Julie.
Oh, that's true.
I don't remember how it was. I wasn't there, so they don't.
Well, what did she have to? What's did you do? Some trains
For the year.
and then.
You know, the board,
So
she beat him with the board and he found
she beat James's board. Where,
in his home, usually.
did he do?
No, James was 70. He didn't know anymore.
Was it really you?
Yeah.
What makes you like? Because it didn't do it anymore. So you had to do that very third time.
He went to sleep. Took him on board. Went to sleep, I took him on board, just gave you a bit of. He said, you don't go with him, you don't go when we're high. At least you had no reason to show for it.
Oh, James,
That was me.
that was James.
Yeah, of course.
And that was when,
He was trying to follow everybody.
something surreal. Very exciting around that time. It was, people got confused. Who was the person for the plea? You know, see Letecia.
James Warner case. James Warner case.
James were a lot of things.
He's driving.
Did he expose himself? Why?
You don't know about the case because he thought he was a hero.
He thought he was a superhero.
He was proud. He was far from somebody.
Oh, Parliament was blind, you know. I'm sorry, didn't Parliament go along when they were going to Florida? Parliament went along with her, didn't she? Isn't she?
I think she did.
What?
I think she did.
I think she did. How did she know?
Nothing. She not even.
Did you know that Gannon was in that?
No. There's no guy in that, no one, someone else help. Someone else got my rate to push you, like all different people to know. I don't know why this is hard for you to understand.
Well, from what I understand, you see, you're over there to Florida. And then after she got rid of the suitcase,
And she did not do that. I already told you, I had someone else to do that.
well, remember, put was put Gannon in her suitcase and kept him there, and then went down to Florida, Arkansas. And they tossed him off the side of the bridge.
It's like that, I have nothing to do with this, yeah, and she did not do that.
Hmm.
And I had someone else to do that. I already told you that.
I think that's someone that's.
Well, one times, I already told you, this, but if he knew that, she wasn't aware of that.
But she was down in Florida.
Of course she was.
So what was she doing?
But she was going to move to Florida.
Instead,
She was going to move to Florida.
she was going to move there. They won.
That's her same place.
Not the same place.
I don't know who made last card out, I mean,
Do you think she'll tell him?
I don't know, maybe.
If you let her, then I think if you let her.
What was she getting away from? I mean,
That's good. And. When
I remember
And if he was in his, everyone, he was in their students. Since she's in the Florida. Yes. You know, you say you don't have any marks. Right? But it's, there's Letecia from that to get.
Ever trying to go to a video that
New stuff. And he wants to give us something because of what happened
every day.
Oh.
You got the questions like that, like, oh. So she's so different, this is cheap.
That's one of the.
Multiple things.
In all of what it is.
There's a meeting, but I had really hard, and goes to her head open.
And she tries to fill us in. Would you make a deal with me and keep her safe and not let her?
There was a lot of everything.
Is all her part. How old is she driving?
Trying to put safety,
I feel
trying to put ID
lazy and.
for food,
Working.
the boys ever done,
Here.
and.
What?
I'm gonna put it.
Did they find it?
No, but then the email,
Pardon?
another information found him.
Another related, they tell.
No, they did not switch.
It's probably.
Should I jump off the top there?
To jump over the top too.
Yes.
And what happened?
I did.
And what you jump?
Would you just get it down?
Where is your?
I screwed down the stuff.
Yeah. So that she would hurt herself. Why did she hurt herself?
Why would you think so? You have someone like me who doesn't care, don't care what other people, this is for good. But you have someone like, oh,
But she thinks that she did it.
you know, someone like, oh, don't work.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Maybe, here, coming in. How do you do it?
I was driving to run, that was someone else's hand.
Yeah.
No. Someone really good shoe on.
You, oh,
Perfect. I should get a pill. And I didn't have the shots.
well, you feel like, who's in the cake was, yeah, it's not. But it-
My first thought is to get rid of the bottom.
and so
My first thought is to get rid of the bottom.
that the shoe was still correct. So,
And incorporating.
that's it, they.
I don't need my social life. I don't carry my social life, cinch on my socials. And probably. So did the past too, you know.
I think you read a lot.
No, I don't read it all.
You don't read it.
No,
So where do you get your kind of psychiatric conclusion? So I didn't.
and I'm not trying to do the rest of them. Long time ago.
Different line. How many months?
He's a professor, we should find that out.
Are you?
Um,
You know, it seems to me that sometimes when you want to do right, something like we seem to hear about Letecia, that your thinking is kind of wacky. Then she gets blamed for stuff that is really pretty all.
No, it's very rare.
But this is pretty serious.
One of my aunts, they're very, very slim.
What else?
Usually I never call for any things.
Well, in this case, she takes the blame. That's perhaps why we don't get caught, because someone else takes the blame.
But I always take over her. You take the times that I take over her and I rescue her versus the time that I make a mistake. They outweigh.
You take over her. And
The good outweighs the bad and
what if you tell me the good parts? You take it over her.
from the very beginning, but I saved her life multiple times. The good outweighs the bad. If I had not done those things, she would not even be here today. So why does it matter? If I make a mistake, why does that matter? I mean, you have special powers, but I'm not perfect.
Was the answer? Oh, I mean, this is a.
Right? Do you think I had to make a mistake?
I think
Do you think I had to make a mistake?
you.
Do you think I had to live when I make a mistake?
No. I can't understand the word.
Do you think I had to live when I make a mistake?
Yes.
Do I like living when I make a
We
mistake?
like living them too.
Do
No. So what do you do yourself?
try harder this time.
But you say that the good you done has when she was in, what did you?
I didn't start helping her until she's old.
And
I didn't start helping her until she was old.
how old was she? Still
A teenager.
And what did you do for her?
I took her from James.
And how did you do that?
He could her in the pool one time when she could not swim.
And so
He threw her in the pool when she could not swim.
you threw her a bullet, she was slipped.
She could swim very, very good, but she had cracks. Leg cracks. Yes, he did.
How do you say?
Put her in the leg elbow. She would float.
Did you? And he threw her a bullet. Tell me, Maria, does anyone else know about this? Like the bullet?
Happened in Georgetown, South Carolina.
Who was there?
Was at Miss Burrow's house.
And
Brenda went there to Pearl's house.
I'm sorry,
Brenda went to Pearl's house. Brenda,
Brenda, we all went. I don't know Brenda.
I don't know him.
I don't think so, was Brenda.
She's kind of losing together.
She's,
Kind of losing together.
she tells her. Does she sometimes take over?
No, Brenda's family.
Do you know any?
Yeah, that's for, Letecia's aunt.
And she says that Brenda has been helpful.
He went to go to Pearl's house. Pearl's house is where they got that Pearl.
And do you know Pearl?
No.
And that's where she sort of her. And he was her James.
Correct.
So it's like.
Maybe ask to speak to Pearl.
Can you do that? You know Pearl? Or you
We
know?
don't know.
Where?
I don't know.
We don't know what you do. Okay.
I can ask Grace.
And
Lives in Georgetown. So they're going to know what he does. Stay there.
they do.
He laughed, but it's funny.
He's crazy.
He's dead, right?
So he was great.
Of course.
What else did you know?
You're in the car and tried to kill herself.
When was that? Was that? Tell me about the car.
She tried to kill herself and she learned how to get a free.
And did you do anything to help? What did you do?
I have to get out of the car.
Get out of the
Car to safety.
what do you do when she wants to kill herself?
She's been part of that she was living.
So how come she tried to kill herself and
She thought she saw her in the car.
she thought
She saw her ex-husband in the car.
was he the girl?
She thought she already saw him.
Really?
So she told him that he.
Who knows her? About her? She's very little before you.
It was about her.
Does anyone know her?
This is, yeah. I don't know. She had friends. Could I have some friends when she was in.
Why did you so fun?
Because she did not have any. She did not have everything. She did not have a weapon. Maybe that one might be involved. But you had other info.
Yeah. And you?
I didn't think of it.
Of what they done?
But it told you other info.
Did you kill him?
No,
But not like Ancestor.
it's not important.
So you have lots of secrets.
It's kind of understanding.
You know, this time it looks as if Letecia's going to get the blame for stuff that you were involved in.
I'm still predicting.
How will you protect her?
So many of her girls.
And so,
What's gonna try to work for us to protect her?
how will you protect her from taking the blame for all of this?
That can't hurt her. It doesn't cause her physical pain.
Is that the only kind of pain you protect her from?
Yes,
What about mental pain?
I can control that.
It's interesting. And you two have limits. Can we do anything for you? Maria? No. Think about it. It's a pretty good law. Yeah, yes, these people here, if they have any questions. I don't answer to them. Let me see the last. Do you have anything you'd like me to ask?
Who are the people that helped get Gannon in Florida?
That helped.
How did Gannon get to Florida?
What's that? Special right. What is the question? Who helped Gannon get to Florida? I called them from that, I told you. Look them. I called them friends, I told you. Well, I remember they have. And then she went up to Seth. Who did she? TC. I told you my involvement in this. I told you my involvement in this, and I don't tell you who I called. Why? This is important. Well, it's pretty already said she would take the blame for that, but I'm not going to tell you who was involved.
Well, Harley, they can leave.
It has something to do.
Because they may charge Harley, there's something you can charge Harley.
How do you feel about it, Harley? That's what it is with me, ma'am. I'm just saying for you, how do you feel about it? Except Letecia. Even from Harley. Excuse me, even from Harley. I'm going to Harley if she needs me to, but I must have Letecia. You would protect her. Correct. You is someone toss. God, attitude. God. You want what is it? Unwise that. There was a trying to toss him out. I never said that. They were trying to. They were not trying to toss him out. What were we trying to do? What do you think? Some still go out, so we were not. They were not trying to toss him out. But he went. So you want me to give you a good say what the person told me? You have done that validation for what? Absolutely. Yeah, so why did you hear? Person was saying because they didn't have the money. To get rid of the bottle. Yeah. There you go. With it, for money, would have cut me. Correct. It would have been disposed of the, so what would have been, it's still up there. The money didn't come out. Sorry. Like I said, I'm not giving you names, so the money did not come out. So, as far as you know, she went to Florida to have other people. She was not in the right mind. She did not know what she was supposed to do to get the money. She was not in her right mind. What kind of state with you? I don't know how to control the state. Well, you said she wasn't in her right mind. Because I told her to do something that she did not know. What did you tell her? She was supposed to leave the car to get the money. Yeah. And she did not know that. What did she do instead? She was crazy driving wrong routes. Was not the correct route she was supposed to drive. No, the correct, okay, she was supposed to be in the right place. She did not need at the right place. Okay. It's the wrong route. Correct. Yeah. So it was, no, you feel was on. Perfect. But then I made it. So you made the deal and where. Couldn't even from. But still, I don't think she did get very well. She told us.
It was told you, she did not need the people are here, did not have their money.
I know, but somebody tossed the body out of the car.
Correct. And they didn't have their money, there was no money.
If they tossed the body,
Yes, she never had the body.
really, she did.
She did not take the body to Florida.
Who took the body? Or,
You just asked me this question.
Yeah.
They're not accepting the truth.
well, I'm confused.
They're not accepting the truth. She never had the body. So she tried to stupid.
Were there stuff?
There is no thing, there is no evidence of her having the bodies there.
Wasn't there evidence? The suitcase was it had been,
That's not evidence of her having the body from her missing time. No,
Suitcase with the body, according to Harlan, was in the van.
no, that's the thing.
That's what Harlan says.
Well, I don't know what this is.
And then the suitcase was found a mile away from the hotel that she was staying in.
She did not think it was intended to be. There was no bill. The people did not meet.
And get all my cuts on.
There was no fire.
No, they cuts.
There was no bill.
There were cuts.
I don't know anything about it. She asked me here. She doesn't know. I think it's something that we don't know. I don't know anything about this. I don't know what it is.
That's a fact.
so there's stuff that even you don't know.
I don't know this. I did not cut anyone. I don't. I don't know. Yeah. I did not cut anyone.
No, that's somebody hit him with something. That's a cut. That's the bull.
Why are you looking at the border?
That's somebody hit him with something.
When you shot her,
Are you looking at?
when you shot her, did you notice?
Are you looking at? I'm hoping it's one. Are you looking at it?
You did not.
And I thought it was something.
Yeah, but who was? Did you think it was the devil?
No, and I know words, and then straight by and keep the answer you go down.
Yes.
So we have a second foot.
But the person you know identity. No,
No,
how did you feel when you realized it was Gannon?
I told you I did not know it, I know that I recognize. And I told you I did not have emotions, no, I did.
I don't
No, I didn't say. But sure, pain.
know. I think that you do that.
I don't have feelings.
What if you feel it's better than I want to?
I don't have feelings about that.
I can say nothing.
I'm sorry that it happened for Letecia.
What?
Because of your. And if she's upset, I'm upset.
You don't. She could have said, you know, we suggested underneath that, try to put the stuff. You do. You're acting with it, and you're so good at staring at puppets. Everyone. But, I think that it would feel better when that things happen to Letecia. Yeah.
Maybe.
It's good son, you know. It's good son. Do you know anyone who knows, why they didn't have a father and who helped carry it? Do you know anyone who could help you? Hmm?
No, I didn't write it. I told you I didn't. I told you I didn't.
Because of these people, but I mean, you know, like, well, character. You do.
She already told you that she will take the trial after that. She already told you. You don't understand. She cannot know who the people are. You don't understand how serious that is. You think this is a joke? It's not a joke. Those are petty charges. Do you think this is a joke? That is a, you cannot tell on these people. I don't think you guys are understanding how serious that is.
You mean they would kill me?
You don't understand. It's not funny. It's not made up. It's not a delusion. It's for real. The money wasn't there. You can't snitch. I don't understand why you don't get that.
Can you tell me what's in Letecia family? Who involved with research?
She wasn't a family. What is wrong with you people?
Among friends.
Do you think she went around a teaching salary? What is wrong with you people? What else do you think she was doing? Do you think it was legal?
And so that's how she got off by.
Do you really think it was legal? You don't want me to sit here and talk with us?
No.
Okay. Okay. She did the bad things to bad people, to good people, bad people, none of those.
Kind of.
She's definitely not going to tell you.
Yeah.
She's not gonna definitely tell you that. Most other people die. No. That's a part of the piece that you cannot ever know. Because you they have
Do you get a judge for the situation?
No.
Because I think I'll say that
you guys live in a perfect world and it's
kind of big time.
you live in a perfect world. It's not a game. You can help the games. These are stupid.
But you're saying that there are very powerful people behind.
Absolutely. When it comes to that part. Absolutely. If you answer to what you want to do. But I would never give you answers. Cannot.
Well, we don't really want to know who these people are. We just want to know how. Yeah. Or that interesting case. Yeah. Who was 60? Sounds struggling to do all that. So,
What's the because I'm struggling.
so maybe, but
Maria has enough powers. You not see me? I see the muscles I have.
so they're saying that you could.
I could do anything.
Do you have any other questions about this?
Do you know anybody who could help out getting that done?
Whatever this calls out. Okay.
Yeah, it cuts on his hands and his arms and his chest.
And he's back. You don't know if patient has a bad opinion.
No,
You promise.
absolutely.
He had enough in his head. Then I didn't know it was something like it. But the sound over the name. I find her to ask what's going on. That's why I want to this. It wasn't a bad thing. You won't believe it was bad.
You say here,
Yes.
what kind
So,
of apartment,
stay
the kitchen line?
yes.
How do we get it?
I don't know, but I didn't know. Yeah, it's
Um,
it's early. It's one of those in it. I was down to
How do you think it's on
starting stuff doing this. Going to God, southeast.
You pulled it with the gun and then
But totally at the God, southeast. She's on killer.
Which is with the gun. You dropped it out and it's ever found.
I don't know.
Do you know? Is it that?
Was probably in the picture.
They weren't necessarily looking for that, as they didn't know that he had the cuts on him. He was about a month and a half.
Had they noticed when we would put that over there, it's blood on the, probably.
Yeah. Who come to work then?
There's a few other guys that it was getting. And she was screaming, screaming. We have to listen to the bed. The room, clean the room, she was speaking that. If we do all that, we figure it out. It's not real. This thing really happened. If we just clean it all up, this thing really happened. She don't have to just fix it, make everything back pretty the way it was, nothing was real. And she said, we have to go to the hospital, we have to go to the hospital.
Yeah, and
And she was trying to dig into the hospital, and Lena was digging up spine, he was in hospital. So Lena was digging the body, that's what it's doing. Lena,
later, is that me?
Lena was taking the body to go upstairs to the hospital. It was just laying there.
It was making that fact.
I was making this sound. Trying to breathe. It's just trying to get everyone to breathe. They had out, because could not be.
She was,
They doesn't seem to take it off.
so she didn't mean for him to be dead.
No.
And or did you, when you struck the gun, who did you?
There was Irish. And now,
Who did you say?
someone came back and started.
But you didn't recognize it.
No, the great law of man.
Did you think it was James?
Thought it was someone in the cave, you could have been a monster. Anyway,
Who was the one who kept, case?
James.
James, yeah,
I think it was James.
The big party.
pardon?
Big party.
I still don't understand. No,
Harvey thought it was James.
what,
Did Harvey come out?
That's the big times for me.
the baby from,
It's already.
Did Harvey hit him with anything?
I don't think so. Shit, I don't know. So nobody. Nobody to forget at all.
With Harvey trying to hurt James?
But he was a little baby. She's 10. Nobody was trying to have a question, like, you know, I don't know, but, as you were. Would you ever hear? Was not good for. Yeah. The reason I'm asking, it is very, very, very common for someone who extends from all things, Letecia. So, because they usually start. Much of their lives, they hear a big, sometimes they'll, I think you saw. I don't know if he was a baby, but he was always fun and baby energy. Like very early on, toward forever time here. And it's interesting. Have I never heard the name Harmony? What do you?
Can we talk?
What?
Can we talk?
You have to ask Letecia.
People. Or you go back to, or you see, what do you?
It's going to be so bad.
It's
It's going to be so bad.
going
No, it's going to be so bad.
why would you do that?
You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to tell you that. You have to know. She don't know. We can tell you because she doesn't want you to be treated as badly.
You must have felt the need of it. And indeed,
Why did he have the knife?
Travis got the money when he didn't get his money. He reckon he's over words.
Would he ever act like he was gonna hurt me?
No, he would say he's going to hurt my mom. He's going to cause my mother. Even though it's the kind of face for that.
for the,
And then he's about a month ago, I said, try to get him up for it. She's working last week. So she didn't want him to know about it. She didn't want him to.
well, it's all good is that we need to know.
I didn't know him to be as bad as he was not bad. Feeling is easy, what happened?
Again, that's
My only was regular, Spanish practice just to grab a weapon and some. Right.
what is this?
She did not go to the farm from him. No, she never harmed him.
You're an answer. What is this thing like to be able to share?
Stop the tape. It's the time,
Okay.
so that we can get some questions.
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, how are you doing? Yeah, you want me to help you?
I got it.
Okay.
Did you want to turn the TV off? And I'll turn the lights back on.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Lewis, I want you to do the best you can just to answer my question so we can get through this quickly, okay? Is that fair? This Latin confession that you talked about in the beginning, you lost that, right?
And it is, don't know where it is.
Even though you asked to have copies done, you never found that confession again. Correct?
So I was unaware of it. So it was on.
Okay. Now, do you still think, having watched this video, that it was a good idea to have Mr. Cellini in there with you?
Yeah.
You think it's appropriate for Mr. Cellini to plant the seed with the defendant that it was James that she actually shot?
I don't think that she planted any seeds. I don't think that she came up with that. I think that I appreciated watching all of it was how extremely confused it was, how confused it was. I think that it did help for him. It's so complicated for someone who knew much more of all of the details.
It helps his theory. And when he asked, do you think it was James? That helps the theory of the defense, right? That somehow she mistaken a little 11-year-old boy for the stepson that's been, or the stepfather that's been dead since 2004.
I'm not aware that this is his theory.
Can you explain why at one point the defendant could not see or hear Mr. Cellini? We had to repeat a question that Mr. Cellini asked. And then when Mr. Cellini asked about Harley, she answered it no problem. How does that happen? Did that not go as according to script?
I don't know what the script is or what you're referring to. I don't know why it's, what meaning that has. Who did not know what had happened.
When she was pretending to be Maria, she said, I can't see them. Do you recall that?
I don't recall pretending to have, by the way, seen a couple of cases where in one iteration and either blind or also true. Other sensation.
And then she was somehow cured and could see him and answer questions, no problem.
This happens. It is well
It's fluid.
described in literature, and I've only seen it.
Why did you ask the defendant if she thought it was a devil or a demon?
Simply wondering. What did you?
Looking for evidence of psychosis, perhaps?
Oh, I'm not looking. I am not looking for evidence of anything. Trying to understand what she perceived. Because I know no evidence that she hated Gannon, so that she harmed her in any way that I couldn't find a precipitating cause. I wondered, since it is fairly common for people kind of dangerous or frightening things, it apparently have some notion of some creature in a cave, that it was either here or there to find out did she see something different, and it did not seem to affect what she said. She clearly does not know clearly what was going on in her head.
Or she just doesn't want to tell you, right? She just can't bring herself to tell you what she did to Gannon, could she?
Well, but I think that you're correct that she something about what had happened there that is unacceptable psychologically. I question about it. She did it.
Well, and here's what I want you to consider, okay? This whole story about her acting in self-defense and Gannon having a knife and she thinking that it's crazy ass James or whatever the heck his name is, and shoots him. And then it turns to self-defense. And it turns into someone gets rid of the body. It's just her not being able to tell you what she did to Gannon. Is that true?
Cannot tell us what she did.
And here's the flaw in your theory.
What is my theory? I'm not
The
sure.
theory that she had a different personality and Maria, the sociopath, did this murder, okay?
No.
You can't explain,
no,
doctor,
that
you
is not my
cannot.
theory. Do not,
Well, what's your theory? You're saying she's legally insane.
yes, my theory. Again, ill, and that she hallucinates, that she's delusional, and that her line of thinking is confused, addled, and frightened, and but I don't have a particular theory that she killed this person for that reason.
Why didn't you ask her about why she gave Gannon an excessive amount of hydrocodone?
I didn't know that she gave that.
Do you think that's important?
Only if I know for sure she gave somebody that.
You read the autopsy report, you know it's there.
I know that he had this. I don't know who gave it to him. I've many cases where children have excessive amounts of poisonous things in their food. But there are many different reasons why.
Your Honor, those are my questions. Thanks. I have no further questions for this witness.
Your direct.
I'll try to go. Dr. Lewis, how are you? We're gonna rehash everything, but I do want to clear up just a couple of things with you. One, in regards to the EEG and the emails that were shown to you, as far as you saying that let's hold off on doing the EEG. That was at that point in time, then you indicated that you wanted to do the evaluation first. Recall that from the emails?
Well, that there were other things to do, and it was not something that I was going to get hung up on at that moment.
At that point in time. And then in a report that you did for the court on February 12th, in that report, you put down the need you thought for both an MRI and an EEG, correct?
Correct.
And you recall in relation to this court, the issue being that this court would not give us any more time to get those things done. Me relating that to you.
I'm gonna
What I
object, Your Honor.
heard was that the court refused to
Sustained.
do it. I was told.
Your Honor, I have an
that-
objection.
Stop.
Okay.
The objection was sustained. The witness will stop responding to a question when an objection has been sustained. The jury will disregard the witness's answer. You can ask another question.
All right. Moving on to some of the other stuff. The district attorney on his cross insinuated some stuff that the motive for killing Gannon was somehow that Ms. Stauch wanted to move to Florida. Does that make any rational sense?
Not to me.
Can you think of any way that brutally murdering Gannon would enable her to move to Florida? Can you think any sense how that would fit into any plan to move to Florida? Does that make any rational sense whatsoever? If the definition of insanity in Colorado is that a person is incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to an act, would that change your opinion on Ms. Stauch being legally insane at the time of Gannon's death? That last part that we were there, the interview, that was the last kind of part of a long 3 days of interviewing Ms. Stauch. Correct? Had I expressed my frustration that she wouldn't account for taking Gannon to Florida, or she wouldn't account for the stab wounds?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation as to what Mr. Freeney was thinking.
Had I expressed
Well, no,
that to you?
He said expressed, so I think,
Well, then it's hearsay.
well, can't repeat what Mr. Bellini has said, but maybe you should move to your next question, and I can see where you're going.
Was there ever any attempt by myself saying, I need
by myself to try to get her to say something specific or some type of theory or anything like that I had done with you. Okay. If you were aware that those videotapes were all going to be turned over to the district attorney, you're also aware that I have had years plus of confidential communications with Ms. Stauch. Are you aware of that?
I assume that assumption.
And if I was going to do something unethical, as they seem to be implying, wouldn't it make, I would have just been able to do that confidentially instead of on an open video.
I'm going to object to that form of question.
Sustained.
If I was trying to feed her a story, it wouldn't make any sense for me to do it in that setting where it's recorded, would it?
No.
In any of the materials or anything else that you have looked at, is there any other rational explanation as to why Ms. Stauch did this other than the psychotic episode? Any type of motive?
I'm unaware of any or any motive that makes any sense. Why he became a victim, what happened?
The state hospital has diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of cross.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Yes, they are.
What are some of those similarities?
Well, there are many similarities. The reality, what is real, what is real. Difference, ability to consistent way or you.
If Ms. Stauch had sometime in the years preceding this event had Googled, "I don't like my stepson," will that possibly explain the rage in which this homicide occurred? Yes. Are you still firm in your opinion, your expert opinion, based upon almost well over 50, 60 years of practice, that in your expert opinion, Ms. Stauch was insane at the time of the death?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you learn, have you learned lots of things over your experience in interviewing and evaluating people with DID? Over the, what, is it, 40, yes, over 40 plus 50 years. Have you learned at picking up on subtle cues? Have you learned, or on your experience, that is it unusual for alters to have almost fantasy type lives?
I would say it's a definition of the.
Are, in your experience, are the alters perceiving reality as a rational person would?
Thinking of oneself as someone other than the everyday person that we read and know. This is a fantasy, often a very changing, different, altering kind of entity. It's not a consistent, a typical life history with ordinary relationships and family ties that go on. As you saw here, it can vary within the period of time you're talking.
Absolutely. And Dr. Lewis, we're getting close to the end of the day. Is there anything last that you think is really important for this jury to know or understand about your diagnosis?
That what you call it. What you call it is so much less important than what you understand about it. What you understand about it is that this individual has been living a psychotic life unrelated to reality, related to the way you or I or the rest of us experience reality, that it changes. It has been often diagnosed as schizophrenia when people question whether association has many of the signs, symptoms, behaviors as what we call schizophrenia. Visual, their very odd relationships, inability to sustain going. I don't care, call it. But in some psychosis with dissociative. It's that the person is living psychotic life and stimuli that by and large are typical of her, but not stimuli that the rest of us perceive.
I have an objection based on that last answer with regards to what we received in her scope of her so that it's been stricken.
Mr. Tellini?
I mean, I think that was in her report and she was expounding on what she had seen in the video and what was going on.
Well, I'm going to allow it. I'm also going to end this answer.
Okay. And then lastly, Dr. Lewis, just one other question that I had. Would it then, if somebody was suffering that type of mental illness, would it be possible for a daughter who has been with them most of her life not to be aware of it?
That's a tough question because to be aware of it would respond a whole. I can answer that. It's easy not to be aware of it. To be aware of the term dissociation, not to be able to conceptualize psychosis. That, of course, is possible. But just to say not to be aware of it. For certain psychiatrists.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Lewis? Looks like we have we've passed all of them forward and retrieve those in pencil approach, please.
I don't know why I'm typing when I could be talking right now. But yes, after the jury, questions are going to be done. But I'm surprised that the jury has anything they want to ask this quack. But it's going to give us some insight as to what the jury is thinking. So here they go. I don't know why I'm typing because we can't hear. But yeah, the judge forgot to turn the mics back on. They had that little sidebar powwow to go over the questions that the jury had, and he forgot to turn the mics back on. So that's what's going on. It's not me, you guys. I just checked over on Twitter too, and everybody's blowing up crazy over there too because everybody's saying there's no sound, there's no sound. The judge did not put the mics back on after the sidebar. It's like, how do you know it's been a long day without saying it's been a long day? I'm sure at some point he's going to realize it. But I was interested in what the jury questions were going to be because that would have gave me their mindset. And we can't hear it. I mean, Gannon's parents can hear it because they're in the courtroom. Anybody in the courtroom can hear this, but we can't. Someone call the court. Oh, that'd go over well. Yep, she's saying here, let me read her lips. Well, back in 73, when I was interviewing this one guy, see the guy in the blue in the back there behind Tellini, he just got comfortable. So anyway, I was interviewing this one guy and he said that he had stinky feet. And I tried to see if that was some indication he was suffering from some kind of mental illness because we all smelt his feet, but then he thought his feet didn't stink no more. So then in 1978, his feet finally fell off. So then we are really looking at it now to see if that was part of, some of the things that could have been going on during this mental health break that he had. I think it was DID. I'm not sure because I'm not following along. But I also heard that there was also a break-in and he was attacked with a machete and somebody cut off his feet. But we're not sure about that because I didn't read the reports. So I'm going to say that this is somehow related to DID. Now, in 1986, you want to know what happened? His feet grew back. So we had to take him into a room. So I had my son come in and the lawyer come in and everybody come in and we all looked at some pictures. And we have come to the conclusion that I must have been crazy myself for not seeing this. I'm a little upset now that they all made me look like a fool. But I'm going to get back on this stand because this is my last hurrah and this is my last book I'm going to write. So let me tell you about 1992. 1992, I went on this vacation. I think it was a vacation, but I could have been in a little padded room, but I'm not sure because we didn't really analyze it. I know that there was like kind of bluish green walls, but I'm not really sure. And don't laugh at me, you guys. This was all true back in 1992. Now, listen, Judge, listen to me. Listen to Judge. Are you paying attention? I'm telling you something. I'm not okay. Okay, the jury's listening. Now, I want you to listen. I want everybody listening. Everybody, looking around. Everybody listening. Okay, 1992. Oh, see, somebody just passed out. Somebody passed out. Judge, can we wake that person up, please? Mr. Cook, why do you got your arms crossed? Letecia, don't look at me like that. I see Maria coming. I know you fooled me now. Oh my God, I thought that she'd be back on by now. Now, look at my hands, you guys. Oh, I was carrying all that paperwork for nothing. Nothing. I couldn't even look at it. Oh, do you see what I'm telling you, you guys? I'm 80. I have a bad memory. They wouldn't let me look at these new papers that I just got from Mr. Cook weeks ago. Now, if you open up your mind, you will understand exactly what I'm saying. You don't have to be a psychiatrist to know that there are certain things that I've said that don't make sense to you, but they make sense to me. Now, are you paying attention? Listen to me. I'm only going to say this once. Look at the defense. Judge, pay attention. I'm talking to you. Never mind. I give up. You guys aren't even listening anymore. Oh, God. Oh, another question. Didn't I tell you guys this? Oh, okay. You want to hear me speak again? Okay, here we go. You ready? Now, this is what happened. I needed a rest. So I figured that this was quick money. It's going to help me in my book. I didn't mean to make an ass of myself. You guys just sit down. I'm not done yet. Sit down. Sit down. Judge, tell them to sit down. They're not listening. Pay attention, you guys. Do you see my hands moving? I am now, this is Russian. This is Russian. Just watch my hands. This is Russian. My hands are Spanish, but we're going to sign in Russian. This is Russian. This is what I learned from Letecia and Maria and Jack and Joe. And stop laughing. This isn't funny. Look at, she's sitting there paying attention. She is no longer asleep because this interests her. She's looking at the Russian sign language. Pay attention. Oh my God, I can't no more. Like, I can't even come up with enough stupid stuff to I can just imagine what she's saying. Okay, there you go. She's still not done. Like, I'm out of breath, and this woman is still not done. Your Honor, don't make me come back. What am I supposed to do? I had to do what they wanted me to do. I'm getting paid big bucks. Big bucks. This is big bucks. Look at her. This is big bucks for me. We mold it into something we want. See, like this. Let's do it that way. We mold it, then we talk about it, and then we tell you what it is. Oh my God, this woman. That's what she said. And the jury is all sleeping. They're all going, that wasn't the question. Oh, God, you guys. The jury's even forgot their questions now. Wait, I've got more. Sit down. Oh. See? A gazy. Watch me fly. My pixie dust. Lots for all of you. Pixie dust for everybody. Is that it? What? You don't want no more questions answered? I did good, didn't I, Judge? Oh my God. You guys. Okay, let me make this smaller because I don't know if... I don't even know who she's talking to anymore. She could be talking to the... Oh, pink elephants that are flying by at this point. I don't know. But... Oh, there goes Mr. Tellini. Let's get you off the stand. Come on, old lady. Time for you to go do-de-do-do-do. Svetsky toy, Svedado. There, Pierrette can tell you. Is Pierrette still in here? There she is. She'll tell you what that means. Come on. Svetsky, Svedado. Au revoir. Va te coucher un coin, là. Oh, my gosh. Mics are still not on, you guys, so we don't even know. Are we going to find out if Letecia is going to testify? Well, there you go. That's what she had to say. Au revoir. Au revoir. Get her the hell out quick. Adios. Bye-bye. No, she is done. They got all her papers. Oh, look at Cook reaching down and giving her a little wipe, getting the lice on her. Here, have some of these presents from Letecia. Yeah, everybody gets some. Like, Judge, hello, pay attention. There's going to be questions later. Put the goddamn mics back on. I'm out of breath here. The circus is now closed. So we have no idea right now what the heck is going on. Oh my God. So we're not going to hear any of this, you guys. Like, really? Because they're standing up for the jury exiting. Sign language. I just learned Russian sign language, Carol. Hello, Judge. Look down at your mic. Hello. This woman rubbed off on the judge because the judge is now stuck on stupid. Like, how can you not see your mic is not on? You got a big green light in front of you that tells you when it's on and off. Now they're talking. I know what's happening right now. They are talking about this folder that he's holding right here, you guys. They're talking about what they've copied and everything and going to put into the record and made photocopies of everything. But we can't hear nothing. So we don't know if Letecia is going to testify, what this judge is saying right now. We have no idea. The judge is speaking and we can't hear. Allen is now speaking. DA Allen is now speaking. We can't hear nothing. Like, Judge, look at your mic. Okay, so he just pulls the mic to himself and he doesn't notice that it's off. Nice of you to pull the mic to your mouth, but we can't hear you. Oh my God. Somebody's going to stroke out here. Wow. This wouldn't happen if they would have allowed court TV in there. He is giving her instructions because she is laughing up a storm. This is crazy. Like, he's looking right down where his mic is and he can't see there's green light isn't on. Yes, he's talking to her and we can't hear nothing. And here's DA Allen. We're not going to hear this either. Oh my God, you guys. Yeah, that's what he's probably talking about, is her testifying, and we can't hear it. Well, something was funny. That's right, eh? We spent weeks and weeks here, and we can't hear this part. I'm gonna stroke out here. Unreal. Even with closed captioning, oh.
Hello?
No, even with the closed captioning on, you can't hear it.
Paragraph,
There we are.
right?
Okay, then you're
Yeah,
right.
I think it's.
Got it.
So, because I agree that's how they have to do that.
Right.
But I think it starts out with, if you found the defendant guilty of one or more, I think that relates to Roman numeral 2. Your next paragraph is, if however you found the defendant not guilty of any one of the following charges,
Oops,
then
sorry, you
sign
guys. I'll
Roman
mute
numeral
me
1.
here.
And that would be right, because Roman numeral 1 is the not guilty with the interrogatory on page 2. Guilty is Roman numeral 2.
Okay.
So
No problem making all the corrections, including the ones that you.
Okay. I'll
You want to give me a hard copy and I'll just make all the.
Yeah.
and email everybody?
yeah, that's fine.
I can approach.
Yep. Let's see, where was it? Here is the Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2 issue. Here is the statutory language.
Now I judicial notice one as well.
Yes, please. And that'll that should just be stock, right?
Yep.
Yeah. There's the qualified witness.
Field records and so forth of representation by Ms. Strobel.
Whatever you come up with.
Something together and send it to grounds.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then the only instruction that we'll still have an issue with, that we'll have to argue about, is you have a question or an instruction that says the question of the defendant's sanity or insanity has reference to her mental condition at the time of the alleged acts, the condition of the defendant's mind previous to the act charged and since that time may be considered only to aid you in determining her sanity or insanity at the time of the acts charged.
Your Honor, I'll take that out if defense counsel wants it out, or we can leave it in. if
Put
you
it
want.
in or out?
If you got good case law, that's a good instruction. I think we should keep it in.
I'm fine with it, and I think.
Okay. Just wanted, I think it's a correct legal state or correct statement of the law. So, okay. So take care of those, then, I want the attorneys here on Friday morning, 8:30. 830. Just making sure. So 8:30, and then we can talk about the jury instructions, and we should be in a position that maybe what can happen is rest instruction. And I will take a break before we start into the closings, because I think it's only fair that the jury consider it that way. So, okay.
Judge, the only final thing, those documents from Dr. Lewis, I'm fine with just uploading them. We've had, I don't know how you want them to be uploaded, if you want them to be suppressed or somehow protected, but we've had that issue in the past.
They're covered by CJD, I think it's 0905, or 0509. There's a Chief Justice directive that has to deal with that. And then there are internal regulations, because I'm assuming that it has to do with mental health. It should be uploaded as sealed.
So that's been the problem in the past, that when we've done that, then somebody has then unsealed them
Okay.
and then they've gotten out. So that's why we've asked in the past for maybe the court to upload.
The easiest way to do, upload it, suppress it, let us know when you've uploaded it.
Okay.
Then we will change the status from suppressed to sealed, and nobody else should be able to change it except us.
Okay.
That may be the difference, is that if the attorney's uploaded as sealed, maybe somebody else can change it.
I
But
think that's right. Yeah.
if you upload it as suppressed, let us know it's there. We'll change it to sealed. Then it should be fine. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
Okay, you guys, that's it. It is going to the jury. I can almost guarantee you on Friday. They're going to have the lawyers there early so they can finish with the jury instructions. They are going to take a break. They're probably going to do the jury instructions first. Then they are going to take a break. Jury instructions is, I think he said, like 4 or 5 pages, so he should have that done within an hour. Then they will take a break to give the jury a break between the instructions and the closing. Once the closing arguments are done, it goes to the jury for deliberation. So I believe that this is going to go to the jury on Friday, you guys. And I think within an hour, they will come back with a verdict. So with that being said, you guys, it's 7:30 at night here. I've got to eat something. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your super chat, super stickers, PayPal. Thank you so much. Thank you, mods. You guys rock. Thank you so much for keeping everything in line today. And until that, I will see you. Don't forget, there's no court tomorrow. I will see you guys on Friday morning. We will be starting at about 10:15 in the morning, so we can do some chit chat and get caught up and whatnot. And then we are going to be starting with the jury hearing the instructions and then closing arguments. And then we are going to get their verdict, you guys. No more listening to the screechy voice. No more listening to the quack doctors. Everything is in. I think she's going to be found straight guilty. I don't think her not guilty by reason of insanity is going to hold any water. I think they're going to come back with first degree guilty. And I think it'll happen within an hour. So Friday's the day, you guys. You're not going to want to miss it. So I will see you guys all again. You guys are very welcome. I want to thank you for being here, for following this with us. This whole trial, this month and a half has been long. It's been part of March, all of April. We're into May. It's been a long month and a half. We're all going to need a break after this. So with that being said, you guys, I'm going to end it like I always do. Please take care of yourselves. Please stay safe. Always be aware of your surroundings. I love you guys to the moon and back. Bye-bye for now.